Good morning, everybody. Welcome back to the stream. I'm sorry for the delay in our start time today. I've been having a lot of technical issues. I had to reinstall Windows. We ran out of Sierra Link slots, so I've been just trading on my local PC, which has presented some issues with that. So once I get some more Sierra Link slots available, um, I gave them up to you guys, so we'll see what goes on here. Let's just hop right into it. We don't really have very much volatility right now. We're going to just do a regression arm both move to start the day here. Let's see how this goes. Just got filled into our first trade here. It's a long position. Unfortunately, that leads us to a loss. Just got filled into a long position here.
Target filled.
Did end up winning that trade there. We're up to $30 on the day now. Hey Frank, I actually do believe that I responded to your email about Sierra. Make sure to check your spam folder, see if you got a response from me.
Target filled.
Just got filled there, up to 112 on the day now. Ended up losing that trade back down to $60. Oh, hey, Frank, by the way, just to follow up on that initial question, I did receive your response email and I will respond to that after the stream. Our profit target's going to be pretty modest for today, as of course we started a bit late, so volatility is going to be lower. Just got filled into a long position here. Let's see if we can make it happen. Just above our stop loss there. Sadly, we did not end up getting filled on that one.
Target filled.
We did end up winning that one though, so we're back up to $87 on the day. Hey there, SST John. I am using a stop loss of 4 and a profit target of 7 on this account. Hey Greg, during big news events such as the Fed speaking, I don't trade during those times. I usually like to wait 30 minutes or more after they speak. Ended up losing that one, however, bringing us back down to $33 on the day.
Target filled.
We're up to 116 now on the day. Hey Greg, that's just what I've changed the sounds to. Um, so instead of getting filled into trades, you don't have to hear them say them and actually announce what you're doing. Um, Weirdly, the profit target has not updated to reflect that, but hey there, SST John. So how the machine learning portion of the software works is with the heuristic parameter optimization button on, we now have automatic parameter optimization, meaning that the configuration of the strategy is now automatic and will adapt to volatility and market behavior, meaning that when you're starting trading for the day, you no longer need to adjust your settings in order to get the most optimal trades. Before, you actually had to adjust those things for volatility, and that was a pretty tedious process. You can see now we're almost back down to $0 on the day. Kind of unfortunate, a little bit of a difficult day so far, but we'll see if we can get there.
Target filled.
We just ended up getting filled on that trade up to $91. Very slow day so far in terms of progress. Let's pull up my executions feed here for you guys to see. Just got filled into a long position. Hey Greg, I don't test on sim before these streams, but what I do is that I will observe the market and look at it and see how the market's performing before I stream.
Target filled.
Hopefully we end up winning this trade too. We got filled into it immediately after that last one. We're going to swap to trend if we do end up winning this trade though.
Target filled.
You can see we're up to 250. Let's see if we can get one more trade just to push us over that $4,000 mark. We just got filled into a short position, interestingly enough. almost touched our take profit there. Hey Cody, I did not see your previous question. I'm going to go back here and try and find it. Cody, I believe you were asking about your imbalance ratio for NQ being stuck around 1.3 to 1.5. First of all, let me ask, are you using the prepackaged model? Second of all, do you have it on number of trades or on win rate? And third, do you have the imbalance ratio maximum and minimum value set to values that would allow it to go higher than 1.5? I'd like more context on that if you'd be able to provide that. And to answer the second portion of your question, which was when will I be showcasing a new product of mine that I've mentioned, that will 100% be happening early next week. The Labor Day that would happen this week disrupted a couple of my plans regarding showcasing the product, but
Target
I
filled.
believe that we will 100% be ready early next week on an actual stream where I show actual performance with the product and I talk about why it is important. You can see there we are just above $4,000 on our net liquidation. We made around $300 today on this small account. This isn't the explosive growth that we have been hitting consistently, but with such low volatility and trading the end of the day instead of the beginning of the day, I will take that. We had a actually pretty slow start. We almost went into the red twice, but we climbed out of that hole. We had a couple of wins in a row, and we're now up to 287. So guys, thank you so much for tuning in today. I appreciate the support you guys always give, and I appreciate the questions you gave today. They're pretty fun to answer. I'll see you guys. Good morning, everybody. Welcome back to the stream. This is Connor from Futures Analytica bringing you guys another live futures trading session on NQ Futures. We've had quite an eventful week so far. Let's jump into it with a trend mode arm. We just got placed into a short position here. Unfortunately, that's our first loss of the day, bringing us down to 196. Oh, here, guys, let me pull up my executions feed and my account data. There we go. Just got placed into a short position here. We ended up winning that one pretty quickly. Now we're positive on the day up to 141. If you guys are interested in asking some questions, make sure to shoot them inside of that link that I sent in chat. Hey Ollie, thank you for the question. I'm not showing the L2Azimuth bot in this stream. I was going to show it last stream, but I realized that without the visual elements, that it lacks context of what's actually going on. So I'm not sure if that's going to be something that we're going to be doing until we have those visual elements loaded. Just got placed into a long position there. We ended up winning that up to 449 now. Just got filled there, ended up winning that one pretty quickly. You can see this is, although we're getting some back and forth movement, this is very clearly um, a trend selection zone. You can see it, there's no chop, there's no really correlated bars between those two things. Up to $1,100 in profit for the day. Hey there, Atolka. Thank you for the question about order flow analysis. If you're hoping to learn, okay, hold on here. Sorry, I'll go back to your question. But you can see we've entered this price zone here. We bounced off of this zone that was automatically marked by the Analytica Chart 4 Plus. And that leads us to switch into regression because now we're getting some chop. Of course, we'll still be on the lookout for switches back, but if we just get a breakdown directly downward, we'll switch back to trend. But you can see that we're starting to inch back into this zone, which is going to lead us to have regression be the correct mode. So to get back to your question, if you're trying to learn order flow analysis, as you said, you have less resources and you're doing it by yourself and you're from India, I would highly suggest checking out the If You're a Beginner, Start Here playlist on my channel. This will guide you through all of the order flow concepts that you need to get to where I'm at now. Now, of course, we're using the automated strategy, the Polarity ATI, which is going to make trading this much easier. You can see here that price has very, very closely followed those zones that were marked automatically just so far back here. Hey Ollie, yes, I am planning on releasing this on 20th still. Just got placed into a short position here after some brief chop. We're a little bit below our entry. We reached our automatic stop chase, which will minimize our losses in the case of that happening. We're slowly inching our way towards our take profit here. We ended up winning that trade up to 14.49 on the day. Just got filled into a long position here. Unfortunately, that trade ended up losing. We're back down to 1,250. We're going to swap into trend here. You can see clear downtrend, correlation between delta and price. We're going to try and catch anything that we can. Just got pushed into a short trade. We ended up winning that one pretty quickly. Very clear downtrend there. Not too confident about this trade as we're going against this trend. Ended up winning that trade up to 1944. Just got filled into a short position here. Somehow ended up winning that trade, got filled directly into a second short position there, up to $2,600 on the day now. Riding this downtrend, pretty easy to do that. Got filled into a long position and won that one pretty quickly as well. We're up to $3,200 on the day now. Ended up getting filled there as well to 35.80. Hey Greg, the maximum adversary detection I use for both ES and NQ is 50. And I'm not really taking steps to manually train these models. These are pretty much on full auto mode at this point. Just got filled into a short position there. We ended up winning that one. We're going to swap into regression at this point due to the presence of these derived zones, the chop around this area, and the delta divergence over here at 811. Unfortunately, we ended up losing that trade. At this point, I'm not really running incremental learning unless I'm trading off stream. So yes, about one session a week. We got filled into a short position there and won that one quite quickly. Really quick trades here. See the market's now in a downtrend. Easy swap to trend here. If we end up winning this trade, we're probably going to call it for the day. Hey Julian, the settings that I'm using are in the template, which is downloadable with the product. I'm using the default settings, and if you'd like me to place them in the description, I can do that. It's just that seems a little bit more of an outdated way to do that. We unfortunately didn't end up winning that trade, so we're going to keep trading. Just got placed into a short position here. We ended up winning that trade, placing us just below $5,000 on the day, leading us to end the day there, reaching our profit target. Pretty successful day. We're going to be trading again on Friday. It's going to be our small account challenge continuation. We'll see how we do on that. We've been doing pretty well so far, but tune in on Friday if you are interested in watching. Good morning, everybody. Welcome back to the stream. This is Connor from Futures Analytica, bringing you guys another episode of our small account challenge. Guys, I apologize for that delay in our start time. I had some issues getting my microphone to actually pick up, but we got it fixed. So let's just jump right into it. We're going to start with trend mode today. Although we do have some divergences here. Just got put into a long position here. Just got put into another trade. We lost our first one, unfortunately. We're going to swap to regression at this point. Ended up winning that one. Back up to break even. Just got placed into a long position here. Hey, Oscon, yes, these settings are available out of the box. Just ended up getting filled on that trade up to 112 on the day now. Hey there, Frank. Thank you for letting me know about the discrepancy. I'll make sure to correct that. Hey there, Smosh. Usually I'll look back around 5 bars for switching between modes. But if there's a large divergence in correlation and price action, that can be within 2 to 3 bars. Hey, Farabee, thank you for the question. Graph parameters do not have to be the same as the polarity automated trading interface. These two do not rely on each other for function. However, out of the box, you might want to do that just so you can have correlation between the imbalances that happen here and the actual trades that are taken. Unfortunately, there we go, stopped down, back down to $58. Ended up winning that one, bringing us back up to 141. Hey there, Oskbon. Yeah, that's correct. So, if you purchase Polarity, you are eligible to receive lifetime support and updates. Can a 1-year-old boy learn? No. Hey there, Frank. Strata is perfect. I think Sierra is a bit overkill, but Strata will be applicable for most people. Hey there, Greg. What does your NinjaScript output say when you try to enable the parameter optimization button? Also check your NinjaTrader log. Unfortunately, they were in the red for today. Not a super good start. Um, down below, we're down $20 today so far. I think we're in the correct mode here, but the market is trading pretty strangely today. Hey there, Salisbury. Our last update was about a month ago. Hey there, Smosh. If you want to get your model to take more trades, you can set more strict limits on how far outside the Polarity ATI machine learning update can actually optimize to. If you set your maximum adversary detection down from 100, which is what it's default at, to let's say 30, I think that you'll be much happier with how many trades you get. Hey, Mike, yes, you would receive them by email. Just got filled into a short position here after winning that trade. Hey, RG Campbell. So Sierra Link gives you the same connection that I am using when trading. Back up to 145. See, we're staying pretty steady here. Not a super successful day so far, but hey, Oskbon. So Auto Arm gives you less trades than you would with Arm Both, and you have less control over how many trades you take. Um, Auto Arm has a bias for really liking to only take trades during trending markets, and I just don't have the time for that. I can get usually 4 or 5 times the amount of trades that I can during a certain period by just arming it in both directions instead of using auto arm. In order for auto arm to trigger, it actually has to pass through these zones here, which has not, I mean, we're not even close to passing through those zones. So hey there, Frank. Yes, I'm the founder, and thank you for those kind words. Somehow ended up winning that trade. Hey, KBN, let me know how long you've been running this model and if you have heuristic parameter optimization enabled. Unfortunately, there we ended up losing that trade. Smosh, what is your imbalance ratio and minimum volume currently? Let me know what that's optimizing to. Hey Joel, I would suggest running it only during the time period you actually wish to trade. Hey Yana, let me know what your actual what is your minimum imbalances to trade? Oh, because with those optimization settings, you should be getting more trades than I am. Hey Smosh, an imbalance ratio of 0.5 would not make sense unless you're using default. Make sure you're using the alternative imbalance calculation mode. Hey Oscars, I'd say that's primarily an execution speed issue. But another factor that might produce different results is that it's going to be heuristic parameter optimization. If you're feeding it bad data, um, the strategy is going to want to really diverge from taking trades, and you're going to get much less trades overall. And this can happen if you are not trading the strategy correctly and mode switching when you need to. Speaking of which, I should swap to trend here. To put it in perspective, Smosh, my imbalance ratio is always above 1.3. A 0.5 imbalance ratio on the alternative imbalance calculation mode, that's going to lead to some funky things happening with inverse being taken. If it's an alternative, 0.5 is going to take inverse trades. You're going to want it to always be above 1.1 and then below 3.0. Yeah, Yana, those are not the default settings that are included with the template. You guys can see here, you can see my timestamps for all my trades with my visible account name. And I'll just move my chart trader around here for you guys. Ended up winning that trade pretty quickly. Hey there, Mark. When you download the template, you actually have to go to Workspaces and select the ES template to load if you want the ES settings. We included both ES and NQ in that template. Hey Smosh. So yeah, that level 2 order book strat is, I'm going to be doing a demo later this week on it. It's not as refined as I want it to be visually yet, because there is some visual elements that need to be there to trade it most effectively. But right now I'm super excited about it. The machine learning component is much simpler. There's no need to train anything. It just looks back around 10,000 bars and then calculates things automatically based off of a set indicator. So no need to fiddle with that now. Um, we wanted to improve it significantly while retaining that machine learning functionality. Um, but yeah, I'm pretty excited about it. I think it's going to do really well in the markets. Um, but yeah, it does require level 2 data and it does require fast connection speed. Hey Pio, thank you so much for the question. If you want to get started right away, you would want to purchase the Polarity Automated Trading Interface, the Stage 3 bundle, if you want these zones here, which I use to swap between modes. But the Stage 2 bundle is fine, and Stage 1 bundle is also fine if you already have a footprint chart. That being said, depending on your connection speed, I highly recommend doing a ping test to Chicago and seeing if it's above 30 milliseconds, you're really going to want to pick up a VPS. And yes, I would suggest getting the Strata package on Sierra Link if you would like the fastest connection speed available. And if you own Polarity, we will automatically install the Polarity Automated Trading Interface onto your instance. Hey KBN, I'm not sure what your question is. If you want, there is no permissions to post on live chat. We only have this question box here. Hey there, Smosh. Yeah, we'd absolutely be interested in creating strategies and infrastructure for institutional trading desks. We actually have a few customers who we do B2B sales with that actually use some of our product offerings, private product offerings. They don't use our VPSs, but they do use some dedicated servers that we provide. Um, However, these are for strategy training mostly, and they're not really executing live data on it because their strategies are so big. Um, but yeah, we'd absolutely certainly be interested in that kind of thing. Yes, Ricardo, the system does change settings automatically when it's optimizing. Unfortunately, we ended up losing that trade back down to 428. unfortunately, we ended up losing that trade. Definitely a regression swap here. I have not been paying the attention that I need to. Hey there, High Def Dave. Yeah, there is absolutely a way to upgrade from the level 2 packs to the level 3. Um, I can send a message in the store chat on the Futures Analytica website, and I will answer that after the stream and give you that upgrade code to do that. Hey there, Pio Corta. So depending on what instrument you're trading, let's just say I'm trading ES with the default settings on the default model. I achieve a around 75% win rate with the 1-to-1 risk reward ratio. And I'd say the best time to trade it for a beginner is going to be 11 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. Sorry, 11 a.m. Eastern Time. That's going to give you very normalized volatility, and the market's going to be slow enough for you to be actively trading pretty well. Second, second best time I'd say is Power Hour, and the most advanced time, where if you're really dialed and you know how to trade the strategy very well and you can think quickly, I'd trade market open. But even that is a bit scary for me. Hey, Lewis. Thanks for the question. I love these off-topic questions, but you asked how I'm enjoying my Corvette. The Corvette's super fun. I still have it, but I haven't been driving it as much after I got the McLaren. Um, the Artura has been just ridiculously fast, and it is really hard to stay under the speed limit there. But always got to remember to stay safe with that. But that car is extremely unreliable. It's already been in the shop for 2 months. I got it back a month ago, and I've been enjoying it every day. But the Corvette, on the other hand, has been completely reliable and has just been awesome to drive. So I love both cars, and I think I'll keep them. Hey, Greg. So the way that the updates happen in Sierra Link is that we have an automatic system which will send out an opt-in/opt-out um, message, and you can opt into getting the upgrade um, on your Sierra Link instance if you want to. Let's say we release an update to Polarity, and there's an update. We'd send out an email, and then 72 hours would pass, and anyone who has opted in would get that update. Um, and you can also opt out if you don't want your instance to be updated. Hey KBN, my settings are the default template settings that are included in the download. Hey Yassam, you said that Okay, let's go back and see here. You said you sent 3 questions. Let me try and find these. Um, okay, yours was what is the fastest latency and what is a good one? So my latency is personally around 800 microseconds. That's a little bit less than 1 millisecond, and that's with the Sierra plan on Sierra Link. Um, and I'd say a good one is anything under 3 milliseconds. And all three of our plans between Alto, Strata, and Sierra all are under 3 milliseconds. So any of those are good. Hey KBN, make sure you're loading the actual machine learning template. And if you have been running heuristic parameter optimization for a while and that has corrupted the data, you might want to reset the model and just go with the base and then just turn off heuristic parameter optimization. Hey there, Penturas. Yeah, absolutely. I can help you configure it. Let me know and just send a message when you're done with that, and I can certainly help you with that. If we win this trade here, guys, I think that we're going to end up calling it for the day. We did some pretty good progress today. We're up to almost 4,000. Hey, Yasim, your other question was, what is your ATP machine range? I don't know what that means. Hey Adrian, just shoot us an email and we can get that installed for you. I'm sorry about your laptop crashing, but yeah, we can certainly help set that up. Hey Smosh, I think that what limits people who are struggling um, would likely be an overemphasis on settings. I'd say that if you really want to go back to bare bone basics and really get dialed in with, you know, just being profitable overall with the strategy, I'd say you can use the ML model, but I'd say set the limits to be very conservative and not outside of the bounds where, the model's doing a lot of the thinking for you. Um, I would go to the min max imbalance ratio and I'd set those limits to a minimum of 1.8 and a maximum of 2.5. I'd set the minimum imbalance volume to a minimum of 30 and a maximum of 80. Um, and adversary detection minimum of 2, maximum of 15. And I would just really just go in with a micro contract and I would just trade that with just very very perfect regression and trend swaps. And I'd say that's the easiest way to get dialed and start moving up. Hey, hi, Def Dave. No, absolutely. That's a question that's certainly within my scope. Um, so I'm aware of three prop firms that I've actually directly confirmed that the strategy is compatible with them. First one is Apex Trader Funding. Regardless of what they say about automated trading systems not being quote unquote allowed, this is really against news arbitrage and trades like that. Um, so with Apex Trader Funding, they actually sell automated trading systems on their website. So I mean, and I've asked them, and they have said that polarity is certainly allowed because it's a strategy that's quote unquote semi-automated. I would not mess with AutoArm on Apex just to stay safe, but it does work, and that is the same for Topstep trading and Earn Trade and Boolinox. Um, all of those firms actually explicitly allow polarity. I have not had one report of someone getting their account reset for using polarity. Thank you, Greg. I appreciate you letting me know about that. Um, you had said that if your optimize button was not staying on, you had to enable the strategy first without the optimize setting ticked, disable the strategy, and then turn on optimize again, and the heuristic button stays on. Thank you for letting me know about that. Yeah, Frank, I would love to come out to the Audubon. That would be super fun. I wish we had highways like that in America. Hey, Kijano. If you want just a plug and play setup, we have that available through Sierra Link where everything is already installed if you purchase the instance through there after owning Polarity. Um, we just do a cross verification with the email address. So just make sure you use the same email on Sierra Link that you have used for Polarity, and Polarity will be ready for you when you log in. We almost ended up losing that trade. I'm glad we didn't, but we're not in the clear yet. Look at how close we were. Unfortunately, there we ended up getting stopped out. I think we're probably going to end it there. We were very close to our goal of 4,000 today, but we've dropped down to 441. I'd say we still made some pretty substantial progress. Today was not extremely easy to trade, but yeah, Joel, I'm going to answer your question before I get off here, and same with you, Yasem. Um, so I would highly recommend that first of all, I need some information about when you're encountering this issue with Analytica Chart 2 having an imbalance calculation mode set something different than polarity, being in horizontal or diagonal. Let me know, are you in the NQ workspace or the ES workspace? Um, Also, Yasam, with Amazon Workspace, I don't actually think they have any Chicago servers, and if they do, I think that the ping is not even going to be anywhere close to what you can get with Sierra. I think you're probably going to be hovering around 6 or 7 milliseconds, where Sierra, we offer sub-millisecond ping. Um, I'd say you could probably get away with it. It's definitely good if you live very far away and you want something like it's very budget friendly, as Amazon charges per hour you have the system on, whereas we charge monthly and you can use it as much as you want. Um, but I don't think Amazon specs that they have available for the same price point are as good as what we offer. Hey, Mark Ellis, I'm not sure what your question means, which was, is the auto install setup available in other Sierra Link programs? Um, so all three of the Sierra Link plans include auto install, being Strata, Sierra, and Alto. Hey, Yasam, I'd recommend to most people the Strata plan. It's more than enough for polarity, but you can get away with the Alto. But you may encounter a little bit slower performance when optimizing on machine learning. Anyway, guys, thank you so much for tuning in today. I'm going to be trying to do a demo on Friday of the newest system that I've been working on. Um, I don't know if it's going to do super well. You can never guarantee that. And there are certainly some bugs that need to be worked out, but that's exactly why it's not released yet. But yeah, thank you guys. Good morning, everybody. Welcome. Sorry, guys, had to make sure my stream was actually starting. Good morning, everybody. Welcome back to the stream. This is Connor from Futures Analytica. Today, we are going to be trading ES futures with the Polarity Automated Trading Interface. We're going to jump right into the day by arming this strategy in both directions. You can see here, ES has broken out of this zone here. Here, let's pull up our cursor. That zone there. We just got filled into our first position. It's a short trade. Unfortunately, we didn't get filled there. Price bounced off of it before we were able to get into anything. Let's see if we can still end up winning this.
Target filled.
We ended up getting filled on that trade up to $274 now. We're going to swap to regression because this is a new zone here. We expect this to move upward. That's why
Target
we were in
filled.
trend, but because we moved downward, we swap to regression, creating this confluence and chop here. Getting some consistent fills here, this time into a short position.
Target filled.
Got filled in that trade. We're up to 824 now on the day. Placed into a consecutive short position here. Hey Ollie, the L2Azimuth demo is on Thursday. You can see the scheduled stream for that on my channel. Hey Frank, yes, manual and instruction is included. Unfortunately there, we ended up losing that trade. Our first loss of the day, back down to 500 profit. Hey Voss, thank you for the question. There's not a big difference in Kinetic and Continuum. They are both very, very solid data feeds. Continuum, I'd say, is the more budget-friendly option. It's around $5 a month, so there's nothing to say there about that, where Kinetic is usually around $100 a month. Second of all, you do not need market depth data for polarity. Wow, this is a very poor fill here. You can see we got filled all the way down here. We're using a 4-tick take profit, 4-tick stop loss, by the way, but this was just atrocious. Usually this kind of thing doesn't really happen on ES, but you can see this is only a 3-tick take profit and a 5-tick stop loss right now. Just got filled into a long position
Target
here right
filled.
after that loss. That loss actually brought us down to below $0 in profit, but now we're back up to 75. So we'll see if we can start making some money here. Almost got filled on that position there.
Target filled.
Ended up winning that trade up to 349 now on the day. Immediately ended up losing that trade after getting filled on it. We're pretty much at break even now, $24. Hey Voss, you can absolutely train the model on tick replay.
Target filled.
Pretty difficult day here so far. We're barely above our break even now. Pretty much just one trade away from zero. So hopefully we can build up some kind of buffer to where we can start getting some confidence on the day. Also, guys, my new live stream schedule is going to be Tuesdays and Thursdays going forward. This is just to allow for holidays to happen, like Mondays and Fridays are usually when federal holidays end on, and it can be somewhat awkward where um, we end up having to reschedule to a Tuesday or a Thursday, and it can just get weird if there are holidays. So we are just going to be moving over to that. So keep that in mind, guys. So Tuesdays and Thursdays at 7:45 a.m. Pacific Standard Time is going to be my live stream schedule going forward. See here, guys, we are below zero now.
Target filled.
Ended up winning that one, so we're up to $250 on the day. Very, very clear regression mode here. You can see just this back and forth chop. A lot of consecutive bars where we're just getting chopped out. You can see we're back down below zero now. We're just not really doing that well today. Down to negative $400 on the day here. We should be in trend mode at this point. We're getting an actual downtrend here. Not sure how I missed that. In trend mode, we actually got filled into a long position there.
Target filled.
Ended up winning that one, so we're up to 451 now, or negative 451. Just got placed into a short position here. Hey MJM Global, thank you for the question. The system does work with a copy trader correctly. Just make sure your entries are with market orders and not limit orders. We allow Polarity users to do their entries with limit orders when they enable this button here. But that can pose some issues to the copy trader. If you guys, if one trader gets filled and one doesn't, this can cause some issues on that account. So just make sure you have that off. Other than that, it's completely fine. And whatever copy, I don't personally use any copy traders, but I know the ones provided by prop firms are quite good. Unfortunately, we're just not doing super hot right now. Not sure why I didn't swap to regression there, but we did so a little bit late. Hey Greg, your question was, what do you look for before deciding to trade a session?
Target
So
filled.
generally, if I'm planning on trading a session, that it's just I look at the news that's coming up that day and I plan around it. Other than that, I pretty consistently am going to hop in the market regardless of what's happening, unless the volatility is absolutely explosive, and
Target
it's
filled.
just something that I'm not used to. Now, if that volatility continues day over day, I'm going to adapt to that, obviously, and pretty much the only thing that I
Target
will
filled.
adapt is my ATM strategy, as the other parameters of the strategy will optimize automatically.
Target filled.
Okay, now we're finally above our zero line there. We were in the loss there for quite a bit. Hopefully we can claw back some ground here. We're up to 548 on the day. Let's just try and win a few more trades. We might have to dial back our our profit target for the day. The way I usually do my profit targets is that I take my drawdown for the day and I add my profit target to that. So if my profit target is 5,000, I'll take my drawdown today, which was maybe, I think it was 700. So we're looking for a profit of around $4,300 today. Hey Jeremy, thank you for your support. You said you just purchased the Stage 3 package last night and also wanted to purchase the Sierra Link VPS. What I would recommend is the quarterly Strata VPS. I'd say that is the best value you have. Most
Target
users do
filled.
not have any need for our Sierra VPS, which has 32 gigabytes of RAM and a lot of CPU cores. That's just not necessary with our software. So, um, but it does have a slightly better latency. So that's the one thing you have to consider is that it's going to be a little bit closer to the exchange. That's how you're getting that sub 1 millisecond. Um, sorry guys, sub 1 millisecond um, latency one-way trip with Sierra. Now that being said, Strata is what I recommend to most users, and with that quarterly, you get a 20% discount if you pay the 3 months up front. Hey Bill, you said you're looking to buy a new computer to use the software, and do I have any recommendations for the
Target
minimum
filled.
requirements? Honestly, I'd opt for 16 gigabytes of RAM minimum. I'd say in 2024, that's pretty much the gold standard, especially with NinjaTrader. I'd opt for some kind of non-integrated video card capability, meaning I would get some kind of graphics
Target
card.
filled.
Now, it doesn't actually matter what graphics card you get with it, but some kind of graphics processing unit that is able to do tasks separately from the CPU is pretty important. Um, and I would probably opt for an SSD. That's going to help you with your load times getting into NinjaTrader, and it's going to help with your write speed as well. So that being said, other than that, nothing else is really doesn't really matter that much. If you can opt for a wired connection with Ethernet, I highly recommend being able to do that. If you don't have any Ethernet ports in your house, you can get either a power line adapter or a Mocha adapter, which will allow you to use your phone line as an Ethernet cord. Um, Other than that, it's pretty simple. Besides that, we don't really have super high. Wow, look at that. We got filled immediately into a long
Target
position right
filled.
after that red drop there. That was super interesting. Just got filled into a short position here. I'm glad that we're starting to win some trades back to back. Let's hope we don't jinx that. Um, yeah, unfortunately, after saying that, we ended up losing that trade. Excuse me.
Target filled.
Just got filled into a long position here.
Target filled.
Getting lots of fills today. I like trade volume, but hopefully we can start winning some more. Okay, unfortunately that was a loss, bringing us down to 1,300. We're slowly climbing our way up to a win on the day, but hey, Yasam, are you checking the one-way trip latency or the two-way trip latency? Let me know what kind of readings you're getting, because last time we checked, it was
Target
it was
filled.
below 1 millisecond. Hey, Yasam, neither of um, those two ping groups are not going to give you an um, accurate latency reading. You actually need to ping the market data you're getting. So you can open up a NetTools software window and check on what IP address you're getting your software, your actual market data from, and then ping that. Pinging ninjatrader.com, that's just their web host. Same with cmegroup.com. they have web hosts around the globe. So even if you pinged that over in Japan, you'd get a reading that was far less than what you'd be getting if you were actually just trading it. Yes, Radero, you would. Sierra VPS comes loaded with the same model that I have trained. She got filled into a short position here. We're getting some losses back to back. Hopefully we can change that. Also, guys, just a warning for Thursday with that level 2 Azimuth soft launch. The visuals on the chart are just a little bit buggy. Remember that this is something that's pre-released. We're getting those visuals dialed in, but the actual trade logic of the software is rock solid. So just be prepared for that. It's going to be a little bit. It's not the final release. So me too, Zing host. Today is a super tough day to trade. Usually my performance is quite a bit better.
Target
We're
filled.
barely staying above 1,000, and we've really struggled to get above this level here. Um, Not sure what our win rate is on the day, but it's not too good. I'll tell you that.
Target filled.
We ended up winning that trade though, so we're gonna swap into regression here as we move back into this zone. Hey Ollie, the price point for the pre-release
Target
version is,
filled.
is not going to be a thing as we're not actually selling it until it's complete. So we're not selling it tomorrow. We're just doing a product demo. For the software, I do believe we're going to offer a monthly option. And for existing Polarity users, you guys are going to receive a hefty discount as a thank you for being an early supporter of this.
Target.
And of course, this doesn't mean that we're going to stop trading Polarity or
Target
stop supporting
filled.
Polarity. Polarity is going to be continually a significant part of our brand identity. So Polarity is not going anywhere. We're still going to be developing and supporting that product. This is just something different for, creatively, I think that I've wanted to go this route for a while regarding level 2 data, and I think there's a serious edge here that is extremely easy for us to exploit and for us to provide that. We've offered some pretty cool tools with this new software, and we've heard a lot of feedback on Polarity over the past 2 years, and this is a way for us to really, really redefine um, what Futures Analytica is as a brand. We've taken your guys' criticisms, complaints, and the things that you guys loved about the software, and we've really, really fixed those things that were wrong with it, and we've worked a lot on compounding on the things that you guys did love. So with the software, the ML is going to be significantly streamlined. ML is going to be in the background handling trades. It's going to essentially all you need to do in the morning is you'll load X number of bars of data, and the ML model will automatically see all of those
Target
bars
filled.
and take that into account for your trades. That's all you need to do. There is no training process. Um, there's nothing like that you need to do with this one. Um, as well as that, we've decided to offer comprehensive 7-day, 24-hour support with this new product. You guys would be receiving a completely new support service with that. Um, and yeah, we're very excited about this. You guys will see exactly what the capabilities are of the software
Target
tomorrow.
filled.
There are many different ways to use it, and we've really streamlined that beginner learning curve. So with this new software, we'll be releasing a actual video guide series that comes with the product, which teaches you from day one on how to use it. Starts with one button operation, and then you can continually, as you get better at using the software, you'd be eased into more and more functions of the software. So we've really been working hard on this over the past year and a
Target
half.
filled.
So I'm very excited about what we have to show you guys on Thursday. So make sure you guys don't want to miss that. That's going to be on Thursday at 7:45 a.m. That's located on our channel. We have the live stream scheduled. We're also going to be sending out some emails tonight and tomorrow regarding that. Hey Vishwan, so you said you're a beginner in options future trading. Options on futures contracts are pretty awesome, but this is not a software for options on futures contracts. We're just viewing the actual futures contract as a trading instrument. But that being said, if you want to start futures trading, I'm assuming that you are familiar with futures trading if you're trading the options on them.
Target filled.
Essentially, you'd want to open a NinjaTrader account, start trading on Sim, and then you'd be able to download our software and get started using it on NinjaTrader. And of course, that comes with an instructional guidebook. So you got that covered. Hey Greg, I do not have any of those other charts up, like a daily chart. Now,
Target filled.
I mean, I guess that's not necessarily true. I will check my long-term portfolio daily, and that can give me an idea of what the market's doing. But this does not really have to do with any. There's no real fundamental analysis that I'm doing based on the market. Finally making some progress here. We're climbing just above 3,000.
Target filled.
Hey Jesua, thank you for the question. The number above the bars and down here, that is the delta. So we have a full explanation on what delta is. That's just basically the net buying and selling pressure in that bar. That's only going to be based on aggressive market orders, meaning that that is the net number of people who prioritized speed over the price that they were filled. So instead of using a limit order, they decided to use a market order.
Target filled. Target filled.
Got two fills in a row there up to 3,400. Finally
Target.
getting some momentum. You can see that we're
Target
getting
filled.
back-to-back fills here in the short direction. This time it's a long trade. Let's see if we can win this one.
Target filled.
Ended up winning that one up to
Target filled.
$4,200. Immediately filled into another one up to 4,500. This big down spike here. I really want to continue. You know what? We're going to go for one more trade. We're going to go for five. Um, let's see. If we get filled in the next like 30 to 40 seconds, then that's really what we're going to be doing. Hey, Mickey. Yes, I
Target
do
filled.
use the regular settings that come with the software. That being said, we have machine learning loaded, which also comes with the software, which is continuously optimizing your parameters.
Target filled.
Ended up winning that trade. We're up over $5,000 on the day now. That's our profit target that we usually trade to. Really tough beginning of the day there. We actually were in the negative for quite some time. Were up 600, went all the way down to negative 700. Was starting to freak out there a little bit, but after we passed $1,500 of profit, it was pretty much just smooth sailing from there, especially with this big downtrend here. Um, that was very easy to trade. We got some extremely rapid fills there. But guys, thank you so much for tuning in today. Make sure to tune in on Thursday. We have some really interesting stuff. Of course, we're going to be doing a live Q&A during that process. So this is something I'm extremely excited for. Thank you guys so much for tuning in today, and I will see you guys on Thursday. Good morning, everybody. Welcome back to the stream. This is Connor from Futures Analytica. Today is a very special day. This is a soft launch demo of our newest product, which we've been working on for quite a while. It is called the L2Azimuth. It is a semi and fully automated scalping strategy designed for trading futures. It takes advantage of level 2 data to automate trade entry, management, and exit. At its core, L2Azimuth is built for retail traders by retail traders. It allows us to leverage our liquidity advantage by identifying and responding to institutional activities like spoofing, layering, and of course, the inherent inefficiencies in market making techniques that are employed daily. We're going to start the day off here with all three of our scanners enabled. Those are going to be the DEX array, trespass, and counter spoof. So we're going to be arming the strategy here. We have the automatic rearm button enabled there, so we don't have to rearm the strategy. Pay attention to this number up here throughout the stream. It will continually get more accurate as we trade throughout the day. This is a work in progress here, so data is generally wiped session by session. So because we just loaded the strategy up, it is not accurate yet. But as we continue to trade, it will continue to gain accuracy. And essentially, this has a forecasting model for predicting the next two ticks based off of market microstructure. We have armed the strategy, and we are now looking for a trade. I want to talk about this down here. So as you guys have noticed before, I have been somewhat critical of level 2 data and its efficacy in trading. However, over the past year, I have been pleasantly surprised at its true utility. However, with that utility, you do need a way to detect bad actors in the market. If you guys are familiar with the term spoofing, it is an illegal activity performed by many institutional traders, and even though it's illegal, it is very hard to detect from a actual regulatory standpoint. So traders still do it, and essentially what they do is they place fake limit orders, and this can create a false sense of demand in the market and move it. However, with retail's high liquidity, you have the ability to hop in and out of trades without having any kind of delay like someone who is trading a larger position size would. This allows us to utilize counter spoofing. What this does is that we detect spoofing heuristically before and as it's happening, and we're able to actually fade that movement or ride that movement to actually profit off of that trader's folly. I found this to be a pretty novel idea, and this is pretty fun. That was the first scanner that we had worked on there. Hopefully we can get into a trade here. Sometimes it can be quite difficult. As you can see, this short probability up here is becoming more and more accurate as we continue to have the strategy loaded on the chart. Pay attention to that number and watch as the market moves in comparison to that number. You can see the short probability was quite high. It was at 0.87, and we moved down quite a bit. This is something that is not integrated automatically into the strategy yet. This is something that is visual at this point, but it will be integrated at some point once we have that data saving. This is a completely new product, guys. This is not part of Polarity. However, of course, users who have bought Polarity before will receive a pretty substantial discount towards this product. Hey D. Bindell, yes, this system can be used in conjunction with AC4 Plus, and it is meant to be. It will actually be utilizing the derived zones that are automatically marked on the chart to actually take trades. You can see here the market is not moving very quickly at this point, so it's unfortunate that that has to happen during our demo, but Hey, Alan Black, this does not rely on training like polarity. You do not need to train any models with this. This happens automatically in the background. You can see, look at our long probability there. It's very certain, and market has been moving up with that probability in mind. There we go. We just got into our first trade here. It is a long position. Our long bias is quite certain there. Let's see if we can end up getting filled on the trade. That happened with our Trespass scanner. You can see that. It was in the buy direction.
Target filled.
That is the first one on the day there, up to $274. That was with the basic scanner. That was on Trespass. So essentially what that does, that's just a simple way for the strategy to calculate the ratio of buys and sells on each side. You can see that our visuals are not completely error-free at this point. You can see that visuals are phasing in and out of there.
Target filled.
We just finished the visuals quite recently, so this is something that we're continuously working on, and of course will be fixed at release. And yes, you do need to subscribe to Level 2 data.
Target filled.
Got filled again there. Also, guys, with this new strategy, we are going to be packaging a .exe file at release, where all the installation will be automatic. Now, if you don't want to use the exe file and you prefer to install it yourself, we completely understand, and we also will offer manual installation. You can see that this is not completely accurate at sometimes. We can get stuck at a 1.0 on both sides, and we're not completely sure why this happens at this point, but that's why it's not integrated into the strategy logic at this point.
Target filled.
It's something that's purely there for debugging purposes here, and we're eventually going to integrate it once we get all the bugs out. Once it resets itself, it should get back down to not being stuck at 1.0 values for reasons where it would obviously be short. Yeah, I can absolutely explain what the system is looking for to trade. So first of all, the Trespass strategy over here, that is actually quite simple. This is something that I actually wouldn't recommend having on all the time.
Target filled.
For more advanced users over here. So, but this is going to get you into the most trades. And with this, once this is integrated over here, the tick forecast, it should be quite accurate. But essentially what it does is it looks for imbalances, or the total imbalance between buying and selling on the limit order book. So what that means is that if there's a ton of potential buyers over here, that means that you're probably going to get put into a long trade. Now, that being said, we do have an additional filter on top of that. The reason why you usually cannot trade that way is because of spoofing. We have integrated a anti-spoofing filter into the Trespass strategy. So that is the extent of what the Trespass strategy is. Now, counter spoofing and DEX array. These are pretty complex to explain on this stream. However, I will be doing a video on that before release or on the day of release, which will explain that. However, it is it's quite a calculation. I will say that. You can see here we're moving down. Obviously, the short probability is quite high.
Target filled.
We got filled there pretty quickly. Look at that. You see on this side, see how there are ones? There are no buyers able to hold up that price. Now, interestingly, we still did not get a trade win there. However, the probability of a trade win during those events where there are no buyers holding up price at those levels are quite high. Also, guys, this is not an update to polarity. This is a completely separate strategy. This does not make polarity obsolete in any way, and it can even be used in conjunction with polarity. But this is something that is completely separate from a algorithmic standpoint. They do not share any trade logic and do not go based off of any of the same signals. And oftentimes you can end up getting contradictory signals if you were to trade it the same way as polarity. You can see we have a long bias here, even though we're in a sell strategy here. Trespass, if we had that integrated, we likely would have been kept out of the strategy or of this one,
Target
but we
filled.
swapped over to short. We will also be integrating different risk strategies here. So if you want to, you can see medium risk over here on the right panel. That is the default option. Now, we don't have any other configurable ways to swap between medium risk to high risk to low risk at this point, but that will be integrated before release, which will allow you to tune it to your trading strategy. Now, what I do also want to talk about is the user friendliness of this strategy. So at current, Trespass, not very user friendly. That scanner, especially without the integration of the two-tick forecast, is not really going to be your friend when you're just beginning to trade this. Your bread and butter is really going to be the DEX array and the counter spoof mode. Now, the thing is with the counter spoof mode is that it's quite difficult for that to trigger into a trade at this point. We have to be fairly certain that there is actually true counter spoofing or true spoofing activity happening before a trade actually occurs. So, and that has to be fairly obvious to us, or else we won't take that trade. Now, you can adjust that if you want to take a high risk, low risk, medium approach. But we want to be fairly certain. It's all about that. It's all about consistency there. Now, really what your most reliable tool is going to be is the DEX array. Now, what this does is that it looks for massive influxes in synthetic iceberg orders. And we are almost completely certain that this is the easiest way to trade. Now, this does not happen very frequently. Oftentimes, you can go up to an hour to an hour and a half without a trade on this DEX array mode because these things don't happen very often. However, it's pretty much just point and shoot. This is the most simple way to use this, and it's fairly bulletproof, is what I'm saying. But I digress. Obviously, with any strategy, you need training. We've heard you guys' feedback on polarity. Obviously, the guidebook system was not something that was optimal. I think most users actually enjoy video content series. So from the ground up, on launch day, we will be including that in our purchase offerings. We will have an actual video course that is comprehensive, it's visual, it's graphic, and it should answer any questions you guys have about it. This is something that, you know, we've been wanting to do for a while, but we just didn't really know how to do it. And with that being said, that's something that I am pretty excited about for you guys. I think that's going to really help a lot of people. Hey, Dante. Yes, this is on a live account. Hey there, Madeline. Thank you for the question. So up here, a two-tick forecast is actually a machine learning model. That being said, right now, it's not a model that's very smart in terms of storing data and learning from it. Currently, it's only going to store data session by session. You'll need to run it on the chart for an hour before you start trading it. But that will not be the case in the future. It will actually store data just from being ran on the strategy, and you won't actually have to do any training. So out of the box, it will work. Hey, Joe. We have a workaround for prop firms who do not allow complete automated trading. We will be having this button. If you want to download the prop firm specific version of that strategy, this will be grayed out, which is the rearm button, which turns it into a semi-automated strategy. We have confirmed that this is actually a way to get around this rule with various prop firms, so you won't have any issues with that workaround. Over here, we're just going to turn back on those two scanners just so that we can start getting filled into trades, because a demonstration of that will not be incredible, at least. I think the term AI trading is not necessarily accurate for this. This does not generate a strategy from the ground up using AI. It's something that is actually that we've had a fundamental analysis on and then
Target
derive the
filled.
strategy from that, and then statistically prove that strategy to be profitable over time. And yes, Apex Trader Funding, if you do not use the rearm feature, is completely legal to use on Apex. Also, we will be including a maximum profit for the day, maximum loss for the day that you can configure yourself.
Filled.
So you won't have to worry about completely blowing up your account on accident or going over your risk settings.
Target filled.
Just got filled there, up to 2,600 now. Hey there, TH984. This is a completely separate strategy again. So it's something that is, from a design schema standpoint, is completely different. That being said, users who did support polarity from the beginning will be getting a substantial discount on this. We will be offering different pricing models. We are hoping to actually allow for a monthly pricing model for people who don't want to post a large amount of cash up front. Just because we're getting rid of the machine ID system, we're going to be doing it automatically. So what this means is that you actually have a product license key, and anytime you switch computers, you can actually go into your account and just move the machine to a different account. You still can't use it on multiple machines at the same time unless you purchase more IDs, but you won't have any issues with machine ID anymore. You won't have to wait for us to manually input them, and it'll be done pretty much completely automatically. And this will allow us to offer monthly plans for this service for people who don't want to post a large amount of capital up front. Absolutely, Aramir. Thank you for that option. Or thank you for letting me know about that. A trailing drawdown configuration would actually be something that I would love to integrate into the strategy. So instead of just a max loss or a max gain for the day, you could set that. So that is something that I don't know if we'll have that on launch, but we will have that within a month of launch. As I've decided, we'd have that. We should have that in our strategy. Hey, Joseph Wong. Yes, there is a micro contract option with this.
Target filled.
Hey, Joinnow. Thank you for the question. So with NinjaTrader, I believe the minimum deposit amount to start trading micro contracts is $500. So you would need a minimum of $500 to start trading this strategy if you were to use your own live money. And you would, of course, need to trade micro contracts. You can see there we got put into a trade and immediately got filled. Hey, Mark, thank you for the question. Launch date is going to be at the beginning of next month or the end of this month. You can see we got our first DEX array trade here. Hopefully it doesn't blow up on us. I really think that we have, and of course that's the one DEX, that's the one trade that we lost. So that's unfortunate, but that DEX array trade did lose there. Hey, Dante. I'm not sure I completely understand your question. So with NinjaTrader, NinjaTrader is going to be the only platform that we offer at launch. But with other brokers like Topstep, I remember Topstep being a prop firm which uses NinjaTrader. So I'm not completely certain I answer your question. I'd love some more clarification on that so I can more accurately answer it. See there, we lost quite a few trades in a row there, so that's unfortunate, but we are still quite up on the day. Hey, Joseph. So you're saying it's $50 for MES, but it's obvious there's no wiggle room. Can you do like 250 or something, depending on the risk? to answer your question, if you're starting with a $500 account and the minimum margin for ES is $50 and you're trading one contract of MES, you have quite a bit of wiggle room. You have around $450 of it.
Target
And
filled.
MES is not super leveraged, so you should be fine with that. Hey, Alan Black. Yeah, I'm using a VPS. We're using a Sierra Link, and which is a actual Chicago-based VPS. We're right next to the exchange,
Target filled.
and it's the VPS offering that we use. So that's linked in the description, I believe.
Target filled.
Hey, Greg, the settings are pretty simple here. Shouldn't need to mess with anything with that, but again, I highly recommend when you begin just starting with the Dex Array mode rather than the Trespass mode. Hey Dana, so with L2Azimuth, we are going to be exposing strategy inputs. So if you create your own strategy, you can actually plug those into L2Azimuth and control when the strategy is armed. You can control when you exit trades and other things. So this will be great for developers who want to do their own things with that. Not sure if you guys have heard of Bloodhound, but it'll be compatible with Bloodhound, which will allow you to actually create trades. Hey, Alto Sonoma. Thank you for the question, which was, have you tried longer than 2 ticks, like 3, 4, or 5 ticks? So I want to elaborate more on what this 2-tick forecast means. Simply, we are predicting what the next 2 price movements of the
Target
market will
filled.
be. So let's say we're at 55.67 and we have a long bias or a long probability that is in our favor. We are expecting the market, the next move, to be up to 55.67.50. So although we could expand on that, it becomes significantly less accurate as we move away from 1 tick, 2 tick. It's a pretty exponential drop off. So that could be something that we could integrate, but what we really think is a good idea is that we will integrate this 2-tick forecast with these other scanners over here. These other scanners have a much higher success rate at predicting movements past 2 ticks. So if we have those in conjunction and we have a weighted algorithm where we are giving credence to more than one deciding factor when going into a trade, if they agree, essentially, that means
filled.
that we're going to be getting a pretty solid system in terms of predicting 4 or 5 ticks. Hey, Aramir. So the documentation for developers is going to exist. Like, we will have all of the API calls and the variables available. You'll see the actual numbers, but we won't have documentation from if you want to do this, then do this. I'm assuming that you guys have developer experience if you're doing that. Hey, Chadley, thank you for the question. Using different ATM strategies with the different scanners would actually be something we'd love to integrate. This is something that is not in this demo, but will be by the time we release the product. Stop loss and profit offsets are not determined dynamically per trade entry at this point. Hey, Joe Duke. Yeah, I am going to be live streaming quite often with this. I'll still be live streaming Polarity again, guys. It's something that I do want to continue to support. But L2Azimuth is, of course, going to be a core part of my trading strategy and something that I will be trading. Now, there are times where L2Azimuth ends up being unreliable and Polarity ends up being more reliable. Now, let's say you traded this strategy during the COVID crash. L2Azimuth would not have done well, to be frank, because the market was a little bit wonky. There was not really much going on with market microstructure, and most of the movement that was going on was emotional, and it was fundamentally correlated. So what would happen was that you'd get huge spreads happen during the COVID crash, and what we have now is that when it detects gigantic spreads, it just won't trade. And on ES, gigantic spreads pretty much almost never happen. It's pretty much a one tick spread at all times. But there are times when polarity would have been better. So I will say that. Hey, Ledbetter, yes, you can get level 2 data through Apex.
Target filled.
Hey, Serenity, there are no long-term commitments. If you were to sign up with the monthly plan, you could cancel at any time. Now, I mean, let's say that you wanted to purchase a lifetime license. You couldn't prorate that into a monthly one. If you were to purchase a lifetime license, then you just have it for life and you wouldn't be able to cancel that.
Target filled.
Hey, Narayan. It depends on what the context is of that New York Open. So let's say it's a Wednesday and nothing insane has happened overnight. Yeah, it'd be reliable during the New York Open. But let's say that there was a major event in the Middle East that affected our American companies. That would be something that you would probably not want to bring this trade to. This is not a fundamental strategy. It's not a news strategy. But I digress. Hey, Serenity, we will be offering trial offers for this strategy. It won't be the complete strategy, but we will have an ability to test drive segments of the strategy for users to try out before they buy. I'm working with members of the community to determine what would be a fair cost for different users. So I don't have any public pricing insights yet. However, we want something that's fair, and I want something that also reflects the large development cost that went into this. So this has been an extremely resource intensive for us. And I think that the reason why I don't want to talk about pricing is that I actually want to talk about and actually walk you guys through what goes into strategy decisions on launch day before we actually announce anything like that, because I think that some people will not really fair in a fair sense. I mean, if we're charging X amount and we haven't provided actually justification for that, then I think that would be kind of ridiculous. So I want to really show you guys what the internals of the strategy are, how it works, what the research was done behind it, who we consulted with, and how much testing went into it before we announce anything like that. Hey, Kevin. So with the minimum balance required to trade one mini contract. Okay. So are you asking from a risk standpoint or from a are you allowed to trade it standpoint? So with NinjaTrader, they have pretty good intraday margins. So one mini contract requires you to maintain an account balance of $500. So this doesn't mean you can trade a mini contract with $500 with no issue. So that's really going to depend on your personal risk appetite. But I would really suggest you be in the mid 4 digits in an account balance before you really start moving up to one contract
Target
of minis. I'm going to swap off Trespass here. Let's see if we can get some Dex Ray and counter spoof trades as we go forward here. Hey, Alto Sonoma. Thank you for the question. Sorry, Alto Sonoma. Your question was, have you tried L2Azimuth on other contracts like Dow and MYM? Yes, we have. It's much more reliable than Polarity, I'll tell you that, because of the limit order book ends up being more reliable than imbalances alone on strategies that are less traded or things that are less traded. NQ is also great. The only thing with NQ you got to be aware of is you get a smaller picture. You don't get the entire 10 levels as being very, very highly correlated. You need to expand your horizon a little bit from a scanning standpoint, and it can bite you if you aren't careful. So NQ is something that I would stay away from as a beginner on the strategy. Hey, IX Chief. Thank you for the question. Why does the strategy show 4 order quantity, but the trades are being taken at 6? Can L2A be used for NQ? Thank you for the question. I'd like to clarify this. So you see here we have L2Azimuth demo ATM selected. So in the strategy settings, we didn't actually select this ATM strategy. We are on the Hyperscalp small account or Hyperscalp. I don't actually know what the name of it is, but all I know is that we're using the wrong strategy. So it's we'll see on the next trade which one we actually have selected. My stop and take profit with it, I believe, is 4. Hey, stock picks. Yes, if you have an indicator that you want to integrate into strategy logic, you will be able to create that with the strategy as those variables are exposed. Hey, Bruce, you actually will need, you won't need, it won't be as resource intensive as Polarity was, just because of the way the ML works now. ML was the most intensive aspect of it. That being said, you can tone down the graphical elements too. So first of all, just zooming out to here is really going to lower the load on your computer, just because we're not displaying those individual chart elements. Second of all, you don't need to display all these lines here, and you don't even need to have the Analytica chart for on your chart if you don't want it to. I like to have it for other reasons. Also, guys, release is going to be on the 31st. Sorry, the end of the month. I can't. I won't actually say the exact date at this point, as I really want to make sure the educational content's dialed in. But it will be at the end of the month. Yes, it does not need to. It does not need AC4. You can just use volumetric bars if you'd like. Hey Yana, yes, you will be able to get a signal from the strategy, but use your own order management. If you have any insights on what kind of order management you'd like to use, shoot me an email and I'll see if we can have that natively integrated at launch. That being said, we will expose those things so you'd be able to code something custom for it. But if this is something that wouldn't be too difficult for us to add, I'd love to have that at launch. So let me know. Hey Narayan. So if you choose to go with Sierra Link, and you're asking if it's going to be pre-installed, yes. So if you own the product and you're on Sierra Link, you can have it pre-installed. All you have to do is just input your license key, and you'll be up and running. That being said, it's a very simple installation. So it's just an executable file, and it'll download on your computer, install it in your NinjaTrader folder, and it'll be done. Hey Garvin, yes, you can use the data from mini contracts to enter trades on micro contracts, just like Polarity. You guys can sign up for the email list in the description. I will also include an email for you guys, for anyone who is a creator on YouTube, to shoot me an email if they'd like to be a partner with us through this. We'd love to work with you. We really want to include a ton of people in this strategy launch, and we think we can do some awesome stuff with it. So if you're interested in, if you are a YouTube creator and you're interested in creating content with this, shoot me a message. Hey Nikos, net profit for today is just above 6,000 with 4 contracts. Hi, Aramir. Thank you for that. I will let you know. Hey, Smosh, thank you for letting me know about that. I'll fix that right after the stream in regards to the email sign-up list. So apparently that's not working, which is fun. Hey, GMKKIS. Thank you for the question about slippage and commission. So what we will integrate is an actual way to filter out areas where slippage is going to be high. So slippage on ES, we're going to be limiting that to 1 tick of slippage. You, of course, will be able to use limit orders as well for that. Now with commissions, I don't have anything to say about that other than your alpha needs to be higher than the commissions you're trading anyway. So a high number of trades is really only an issue if the alpha from that high number of trades is not high enough. Hey, Danilek. So when I said Bloodhound, I didn't mean it would just be able to be used by Bloodhound. This means that anything that can read a strategy's input variables will be able to automate the strategy with other inputs. So you will be able to use that with, what did you say here? Markers plus. Yeah, you'd be able to use it on that. And yes, guys, this does trade NQ as well. Hey, Raj, this is a separate offering to Polarity. I hope you guys have been paying attention to these numbers up here. They've been quite accurate at predicting movements. You can see right now, obviously, it's not very certain about anything as we just had a large downtrend and now we're getting sort of an uptick. We have a short long bias here. We have a small long bias there, but nothing conclusive at this point. Now it's predicting sort of a downtrend here. Let's see if that ends up happening. You can see, look at that. So we had that happen. We had a 75% short bias there, and we moved down like 6 ticks. We got filled into a short position, and it moved down a little further, and now we have pretty much a 100%. I probably should not have it not say 100% because that's not really what that's saying, but it had a very long, a very heavy short bias there, and it predicted that correctly.
Target filled.
Guys, thank you so much for tuning in today. I think this is going to include the product demo for today. I am super excited to show more of this product as we continue closer to launch and update you guys on exactly how the strategy works, give you more of a technical insight. I know a lot of followers of this channel are here because they actually are interested in how institutional trading works, and this is something that I want to return to. So there will be a lot more content focused on that creative and technical side of this industry, and it's something that I have been pretty passionate about for a long time. So guys, thank you again for tuning in today. Go sign up on that email list if you guys are interested in news as we upcome on the strategy. But thank you guys so much. Good morning, everybody. Welcome back to the stream. This is Connor from Futures Analytica, giving you guys another sneak peek on L2Azimuth. Today, we're going to be using it on NQ futures. I do have to warn you guys, NQ futures are a bit harder to trade than ES with this software, but I think it does pretty well. Primarily, this is just due to the lower liquidity that NQ has, and you'll see here later, I'll show you some demonstrations on what happens with this depth of market. You'll be able to see large price movements happen after gaps in the DOM appear, and this can be deceiving as these are not easy those price movements are not easy to capitalize on. But let's just hop right into it here. We're going to be engaging the strategy. We have auto re-engage enabled, meaning we don't have to re-engage after every trade. Now, if you're trading on a prop firm, I don't recommend you have that enabled, as that makes it technically considered a fully automatic strategy in the eyes of a prop firm. And it's extremely possible that you can get dinged for this. So don't have this enabled if you're trading on a prop firm. All you have to do, though, is if you're on a prop firm and you don't have that enabled, is just re-engage the strategy after each trade. The time currently is 8 o'clock and 26 seconds. So you can see there that this is indeed a live broadcast with no delay. We just got filled into there we go. Ended up getting filled on that one. Ended up winning that one up to $343. Our first trade of the day. We won there. I believe that was hold on, let's pull up our executions feed here. Hopefully, I think you guys can see that now. See here, we have our account name visible with the timestamp and the price that we got filled at. We have market orders engaged for our take profit and that automatic stop chase. This is just due to the lower amount of liquidity that NQ has. Now, we will lose some money on slippage on trades that we win, but we think that it will still be overall profitable. Wow, Arjan, that is some big news. You said an hour ago, European Inspection Services raided the company behind the German stock exchange. They've suspected they're involved in a cartel. Wow, that is pretty big. So I don't even know how to react to that. It's quite sad, honestly. But I'm glad that they're being taken to justice. Hey, Cindy, at the moment, we have an accelerated time scale in terms of how the models automatically train on startup. We just suggest letting the strategy run for 5 minutes by itself. We've really ironed that out. You can see here that it's showing a much more accurate value in terms of short-term predictions up there. It's much closer to 50% instead of a bias. So this is an actual, pretty much a real probability of the movement in that direction based off of both past and current market factors. Hey there, Aramir. This footprint chart is just the basic footprint chart that we're using on ES it's just the Analytica chart 4 Plus. It's not an updated chart. It's the same one that we're using already. NCH asked, can this system be used to trade 5 days a week? And have you ever had a losing day or week with the system? Have I had a losing day? Yes, absolutely. Have I had a losing week? Not yet. And to answer your question, yes, you can trade it for 5 days out of the week. This is designed to be traded every day if you'd like to. And you said the sign up page does not work. The sign up page does actually work. It just spits out an error if you're already signed up. So. MLR Loans said, hey, Connor, is the strategy able to be back tested? Yeah, absolutely. 100%. Hey, London, thank you for the question. And I appreciate the compliment in terms of professionalism and how you're saying that I'm polite. I appreciate that. Your question also was, if this system makes money, then why sell it? Well, to answer that question, Futures Analytica essentially subsidizes all of its research and development costs through selling strategies. I mean, we have developed 8 strategies in the past 2.5 years, and 6 of those strategies did not pan out to be profitable at all. Overall, we spent about $1 million in development and consulting funds on that. So Futures Analytica is not very profitable as a company. But what that does mean is that we get a R&D tax credit on all of the R&D that we've done on it. And in California, that is a very large percent of it. And so that's actually around 35% of the funds that we spend on R&D we get back in as a tax credit. So this allows us to pretty much experiment with whatever strategies that we want for free. Now, what happens is that when we have a strategy that actually works and has a certifiable edge that's been verified and we've done comprehensive modeling on it, that says that I start using it and I start trading that live, and then I start live streaming it. And you know, what ends up happening then is that we start selling it. Now, the thing is that these edges, we make sure that they are based on edges that will not really erode if more people use them. Specifically, this counter spoof one here. The other ones are they have pretty good segmentation to where it's not really going to affect the market that much. It looks for liquidity. Liquidity ends up having to be pretty strong for these trades to get triggered. And also, most people are using these on prop firms, and we all know that the deal with prop firms and how it's they don't actually affect the market. But that'll be for a different time. Anyway. Counter spoof right here, this actually thrives when there are more users using it. That's the beauty of it, is that what ends up happening is that if you have enough users having counter spoof enabled and there is spoofing detected by all machines, those fake orders that are being placed by spoofers, which by the way, spoofing is illegal, do not do it. It's basically like vigilante justice here. Those orders, you can see right there, that was a spoofing order. You can see that there was someone who had placed 17 orders over here, and when price started to approach it, they disappeared and they all got moved up. That's an example of spoofing. And what can happen is that if enough people try and counter that, it'll reach critical mass, and you'll actually end up filling those players. And those players will get filled on orders they don't want to be in. Now, because this is against their strategy, and this can happen, they already natively will get filled sometimes, and they always close them out immediately. So when they close out their trades, that is what pushes you into profit. So there are two mechanisms in which counterspoof works on, and I will explain the comprehensive modeling on how those work on release date. There will be a very long video about that, and exactly why it works, even if there aren't other users using it. But that is something that I thought was really cool, is that how, if you reach critical mass, the win rate goes up significantly. Sorry, that was kind of a ramble, but I hope some of you found that interesting. But I hope that answers your question, Lyndon. Takoa said, can you tell us the stop and target in your ATM? Yeah, absolutely. So my stop loss is 20. My profit target is 20 as well. And of course, ATM strategies will be packaged on release. It will just be a simple executable file that you run, and it'll install everything for you. It won't get rid of any of your files, of course, unless you already have an installation of the software on there. It'll just replace it, because any updates we make to the software will be through an exe file as well, and it will just push that into the same place that it was pushed, that your original installation was, and it'll override it. Will L2Azimuth cost money? Yes, it absolutely will. But you guys will be getting a substantial discount if you already own Polarity by the time that we release the software. So the way that I've decided to do it is that everyone who bought Polarity is going to receive either the price they paid for Polarity or more in terms of a credit on the purchase of a lifetime license of L2Azimuth. Now, you wouldn't be getting a discount on a monthly subscription. So the monthly, you have to pay the full thing. But if you want to go with lifetime, you would get a substantial discount. Hey there, Alpha Trading. Those emails will be sent out likely October 1st, which is the release date. That's currently what we're slated for. We are doing a lot of final testing to make sure that this is ready for customer-facing release. As we all know, that if the product is being used by who knows how many people, every single possible issue that can happen will happen. So we're trying to find any issues that we missed. We're in that final stage. We haven't found any. In the past week, we've been doing really, really strong testing, and we have not found any issues with it. So so far we're good to go. But it's something that is very important to us. As you know, if you're trading with a software, you want it to be reliable. I mean, you're talking about money here, so it's not something we take lightly. I want you guys to know that. So what we're going to end up doing for the monthly subscription is that with the monthly, we don't want to make the monthly an oppressive amount to where people are like, okay, that's a ridiculous amount of money for me to be committing monthly. But what we're going to do is that we're going to have a one-time fee, which initiates you into it, and then a lower monthly fee. So the reason why we decided to do that is that with this strategy, we're trying to decide of whether or not we wanted to segment in a course and sell that separately, but we really didn't want to do that. We wanted to make sure everyone had the same education regardless of purchase level. So, and with a monthly, it ends up being quite difficult to protect your intellectual property if you're not having some kind of initial fee to do that. Because, if you pay for 1 month, now have pretty much all of the information that we've learned from the strategy, and we just didn't find that very fair. So we think that's the best way to do it. Hey, Narayan, in our testing, playback speed does matter. You cannot run this at 100x and expect to get accurate fills. Hey there, Greg. It'll be fine to install the new system on the same NinjaTrader that Polarity is on. You don't need a fresh NinjaTrader instance. Hey there, NCH. I would recommend trading this on Sierra Link if you can. Hey there, Hanuma. Your question was, is one ES contract for each $10,000 in your account a good money management strategy based on your experience? I'd say $10,000 is very conservative, and I'd say that if you can swing that, I would recommend you do it. The less money that you use initially, the more comfortable you're going to be with trading, and I think that you're actually going to end up doing better. You can see here we're not getting a ton of fills. NQ is quite finicky with this strategy. You can see over here a lot of these levels are near the same. So, I mean, it doesn't do spectacularly in terms of number of trades, but the win rate is still pretty high. But you can see all of this, there's not very much differentiation between like a level at this level or down there. Now you can see here, what I want to point out, you look at that huge gap. So you just saw this giant gap of ones there. So that's huge. You can see that anytime there's that huge gap, you're gonna see price like shoot up. I mean, there it didn't happen, but I mean it's very common for that to occur. Now, the issue with that is that you can't just buy in if there's a bunch of ones up here because there's no liquidity. So it's now there can be if you have it done correctly, but we're still working on that feature. So that's something that we have integrated passively into the micro probability score up here, but we're going to be releasing a way for that to be actively looked for in a future scanner. It's not integrated yet, but that will be something that will be in a future L2Azimuth update. And there's some pretty interesting math behind that too. So hey there, Matoka Investing asked, how does the software user integrate level 2 data into order execution? So it's a bit of a tough question because it uses only level 2 data for order execution. Over here, all of these scanners, they go off of this data and changes in that data up to real time. So so Trespass is our most basic. This is a very basic scanner. So and it's also the most risky, but if you're going to get filled into the most trades. What this does is it looks for huge imbalances on either side of the limit order book, and then it will trade based off of those. Dexarray and counterspoof, a bit more complex. Counterspoof, the name is a bit self-explanatory, but to go into it is that it looks for illegal spoofing behavior from other players, and it tries to make money by identifying those. So, of course, again, we will go into depth on exactly how these scanners work in a comprehensive video. These videos take time, and I want to make sure that they're accurate. So that will be out, but we're just showing a demonstration of how it's used right now. And then Dexarray, different edge, same case in terms of complex math goes behind it. All statistics regarding drawdown and historical performance will be released as we get closer to launch. Hey there, Jacob Green. Thank you for the question, which was you're interested in L2Azimuth, and you're asking if there will be a clear list of prerequisites you can follow to get set up. Additionally, when can I learn more information about how the edge the strategy claims to offer works? Absolutely. So to answer your first question about about there being instructions, yeah, absolutely. We're really fleshing out the education on this. We're going to teach you, if you've never used NinjaTrader or traded futures before, we're going to teach you all about that. We're going to get you up to speed on exactly what you need, the cheapest ways to get started. That's included in the actual education material. Um, yeah, so we're gonna take care of you with that. And then of course the installation will be quite easy, and then you'll learn everything about how the strategy works, how to use it, easiest ways to use it, and troubleshooting and things like that. So there's going to be a substantial amount of content included in that education. Hey Greg, I did end up answering that question earlier, but I'll say it again. You do not need to reinstall NinjaTrader to use the strategy. You can use it on the same instance as Polarity. Hey Barry, your question was, does it have to run on Analytica chart? No, it does not. You do not need to have the Analytica chart plus loaded, but we are going to be integrated in the future using these derived zones. The derived zones will actually do something. You don't need to have it loaded though. Oh, there we go. We just got filled into a trade here. It was a short position. Let's see if we can end up getting filled on it. We reached our automatic stop chase. We almost got filled there. It would be sad if we did not end up winning this, but let's see. We have a short bias. You can see up here the micro probability chart shows us a 54% short bias. Now it's down to 52.
Filled.
We ended up winning that trade. Awesome. So I'm glad we can trust that. Hey there, Hanuma. Your question was, is it possible to run L2Azimuth on two different accounts from the same NinjaTrader instance? Yes, it is. We have specifically tested this, and it is absolutely possible. Hey there, MLR, or Matt. Hey there, Matt. As I said before, I know that I answered this question after you asked this question, but the Analytica chart is not required, but it will be included with the lifetime license for free. We ended up not getting filled there. Also, you do not need Sierra Link, but of course, using any kind of VPS that gives you an execution edge is going to help your performance. That doesn't have to be Sierra Link. That can be any VPS that gives you that low millisecond performance and sub-millisecond if you're using the Sierra plan. Hey there, Thomas. Thank you for being a longtime supporter. If you end up going with the lifetime license, you can or you will be receiving a credit from the amount you paid onto L2Azimuth if you end up getting the high tier bundle. Now, it might not be the exact dollar amount depending on how much you spent. It might be more, it might be less, and just depending on what package you get. If you get a lower package, it might not be as much in terms of dollars, but yeah. And your second question was, from your experience, does L2Azimuth work better on ES or NQ? I'd say it works better on ES for sure. NQ you get filled into less trades, not due to the lower volatility, but just due to the fact that there's level 2 data. It's much more balanced. And there's less spoofing activity on here. Hey Greg, your question was, did you start trading the size you do with your real live account, or did you use prop firms to build up cash for your live account? And do I still use a combination of prop and real live of your own money to even now? So I like this question. Initially, I was funded with Earn to Trade. That's how I built my first, um, nest egg to start trading with. I stopped trading with prop firms. I just don't like the rules. It's they end up being restrictive. If you miss X amount of time, you can lose your account, or if you do this or that over position size you hold for 10 minutes too long, you can lose your account. And I didn't like that. I just don't think it's worth the headache. Now, if you're okay with having that headache, I actually think it's great for a way to leverage your liquidity. But yeah, I personally don't. Hey there, Mad Pursuits. Yes, it does work for trades other than micro scalping. So your question was is that some prop firms are thinking about banning trades less than 15 seconds. So what we've done to actually counteract this is that it will actively be looking at, so you can see here, you can see risk is set to high. Now we will have two other risk settings, low and medium. So on those prop firms, if those prop firms ban trades that are less than X number of take profit and X number of stop loss, what's going to happen is that you're going to get continuous adaptation and position sizing based off of current market data. So let's say you have a minimum trade duration of 15 seconds. You could set that, and then it would continuously adapt and keep you in that trade based off of data. Now, if it's going to have a hard stop loss that's going to be set, and if you go below that, I mean, not sure what to say there. Now, I will say, if you are trading on a prop firm that is going to ban you for being in a trade less than 15 seconds, I think that's a ridiculous idea. And can you imagine if you get filled into a trade and new data comes out that that states that you need to leave this trade, like price is going down, and you can't leave it for 15 seconds? You're stuck in that. That's ridiculous. I mean, I can't believe that's a thing. I mean, it's rubbish. I don't believe Apex does that. But I mean, I would stay away from any prop firm that does that. I mean, that's just silly. Now, I will say on you said something about a minimum size of 2 points. Um, so on NQ with a 20 tick with a 20 tick take profit and 20 tick stop loss, it's a 5 point strategy. So I don't think you'll have any issues there. Now in ES, that might be an issue, but even then you can use like a 10 tick take profit stop loss and you'll do fine. And this strategy with the DEX array, you'll be able to configure different ATM strategies for different scanners. DEX array works really well with runners. So you'll be able to just configure that easily with the different risk settings, or you can do it manually on risk set to high and setting runners available for DEX array. But yeah, those are just some tips that'll all be available in that course. Hey, Mark Ellis. So the webpage for signing up for email notifications does in fact work, but it doesn't work if you already are signed up. So if you received a live stream notification yesterday, that means that you are signed up. Now, if you're not, then maybe that means you unsubscribed, and at some point, and maybe this form doesn't actually resubscribe you, and that's something I'll have to look into. But if you want to check if the form's working, you can use a different email and it will go through. Now, if that's not the case, then I have a problem. So I will look into that after the stream and make sure that's set up. I mean, hey there, Michael. Thank you for the question. You said it's a polarity question. You said you purchased the software and you're wondering if you can still transfer your license to Sierra. So I have good news for you, Michael. So if you already own Polarity and you're using it on your own personal device and you end up purchasing a Sierra instance, you end up getting a machine ID for Sierra for free. So you can still use it on your personal computer, but you can also use it on Sierra. So you don't have to worry about any of that. Hey, Chris. Yeah, that's absolutely what I'm doing. I have been compiling a list of instruments with the most spoofing and whatnot. John, that is funny. Hey, Robbie, you are looking at a four quantity position size right now. So we're using four contracts on NQ. You can see here we aren't getting filled into very many trades though. Now we are still dialing in on settings, but even with these settings, we're getting filled a lot. So I don't think there should be any issues. Hey, Mark, your question was, are the parameters for the four trade types fixed or are they optimizable? So, from the box, they come as is, and you shouldn't touch them if you just want to use the strategy the way I do. Just, just don't touch them. But if you do want to touch them, we have allowed that. You can adjust the parameters that go into that. We have also, and with that being said, the reason why we did that is because we wanted to give access to for traders to come up with new strategies. So if we have given API access to these scanners, so these scanners can be turned on and off by other strategies, and they can also output their signals instead of trading. So you can use this as an input signal. So let's say Dexray finds a trade. Now that sends it to your other strategy, and then you can use that in consideration, and then take trades based off of that. So we wanted to have more flexibility, but also if you don't want to be a developer and you just want to trade, you don't have to. You can just you can just trade. You don't need to mess around with the settings. Hey there, Gene. Thanks for the question. Your question was you elaborated on different packages, and you'd like me to explain that. Absolutely. So, the base package with like the most basic one, where you're spending the least amount of money, that comes with Trespass, counter spoof, and everything up here. Um, Now rearm ML, that's going to be removed. We don't have ML based. You don't have to do anything ML. ML is all in the background. Now then the second package up that adds DexArray. That is the easiest scanner to use. That is the one that is very brain dead. You don't have to do pretty much anything. That's like really what I recommend to most beginners. But there aren't a lot of trades. That's the fall off on that. Um, Gamma Survey will be integrated as a that'll be passive. This button's going to disappear. That's just going to be on pretty much all the time, as we saw. No reason to turn that off. Now up here, this is the third package, and that'll include the micro probability. And you'll be able to filter your trades based off of micro probability, and that'll also allow you to adjust your risk. So that'll be the third package. Now, to get that full discount on the price you paid for Polarity, you would need to get that full package, but you will still receive a discount even if you get the first package. The monthly, however, the monthly will just be one. Uh, Actually, that's not the case. I'll need to more accurately describe that as we get closer to release, because you'll be able to remove certain things for the monthly if you don't want to pay for them. But it'll be a different structure than that. So there, Aramir, thank you for the question. So with Dex, we've seen 8 to 10 trades per instrument per day if you run it all day. That's going to be the average. Now, I've seen as low as 4 on a day where there was very little volatility, but it can also be as high as 20. Hey there, Mark. Thank you for the question. Level 2 Azimuth is not a beta release. It is a completed product. Because we are charging for this product, I am not comfortable releasing it as a beta. Um, has to be a full, has to be completely ironed out, totally set up. Um, no excuses there. So, would have been nice if we got filled into something there, but we didn't. Hey, Mark. There won't be a trial period just due to the fact of the value that we are providing is so high that it just seems foolish to offer it. Um, there will be comprehensive education, and that education is going to be needed to use the strategy. So I just don't feel comfortable releasing informationals like that took so long to do for free. Um, Hey there, Amato. Yeah, absolutely. There's going to be comprehensive. Here we go. We just got
Target
filled into a long
filled.
trade. We ended up winning that trade there. We will have trade data in terms of like both my performance and historical performance and back testing and forward testing. That'll all be available on release. You'll be able to see it. You'll be able to look at it. You'll be able to verify it. Um, and that'll all be available at release. But I'm still working on the website, and that's something that we are integrating. But I just want to let you guys know about that. Hey there, Amir. I'd love to do that. Thank you for the ask. Hey there, NFECH. Thank you for the question. The evacuate trade option that just closes your trade early. If you are in a trade and you want to escape it quickly, you'll use that button. You can't use the close button up here as the close button that will actually disable the strategy. We're not sure why NinjaTrader does that, but if you click close, it disables everything that you have loaded. So you have to use the evacuate trade button. Question was, will it be more expensive than Polarity? Yes, it will. It's a much more advanced software than Polarity. A lot more development money went into this and a lot more validation, and it's just overall just a significantly more sophisticated software. It's not even close. I don't even think that the amount of like just the algorithm part of the code itself, because I don't count anything else that's auxiliary like UI and whatnot. Just the decision making portion of the strategy has 8 times more lines of code than Polarity does with ML even. So it's a complex strategy, and we will explain exactly what the value is that you're getting out of it. And I think that a lot of you are going to think I think it's a good deal. All of our consultants that we hired for this project tell us that we should be selling it for way more. We should be making a much more premium product in terms of cost. But I just don't. I don't know. It's the goal from this isn't really to turn like a massive profit. It's just to get the development funds back and keep pouring that into more strategies for us to use concurrently. And that means, guys, this isn't the end of the road for Polarity here. I'm still going to be making money off of Polarity by trading it, and there's still going to be updates to that. Now I can't promise when those updates are going to come, as L2Azimuth is at the forefront right now. But yeah, guys, I don't make these edges just to throw them away. I'm going to keep trading them. Hey there, as far as something we've thought of before, the response of the market with this new launch, it's fully automated advanced. I'm not sure if you are asking the question of the market as being big players or the trading indicators market. What I do think is going to happen with other people who sell indicators is that they're going to copy a lot of the features that we have. I mean, when Polarity released, we saw a huge surge in people now adding arm long and arm short buttons to their strategies. That's just something that basic happened. And I think that we are an innovator in the space, and we will see other people try and copy us. But With polarity, even I didn't see anything that was even near as effective as us. I think that there was one other company who had something pretty similar, um, but yeah, it wasn't necessarily the exact same. But from the market, I think that depends. It's something that we're prepared to pivot for. We have contingencies in terms of edges that we will release on to counter it. So if you're familiar with the balance between bacteriophages and bacteria and viruses, whatnot. So there's a balance. So this has nothing to do with trading, by the way. This is an analogy that I'm making to how immunology works. So as antibiotics become less and less effective, they become more vulnerable to bacteriophages. And as they become more resistant to bacteriophages, they become much less resistant to antibiotics. And now that's the same principles that we've applied to this strategy. So we have features here that, as we continue to offer support, where if we see edges are becoming less effective because people are trying to counter the strategy as it's public, first of all, I don't even think we're ever going to get big enough to where that's going to happen. But if that does happen, we have contingencies in place to take advantage of inefficiencies opened by people trying to counter it. So it's not something we haven't thought of. We've thought of many different backup plans here, and we're prepared. Hey, Aramir, so your question was have a multi-pay option. What I think that I'll end up doing is that you can end up saving up for a lifetime license in terms of your monthly. So if you have a monthly subscription and you want to and you don't want to put all the money up front, you can just pay for the monthly, and now you'll pay, let's say, like you'll pay double the lifetime over the course of your subscription, and then you'll get lifetime forever. So you don't have to pay the subscription anymore. But I think our multi-pay option or our monthly option is going to be pretty affordable. I don't see it as being an issue at all for anyone, especially for a tool this good. The thing is that people will ask about discounts and whatnot, and some people won't want to pay the price that we're offering it for. But I just think the value of this tool speaks for itself. It's just, I'm sorry, it's just too good of a tool to give away for a lower price. We already are at an extremely competitive price point, and we won't make our money back for a long time, I think. But that's just where we are. We've put so much work into this, but you'll see that on the first. Hey there, LensGraph. Your question was, I heard that Apex will not pay out on accounts that are run by bots. Can I comment on this? Absolutely. So if you go on Apex's website and you look at their partners, they are partnered with like 5 automated trading software developers. So first of all, that's the first justifying reason. Second of all, I have confirmed that it is not considered to be fully automated if you turn off the auto re-engage button over here. So when you turn that off, the strategy becomes technically semi-automated. Now, what this does is that every time you get filled into a trade, you have to engage the strategy again. You'll just click that once you go into a trade. It's just like polarity. Now, that means is that it's no longer fully automated. They can't ding you for that. It just becomes essentially like an ATM strategy. They're not going to ban ATM strategies anytime soon. That's automatic order management. So, an ATM strategy is pretty much it's a type of algorithm that manages your trades. So, let's re-engage here. We ended up getting filled on that. We're up over $1,000 today. I believe we've only gotten into Trespass trades today. I'm not sure on that though. Hey Smosh, your question was, does alpha diminish as more people have this strategy? I answered this question a bit earlier today, but I'm going to assume that you weren't here for it. Now with DexArray and Trespass, it's very resilient to those two things just because of the nature of how trades get filled and how it looks for liquidity. But that factor can exist if it just becomes overwhelming. If there's a ridiculous amount of people using it, yeah, absolutely. That can happen with those two strategies. Now with counter spoof, it's pretty funny. It's a bit counterintuitive. So The way it works is that if there's a spoofer who has a bunch of fake orders, if there's enough people using the strategy, those orders will get filled. Now, when that happens, that's not supposed to happen. The spoofers hate it when that happens, and they'll close the trade automatically with a market order. And that will pretty much move you up to your profit target almost immediately, as that is more money than they are willing to risk on a single trade. Hey, Jay Himane, thank you for the question, which says the new strategy seems to take less trades than polarity. Is that so, or is today just a slow day? Today's pretty slow. It's also on NQ, which, as I stated before, has less divergence between the buy and sell markers up here. So with polarity, doesn't matter if there's if it's symmetrical. Now ES, much less symmetrical, and you're going to get a lot more trades, and there's more liquidity. So there's more available trades, and because the strategy also looks for liquidity, it doesn't just fill you in blindly based on price if there's a gigantic spread, and if there's no liquidity at the ask. So, yeah, NQ definitely slower than ES, but still a good amount of trades. Also less than polarity on NQ, still a good amount of trades. ES maybe more than polarity. I think there are times where it'll be more than polarity, but polarity was a very rapid fire strategy. This one's a bit more precise. Hey Raj, your question was if you're so confident with this bot, what's the reason to give to public? See, I have answered this question earlier in the stream. I'm starting to get a lot of duplicate questions, and some people might be thinking I'm skipping over your question, but I've taken a long time to answer. I literally just answered that question, I believe. But yeah, we subsidize our development cost with sales. A lot of our strategies never even pan out. This one did, so which is why we're selling it. But yeah, I mean, I know you didn't do anything wrong by asking that question, but I just want to let you guys know that I'm not skipping your questions. If it's a duplicate, I may skip it. But if you rewatch the stream, I did answer that exact question. And I will go over that again in the launch video. Hey there, Delicato. You will get my exact configuration on release. As far said, if this is run on a VPS, would the latency be adequate to be successful? I'm not sure if you typed that correctly, but yeah, with a VPS, that's going to be the best latency you can get. So I'm going to assume you mean if you're not using a VPS. If you're not using a VPS, it depends on where you live. If you're getting 500 milliseconds of ping, I hate to break it to you, but you're probably not going to do very well without a VPS. Or you're just going to want to trade a more local market. If you're in India and you're getting really high latency to the US exchange, you might just want to trade Indian futures. I don't know the specifics of those contracts, but they should work if they're based on the same principles. And I think that India has a less regulated stock exchange, and I think there's more spoofing activity there. So I think the counter spoof scanner will work very well on Indian markets. But hey Peru, thank you for the question. Yes, you only need CME depth of market level 2 data to trade ES and NQ. Hey Ish, thank you for the question, which said you mentioned previously that there will be a variant for Quantower. Is there an ETA on this? We looked at I don't believe I said that there will be one. I said that we would look into it. We'd see, and I don't think we're going to. The thing is that Quantower does not offer a pretty comprehensive sandbox for developers. We're a lot more limited in what we can do, and there are some functions that just should be available but aren't on Quantower, and two of our scanners would get eliminated immediately on Quantower if we wanted to implement them. So I don't see that as being a viable option that we can have on Quantower for the time being. I think if they update their platform and they offer a couple more functions that we need, also it's not on C#. I believe it's on a different programming language, which makes it a little bit more complex. Either E. Morales, yes, bonds can be traded, and they do very well. Now, your question is, what are the results? I'm sure you want an actual number amount. Now the thing is that these require charts. These require context of results. And I'm not going to spitball and say a number that might be like a percent or two off because I'm not going to quote that. At release, all of the actual hard numbers are going to be out there. So you have that. So just wait like 7 days, and you will get the results on that.
Target filled.
Just got filled on that up to 15.22. You can see that was a terrible trade. Because it was a market order, I think we only made like $122 off that trade. So we got filled really, really low. Um, so yeah, we got like 1.5 points on that trade. Hey Chris, yes, I would consider a 14 milliseconds of latent to be absolutely acceptable. Anything under 50 milliseconds, you're going to be fine. You don't need a VPS. Now, VPS is always going to help, but unless you live right next to the exchange. I mean, but the thing is that it doesn't matter that much, especially with the number you gave. Hey Aramir, I'd love to talk more about that, about your launch webinar. Um, I haven't heard anything about that before, but we can definitely talk about that. Hey there, Smosh. Your question was, would there be offerings down the road for B2B selling discretionary tools for firms? We already do that, actually. If you're interested, if you are a asset management firm and you're interested in some custom tools, let us know. We have a pretty diverse portfolio of stuff that might not necessarily be useful for constant trading. We actually have a lot of um, I have some pretty robust tools for my long-term portfolio. Now the gains that we make on the long-term portfolio aren't actually like that high. They're just stable. I mean, we're hovering around like a 2.0 Sharpe ratio with like let's say 12% yearly gains. Now it's actually underperforming SPY this year, but Sharpe ratio has maintained is very high. Our portfolio volatility is low. So our long-term strategies are pretty robust, but I mean, we don't have any of that stuff publicly available at the moment. But if you are a firm and you're looking for custom tools, let us know. Yeah, as far if you use a VPS provided by Oanda, yeah, latency should be definitely good enough. Um, the types of instruments that can be traded include gold, oil, and indices. Now with forex, you can trade it. Now, I don't really know how level 2 data works on forex, but I don't necessarily think that there's going to be extreme I don't think it's going to be like that high efficacy. Now, materials like oil and gold do work very well. And this is due to the fact that there are firms out there who still actively spoof those metals. I mean, JP Morgan got a slap on the wrist a few years ago for spoofing the metals market, and I'm pretty sure they still do it. But that's just an opinion. That's just an opinion. It's not a fact. I know nothing about them continually doing that, but they did get slapped on the wrist for that. Um, Hello, ISHK. Your question was, can we trade crypto at this? Provided that you have level 2 data for crypto on NinjaTrader, yeah, you can. SH Harris says, is there any way to catch the mini trends? Yeah, with a different risk setting or what we'll ship out with in terms of ATM strategies. DexArray will catch longer trends like or mini trends like that. It'll have runners, so it'll keep you in trades for a lot longer than you think. Hey there, S. London. Your question was, can you trade stocks with it? Provided that you have a brokerage on NinjaTrader that has stocks available and you have level 2 data for stocks, yeah, you absolutely can. Hey, Nikos, your question was, which strategy is the best in your opinion? And you're asking if it was DexArray. DexArray is the most successful with the least amount of user input. DexArray is very point and shoot. So if you go from that standpoint, DexArray is the best. Now, the total alpha on DexArray is lower than both Trespass and Counterspoof. So it's really a question of total alpha versus the classic question of, is total alpha worth giving up for lower portfolio volatility? So, I mean, that DexArray has the lowest portfolio volatility. ISHK asked, do we get a discount on L2Azimuth for having polarity ATI already? Yes, you do, and it'll be substantial. Now, that'll be on only the lifetime plan. You'll get a discount, but yes, you'll get a discount. Hey, John, all through strategies need level 2 data. That's actually a good question, Digital Agency. Do charting timeframes matter with this, or does it not, given it's only volume illustrated? They actually do matter. That's the thing, is that having this price up here, it does take into consideration something like this. You can see these purple lines, which we'll get into later. They do matter. So charting time frame will have, it'll change your trades. Bond, thank you for the question, which was, can the free version of NinjaTrader 8 be used delivered by Apex? Yeah.
Target
So
filled.
your question was, can the free version of NinjaTrader, which is the one that Apex gives you for free, be used with the strategy? Yes, absolutely it can. It can be used with the free version of NinjaTrader. Now, the stipulation is that if you're using Apex, you'll need to pay an extra $10 a month through your user portal to get access to level 2 data.
Target filled.
Look there, we just got filled into 2 trades. We ended up winning them both. We're up to $2,100 on the day now. Hey there, Smithco. Your question was, are you still using CQG? And if so, what is the cost for level 2 data? Yeah, so I'm using NinjaTrader's provided data, which is done through CQG. So I'm paying $14 a month total for level 2 data. Hey there, John. Yes, the upper right info table can be moved. We have configurable options on where, look there, we ended up losing that trade back down to 1922. But yes, you can move around this bar up here. What is the biggest losing day I've
Target
seen?
filled.
One day we lost 20 trades and we won
Target
9.
filled.
So that was probably our worst day. But yeah, the week overall was green. We have not had a red week. We have not observed a red week in any of our testing. So, but yeah, losing days happen. They happen with polarity. They happen here, and yeah. Delicato says, if I'm on Topstep, do I have to disconnect the plugin for market data? No, you don't. Hey, Takoa, Your question was, can we do the monthly subscription for a couple months, then buy the lifetime license and still get the discount for being a Polarity owner? Interesting question. I'll have to think about how that will work. That might be complex logistically just because of the way we've automated that upgrade system. But so the way that will work, Takoa, is that um, if you end up upgrading from the monthly, you'll get back your one-time fee, your initiation fee. So there's going to be an initiation fee for the monthly, and you'll be able to apply that towards the lifetime. Now, I haven't decided exactly on if you'll be able to have a discount, but I will include some kind of rebate available for that. I don't know if it'll be the same. The thing is that it's the discount offering the exact amount you paid for Polarity. That's already pretty egregious in my opinion. But something like that will happen. Hey Chris, thank you. I'm glad I'm getting that perspective that we hope it's not too cheap. The thing is that we had a lot of people asking for special discounts on Polarity, and sometimes we would end up caving, and then they would end up being the ones who complain the most. Um, and it just it's just not worth it. The thing is that it's like I totally agree. The tire kickers, they always looking for some kind of discount. And nothing wrong with looking for a discount. Don't get me wrong, but it's like this is actually an extremely valuable tool. Um, and yeah, I agree. The thing is that our support system is going to be much more robust. We're investing a lot more into it, and it's going to be much more hands-on. We're really trying to have our maximum support response time over a 24/7 hour period. Of course, we can't guarantee this on launch week just due to the inflated volume that I'm sure that we'll receive. It's going to be about 20 minutes. So we're really gonna be investing a lot. We're hiring 10 people to actually be on support, which is a lot more than we had previously, and we may even offer phone support depending on what our support load is. So um, we're moving forward. We're gonna see what we can do. The question of whether or
Target
not we're gonna
filled.
offer phone support is not really a question of if I want to pay for it or if it's just like quote unquote me being greedy. It's more of is this value? Is this actual true value that we provide? Can we solve issues more effectively over the phone? So I don't think that there's going to be issues the same way that there were with Polarity, just due to the way the education system's laid out. We may be even over investing in support. Now, I think a lot of people's questions are going to be able to be easily self-solvable, but that support network is going to be there if you need it.
Target filled.
Hey there, Mad Pursuits. Thank you for letting me know about
Target
bonds being
filled.
dropped by Apex due to scammers using SIM manipulations on evals. That's interesting. I don't know how they would only be able to do that with bonds, but not equities. Very curious. Hey there, S London. Your question was you came on late, and can you show how one could use this with Apex? Yeah, absolutely. If you want to use this with Apex, just disable the auto re-engage button over here. And what this does is that it makes it not fully automated anymore. So you just have to re-engage the strategy after each trade. And this means that they don't actually have any rules against that. And I've asked and they said that this is fine. The thing is that Apex is not truly trying to end automated strategies. What they're trying to do is stop people from cheating. The way that the evaluations work and the PA accounts work is that they're not on real money. So there are some stipulations with that. There's some weird stuff that you can do, like with news arbitrage, where you don't have to worry about liquidity, where you can actually end up winning trades. So one way that some users go on Apex is that where they don't have to worry about liquidity is that they'll wait for a giant hole in the depth of market chart. So if a hole appears where it just shows one bid or one ask for the next like 10 price levels, they don't have to worry about liquidity. They can just buy there, and it doesn't matter if there's no seller on the other side. They'll get filled anyway, and then price will move up, obviously. Um, and then they can end up making money off of that. Now that's really what Apex is trying to get after. They don't care about someone who's trading a normal automated strategy that works the same on a sim environment as it does in a live environment. So it's really about the spirit of the law. Now, the thing is that even if you had this, I bet if you had this off and you had a strategy that did that, they would probably still ding you. But I have gotten confirmation they won't do that. You can see that just happened right there. But that's my answer for that. I won't answer that question again. This stream I've answered I think 5 times. I understand some people come in late. That's why these live streams, while they're good for Q&As, they don't serve a really great purpose for a knowledge base. That's why we're gonna make a dedicated video answering all these questions. So we've compiled them and we're gonna get after that. Hey Asfar, thank you for the question, which was you almost bought Polarity a couple months ago, and then some people said they couldn't make money by following your settings on live, and that's why you strayed away from it. No worries, this is a good question. So with L2Azimuth, we took the design linguistic of there is no reason to have people not be able to do the things that I do with this. Because the strategy looks for large amounts of liquidity, it doesn't matter. I don't have to worry about people fall. So what would happen before if someone followed my strategy is that a lot of people would get into the same trades as me and they would make money. Now, what happens to everyone who has lower ping or higher ping? So let's say someone in South America or East Asia or India, they end up doing the same thing. And now because they are farther away from the exchange than the group in the US is, they would end up losing money because they would get filled after because liquidity would disappear because the other users would eat it up. Now, the thing is here is that as long as liquidity remains high, there's no reason why that should be avoided. Now, what will be the case is that with counter spoof, you won't even have to worry about that. I'm actually hoping more people use it. And the more liquidity that's taken with counter spoof, the more effective it's going to be. Um, I think it'll be pretty funny. But sorry, I know some people are gonna think that's weird that I think that's funny, but I find it kind of comedic when people who are doing illegal things like spoofing end up losing money because I just can't imagine what the look on their face is when that happens. But that's something I'm excited for personally. But yeah, there's my explanation with that. With the amount of liquidity that there is, there won't be an issue, especially on ES. AJ, your question was, what is your daily win-loss ratio? I believe historically, um, it always stays above 73.5% with all three scanners. Now, I believe today it's a little bit higher. I think it's around 80. I'll have to check after this. But really, I think the more pressing question is what's the Sharpe ratio? Looking at just win rate is it can provide a skewed view of how the performance of a strategy is. But the Sharpe ratio is really what I'm going to be talking about the most in these upcoming videos about it. But we will, of course, provide win rate, but you'll have to look at the other parts of the data. Hey, Mark Ellis, your question is if the auto rearm button is disabled, can the button be removed as well? We can arrange that. If you, we could add an option where it's like prop firm settings, and if you just enable that you're using a prop firm, it'll get rid of settings that are seen as problematic. Um, yeah, I think we can do that. We can do that by release. It's a good suggestion. Hey, John, your question was not sure if you covered this, but what is the Gamma Survey button for? The Gamma Survey button is a feature that's going to just be integrated passively. Anytime I trade, I have the Gamma Survey option on because it increases your win rate without pretty much any drawbacks. So we're just going to integrate that passively. It's not even going to be something you can disable. So we'll talk about the math behind it on release, but it's not something you have to worry about. Hey, Brex, your question was, what am I looking at? I know it's an automated strategy, but can you elaborate a little bit? Absolutely. So to start this conversation, on September 1st, there will be a much more comprehensive video which describes everything that goes into the strategy and why it works, the edge, and whatnot. Currently, the way the strategy works is that it takes level 2 data, it feeds it through filters and looks for abnormalities, and then it will take trades based off of it. It also generates a ML model continuously as you're trading. It doesn't get saved. It just is in your session where it will look for patterns in the past X bars, and it'll try and follow those patterns. That's what this is up here. This is the micro probability that's based off of ML. Now, this is not something you trade by itself. It's something that goes into other components of trading. So this shows the true percent chance of price moving in the direction that it predicts. So right now, there is a 52% bias towards the short direction and the short term. You can see that this doesn't seem very impressive. This up here is not something that, like, you couldn't like trade your own strategy on that. I don't think there's even enough liquidity on that. But when combined with these three scanners over here, it becomes extremely powerful. The way that these two things leverage each other in terms of like actual exportation of having a profitable trade is significant. Now I have some pretty awesome graphs I can show you guys with the data of when you combine those two. Again, that'll be on release date, but you'll see exactly why that's a valuable component. So now that I've gotten that out of the way, that's the additional filter for that. We have the Dex Array, Trespass, and Counterspoof. Counterspoof finds illegal spoofing activity, and it pretty much performs vigilante justice on it by making money off those other players spoofing and making them lose money. And the more people that use that, the easier it's going to be to stop out the spoofers, and it reaches critical mass, and the win rate essentially doubles. So, or gets multiplied, of course, because win rate is not something that can be doubled per se, but it's more of a logarithmic scale of being doubled. Now, Trespass and Dex Array, a little bit too complex to explain here on stream. Trespass, that's just taking the imbalances between the two between buying and selling. Very simple way to trade level 2 data, but it exists. So I hope that short, brief explanation is something that is useful to you. And if you're interested, stay tuned for September 1st. We're going to have that premiere, which will go into everything regarding the strategy. Kevin Hamler says, aren't you concerned that the institutions are going to try and shut you down? Your question was about institutions trying to shut me down. I'm not sure if you're talking about regulatory, like with legal. No, I don't think so. Or if you're talking about big players trying to target me with market moves and trying to take liquidity that I provide. And I say to that, I'm prepared. I have a lot of preparations, a lot of contingencies that will unlock different features of this strategy if that happens. So I'm not worried about that. I made an analogy earlier in the stream where I discussed that exact issue, and why I'm not worried about it. But if you're interested in that, I know this is a long stream, so it's going to be hard to find that, but I do talk about it there. Hey, Sir Barbour, your question was, you're from California, and is it recommended to have lower latency? The thing is, in California, I live in California. I traded without a VPS for over a year. Now, when I swapped to a VPS, my performance benchmarks improved significantly, almost a standard deviation point from the average. My win rates increased. and my fill rates increased. So um, it's worth it if you live in California. You'll make it back in one trade per month. Um, but yeah, it's not necessarily like a complete necessity, but it does improve your performance. Yeah, no problem, Takoa. I'm glad I'm able to help. Hey, paruchiri.code. Thank you for the question. We will be adding developer tools to the strategy, so you will be able to get information from the strategy and send information to the strategy for consideration. We will have it, essentially, it'll be an API for the strategy that you'll be able to hook into and control it or take data from it. Hey, Chris, shoot me an email about that. If you were like that truly OG, I won't say anything more, but just shoot me an email. We'll figure something out there. And send me an email again at release because I might forget. I get over 100 emails every day for all from real people who are requesting something, and I try to get to them all. But I might end up forgetting about a conversation that I replied to if you don't follow up with me again. So I apologize if that's something that ends up happening, but I I will get to it. But thank you, Chris. Hey, Kevin, I'd say a reasonable account balance per ES mini is 2,500, and for NQ, it's going to be about the same. Guys, I think we're probably going to end up calling it for the day. This stream has run a bit longer than expected, but just know that I'm working really hard at making sure this release ends up coming out on October 1st. Um, but we'll see what we can do. We're really trying to smooth out everything. This education is going to be awesome. I think you guys are going to love it. We've moved away from the guidebook system. There will be written content available as a supplementary support if you want to access something quickly and reference it. But video content will exist. That will be much better. And that will be available at release. So, and we'll be uploading, the first episode of that as a teaser for free on YouTube, and the rest of it will just come with the software. But yeah, guys, thank you so much for tuning in today. I'm very grateful for you guys and your interest. I loved answering your questions today. And, even I hope that I wasn't too hard on people who asked questions that were asked earlier. I'm not frustrated with you for asking those questions. It's just ends up being a bit tiring for me. But thank you for your interest, and I understand why those questions are being asked. But guys, I will see you. Good morning, everybody. This is Connor from Futures Analytica, bringing you guys another live futures trading session with the Polarity Automated Trading Interface. We're going to be starting the day out here inside of regression mode due to this range that has been forming around this level here. We also have seen somewhat high entropy over the last consecutive bars. You can see that we've been retouching the same zones around this area. We're trading a little bit earlier in the day today, only 15 minutes after market open as opposed to an hour to try and capture some more volatility. It has been a little bit unreliable as of late in terms of market volatility on ES. So we may need to switch to NQ in the future, or we need to wake up earlier and trade this time. Just got into our first trade here. It's a short position. You can see we had a lot of chop right before this trade. Let's see if we can end up winning it. We're right at our break even at this point. Unfortunately, we're starting the day off here with a loss. Let's keep it going though. Just got into our second position here. End up winning that one very quickly. We're almost at our break even only because of commissions. We're at negative $58. Just got into a short position now. Almost got filled there. You can see that one tick away and we end up losing that one. So now we're in a short position. You can see we're right at our take profit. We end up winning that one. Just got filled into a long position. And now we are finally positive on the day. We are going to be switching to trend mode here with the formation of this range at that zone. We end up winning that trade as well very quickly. We're getting a kind of a strong uptrend here, but if we start to get resistance around this zone, I like that our entry is right at this derived zone there. You can see that we're likely going to be bouncing off of this area now. Hey, Mike, thank you for the question. And your question was, with Sierra, is there anything special I need to do to load up on Apex Prop Firm? No, there is not. There's nothing special you have to do other than, of course, those special things you have to do as you trade Apex normally, which is to download R Trader Pro and, of course, log into your Apex account. But other than that, there is not. We lost that trade, but we consecutively get into a long position there. You can see that that's basically like a trade reversal, or just to reverse our position. We almost got filled on that one, but looks like it's just above this derived zone here. So I'm not sure how I'm feeling about this. We're going to be switching into trend mode here, especially if we lose. But if we end up winning this trade, we'll probably switch back into trend because we're going to get a breakout. But as you can see, we're moving down to our stop loss here, and we're starting to get some chop around this zone. Unfortunately, we're back down to 174 on the day now, so not doing super hot today. However, we are still green, and I have to be thankful for that. Just got filled into a short position here. This time it's outside of that zone. If we win this trade, we're going to switch it into trend mode. You can see that did end up happening. We are now positive 582 now. Very interesting day here. Not dull at all. Just got filled into a short position here. End up winning that one. Now we're back up to 1,000. Let's see if we can build ourselves a safety cushion of sorts. We're going to be switching back into regression here due to this chop around this zone and the high entropy area. You can see that at 648 we did have that positive bar with, or sorry, negative bar with positive delta, and we got filled there into a trade and we won that one pretty quickly, up to 1,400 on the day now. Just got filled into a long position there. Getting a lot of chop around this singular zone here, which was automatically marked by the Analytica chart 4+. We end up winning that one in a very strong jump by the market there, up to 1,800 on the day now. Hey, Grace, thank you for the question. So, yes, I do live stream on YouTube. And it depends on the day in terms of what time, but you can check the live stream page on YouTube. You can see where my future live streams are going to be. I don't currently have a set schedule set on that, but we usually do plan that out within 48 hours of the live stream. That being said, I'll let you know right now that I am going to be live streaming on Friday again at 6:45. a.m. Pacific Standard Time. We got filled in that position there and lost it, but we just got put into a inverse position, which is a short trade. Hey Finn, thank you for the question. Can you clarify and let me know if you're using Sierra Link, or are you having a local install? We're up to $1,700 on the day now. We've been fighting for this pretty hard, but here you guys can see the timestamps of my executions, each one, as well as the actual account name here. And I'll move my chart trader around for you guys to show you that this is in fact a real account. Hey Finn, if you're running it locally, that likely indicates that there is some kind of installation issue. You're going to want to make sure that you actually have the machine learning model selected in your polarity. If you don't, that's why the heuristic parameter optimization button will turn off. Because if you don't actually have the model selected, the software will not know what to optimize on, and it will shut off after each bar close. Hey, Hackdaff, thank you for the comment. And yeah, it's definitely a process in terms of answering questions and trading at the same time. We ended up losing that trade there, back down to 1,200 on the day. But to answer your question about filtering data and training files after the data collection process, I'm going to need some more information on exactly what methodology you guys are using to do that before I can really comprehensively answer that question. However, I have understood that getting rid of junk data where you are unintentionally optimizing or unintentionally training the strategy is a good idea, but that's generally not very common. However, if you guys are encountering something else, I'd love to know. We ended up winning that trade there and got into a consecutive trade, and we got that target fill up to 2,000 on the day now. We're inside of a range, very clear regression mode trade here in between these lines. Just got filled into a long position here. Up to 2,500 now. We broke out of that zone now. We're going to be in trend mode as long as this range holds. But if we dip back down under this, we are going to have to switch back into regression. But we got filled into a long position here, so I'm pretty confident about this trade. We'll see. Yeah, we got a ton of huge block right here. Hopefully we get some long trades and we get some upward market movement. But we just got that actual negative derived zone here. But we did get filled into a long position. So and yeah, you can see with that consecutive block there, we got a little bit of chop and then we got a super strong uptick. And we're getting more and more derived zones in the positive direction form at this point. Let's see if we can keep this momentum going. Looks like we're starting to dip down. Yeah, unfortunately, we weren't able to make that happen and get that explosive volatility that we wanted to see in the upward direction. However, we didn't lose that much. I think we actually came out on top by betting on that. So we're up to $2,700 on the day now. We'll see what the market does next. Getting a lot of movement around this area. Perfect there, guys. So now we got actually filled into another long position and we ended up winning that trade. Market might be retesting a high, but we end up getting filled into a short position and back down there. So we're going to be switching back into regression at this point with the formation of that red derived zone, at least for the time being. But if we break this area around the top here, you can see we have some absorption on these two bars and this bar as well with those zeros. And we end up winning that trade. Yeah, so no, now we're inside of a new channel. So we're up to 4,000 on the day here. We fought pretty hard for these gains. Started out the day pretty poorly, just barely breaking even, but now we're starting to get some traction on the day. Thank you for the additional context, SBH. So, saying if you're filtering out low win rates below target, so if you're only keeping a win rate above 75%, I'd say 75% might be a little bit high for discarding the entire model, as a win rate can be generally high over the course of a month, but if you're testing over a short testing period. Now, I don't know your exact testing methodology, but I'm sure that you're aware of the need for comprehensive testing after. Um, but if you're discarding your data a little bit prematurely, that can be an issue. But if you are not, with your win rate above 0.75, again, I just think that's a little bit high to be optimizing for, especially if you're not using a one-to-one risk-reward ratio. Now, I am, but if you're not, 0.75 is a little bit high. But I would start optimizing and discarding data that's below 0.7. That doesn't mean your win rate can't be higher than that. However, that's what the strategy is going to optimize for, and you might be getting extremely low frequency of trades. However, if that's what you're looking for, there's nothing wrong with optimizing for that. I'm interested in hearing exactly how you're implementing quantile regression to filter. Um, you're saying you're using quantile regression to filter between regression. I'm assuming that's mode switches between trend and regression. If so, I'm interested to hear your exact methodology and how you're doing that.
Order filled.
Just got filled into a short position here.
Target filled.
End up winning that one, up to $5,100 on the day now. Also, guys, we still have some Sierra Link spots available. Of course, we're always going to try and make vacancies, but it's going to take a while for us to get additional infrastructure. So if you guys are interested in the actual architecture that I'm using to trade this strategy, which is extremely low latency to the Chicago Mercantile Exchange, that is available on our website at sierralink.org.
Order filled.
Just got filled into a long position here. We've on a pretty good streak of wins at this point.
Stop filled.
Unfortunately, ended up losing that trade there, but we'll keep it going. We've been getting actually a pretty significant amount of movement. We don't have a defined range yet at this area, although we did get one zone of delta divergence at 659. This isn't enough to keep us inside of regression. The correct option at this point is actually trend mode, as counterintuitive as that may seem. However, this range is so large that our take profit does not actually follow that. But we got filled there, and we ended up winning that trade before we even saw it. I don't know if you guys were able to see that on stream, but now we're up to 5,000 on the day now.
Order filled. Target filled.
End up winning that trade back to back. Now we're starting to get kind of a downtrend at this point.
Order filled. Target filled. Order
Ended up winning that trade. Just got filled into a long position here. We'll see. The market is in kind of a downtrend, so I'm not super confident about this trade here.
Stop filled.
Unfortunately, I ended up losing that trade. You know, we're going to do something interesting here. We're only going to be arming it in the short direction at this point. Look at this huge downtrend here that we've been getting. This is something I haven't done in kind of a while, so we're only looking for short positions at this point. But if we get the formation of another derived zone, we will stop doing that. We're going to be, again, rearming it only in the short direction. We have not done a selective arming, I think, in a couple of, I think almost a year now on stream. Only taking short positions here just because this huge downward trend here. Now, this is exactly a novel way to use polarity, where you can use just some basic market intuition, which is just that this is obviously a downtrend and you want to take short positions, but you don't want to get whipsawed. You can see even with this downtrend here, there are some whipsaws up and down, but because we're not manually going short, the strategy is waiting to find an actual suitable reason to go short for doing so. So it is superior to that in that manner. But you can see at this point, we actually have met this derived zone here. You can see this is actually super interesting. So we had this gigantic downtrend and we met a previous derived zone that had been marked very, very long ago. I can't even scroll back to it. But when it reached that point where it was automatically marked, it bounced right off of that, bounced off of it again. And now we're inside of a very choppy zone. We're going to be switching to regression at this point because of that. Look at all of these derived zones around this price level here. Hey Finn, it does not actually matter if you have polarity enabled to take trades each tick. You're actually going to be wanting to not have polarity enabled to take trades each tick because we override that manually with strategy logic. If you have it taking trades each tick, it's going to be doing useless calculations that it should not be doing every tick, and that may be the reason why your heuristic parameter optimization is turning off. You're going to want to have it on bar close.
Target filled.
End up winning that trade there, getting a super solid day here at this point. You can see this range is super easy to trade in regression mode. Absolutely zero directional bias with that drive zone marked by the Analytica chart 4 plus there. Hey John, if you're looking for the pre-installation of Polarity, check out Sierra Link. We have that pre-installed on there, so you don't actually have to do any setup. That being said, installation is pretty simple, and we do have that template available regardless. But if you're looking for the easiest way to do that, we definitely want to check out Sierra Link. Hey Greg, no, Sierra Link is not down. You're gonna want to reach out to our customer support at Sierra Link if you're having issues connecting. That may just be an incorrect login or incorrect login method.
Order filled.
Just got filled into a short position here. End up winning that one up to 8,200 on the day now. We may end up going for 10 today. We'll see. Not certain at this point. But if we keep getting this volatility, we may go for that higher take profit amount.
Target filled.
End up winning that trade there up to $8,600 on the day now.
filled.
Just got filled into a short position here.
Target filled.
End up winning that trade. We're switching to trend at this point. Very, very obvious. And we got a long position here. I'm not certain about this trade. We'll see. But we ended up winning that one anyway. I am going to arm it only in the short direction to try and get into a last trade here. Let's see if we win it. Ooh, there we go. So now we're up to 9,800 on the day. You know, do we be cheeky and do we go for that five-figure amount on the day? I think we're going to do that. We're going to be arming it in short here.
Order filled.
We'll see if we can end up winning this. I hope I don't regret it.
Target filled.
And we won that last trade, ending up with $10,245 on the day there. I'd say that's a super solid day. I need to be waking up earlier and trading this hour a lot more often because this volatility was just explosive and we love to see that. But guys, thank you so much for tuning in today. I think that we're probably going to be starting a small account challenge from here on out. I'm super excited to see what we can do with that. We did a small account challenge, I think, almost a year and a half ago now, but we're going to be starting that again, I think, in the coming weeks. But I'm pretty excited for that. I think it'll provide a new challenge for me and stimulate me in a new way. And I think it'll be helpful for you guys to see exactly how I manage risk on a smaller account and how I'm trading the futures contracts with that in mind. But guys, thank you so much for tuning in today, and I'll talk to you guys. Hey everybody, this is Connor from Futures Analytica, bringing you guys another live futures trading session on ES Futures. We are, of course, trading with the Polarity Automated Trading Interface to help with our entries and exits. And we're going to be starting the day out here inside of regression mode with the arm both option. So we're looking for trades in both direction. Market has been pretty slow today, so hopefully we don't get another day just like Wednesday, but I think we can do well anyway, regardless of that volatility. We are going to be keeping attention to this pullback bar right here to try and optimize our entries. But other than that, we're going to be doing a very standard day where we are just observing chop and of course entropy and making mode switches based off of that and letting the system do the rest. We of course have our heuristic parameter optimization enabled. This is going to ensure that the strategy is adapting to volatility and making sure we have the best settings possible during the day. Of course, we also have incremental learning enabled, so it's going to be continuously optimizing the model based off of current events that are actually happening in our trades. So we're not just stuck with the same model we trained initially. It's continuously improving itself since then. Hey Mark, you do not have to change your time zone anymore as the Polarity ATI time of day inputs is no longer on the chart with that model. But if you are using that and you're using a prepackaged model, it's going to be a different story. But with the prepackaged model, we don't have that enabled, so. Looks like our internet is having some issues today. The one day I don't trade on the VPS, this happens, so that's fun. Looks like we're back. There we go. Our interface has reloaded. But we're still getting a lot of lag here. Hold on, guys. Need to go on standby here. Just gonna reset our internet connection at this point. Apologize for that, guys. Not exactly sure why that happened, but it looks like I don't have my Ethernet cable plugged in like I usually do. It's the second time this has happened in a year, so. All right, we should be good to get back into it. Of course, going to be arming both in both directions there. Sorry that happened, guys. This is exactly why I should be trading on the VPS and not settling to trade on my home PC. Hey Ryan, thank you for the question. What was, is it okay to leave the strategy enabled throughout the day even if not armed? Does that cause issues with the machine learning? No, this does not cause any issues with machine learning. I actually recommend doing that if you are going to be having incremental on. Just of course, if you lose internet connection from your computer falling asleep or anything like that, of course that will disrupt it. And that being said, I would make sure to remove the strategy and or at least turn off the heuristic parameter optimization before the market data actually closes. Because when that happens, the strategy itself will turn off when you disconnect from the server, and that may cause issues with saving the model that you've trained. You can see here we may be getting somewhat of a trend breakdown. We're going to be switching to that for now. Again, looks like we're getting a pretty slow market today. Obvious trend mode switch, or sorry, regression mode switch here. Should have done that sooner. Pretty slow day at this point. Unfortunately, was hoping that we'd get something more compared to Wednesday. Hey HJ, you're saying that Polarity and VPS still not allow you to take more than one contract even after editing the ATM strategy or making your own. I'm not sure how that would be possible because there's no hard-coded number anywhere in Polarity for order quantity. You actually have to go to your ATM strategy, click edit, and save it as the one you have selected in Polarity. If you want to verify this, make a completely new ATM strategy, set the contract number to the amount you want, and then save it as a new ATM strategy. Then go into your strategy settings and actually select that ATM strategy you just created. There is no way that this will not work because there is absolutely nothing hard coded about polarity in terms of contract sizes. It'll it just executes the ATM strategy. I'm going to assume that we're probably not going to get a trade all day today, just like Wednesday. I guess that's because there's a gigantic spike earlier today, going to be switching to trend mode here to follow this trend. But now with the formation of this level here, and of course we fell back on that, we're going to switch back to regression. we break down through this zone and we actually close below it, we're going to be switching to trend. I'm pretty late with these mode switches today, guys. Sorry, I'm not super visually engaged at this point. It's not fair to you guys. Hey, Carrie, when I'm finished with today's session, I will allow the collected data with incremental learning to upload to the CVM file. Just because we're not doing well doesn't mean that we don't want the strategy to learn from this volatility. Sorry, guys. Yeah, Carrie. Even with two stacked imbalances, said you're not able to get a trade to trigger. Yeah, I mean, me neither. It's pretty bad right now. But I'll take this over consecutive trade losses. So if that's the alternative, I'm assuming, then this is optimal. A little bit of a big candle here at 8:45. Maybe we'll start to get something. This is actually crazy. I don't think we've ever gone this long, almost an hour, without getting filled into a single trade. This is the worst volatility I think I've ever seen. Hey Charlie, your question was 10 minutes ago you mentioned that after the stream you'll upload the data to the CDM file. Sorry to ask, but how do you do that? That's done automatically. Deleting it is manual, which I will not be doing. Hey Charlie, you do not have to change overwrite model. Overwrite model is only during the training phase and not during the optimization phase. That option does not affect anything after you've actually trained it. Kind of ridiculous. Thank you guys for staying on the stream, even though literally nothing is happening.
Order filled. Target filled.
Look at that, guys. Here's our first trade of the day. We should have been in trend mode there, but we won it anyway. Up to $400. Starting to actually get some movement here. So
Target filled.
there we go. There's a second trade up to 816 now. Filled again into another trade. This time it's a long trade.
Stop filled. Order filled.
First loss of the day there happened. Almost won that. Won that one consecutively after that. Up to 757 now.
Order filled.
Won that trade. Immediately got filled into another one. We're getting a lot of volatility here.
Target filled.
Winning back-to-back trades now. Up to $2,000 on the day now. This is the kind of pacing that we need to see. You can see a little, even a small uptick in volatility can just improve the sensitivity by a lot. Just got filled into a long position there. End up winning that one back to back. Here's a long trade.
Target filled.
We just won that trade there. Hey Chase, if you're interested in a setup service, the best way to do that is to subscribe to Sierra Link, which has the same setup as me, just pre-installed, and you don't have to actually set anything up beforehand. You just log on to your VPS instance and you can start trading from there.
Order filled.
The VPS models come pre-trained and optimized. Of course, incremental learning does happen after you start using it, so just keep that in mind. We may be getting some chop around this zone now, especially with that, but it looks like we blew through this zone there. Up to $3,600 on the day now. Doing pretty solid at this point. Hope you guys are able to hear me. Yeah, looks like my mic's working still. Hey, Dracula, thank you for the question. So, which was your heuristic parameter optimization does not display. I'm sure it's a simple fix. Yeah, you need to enable machine learning for this button to show up and be in optimized mode. Hey, Azagro, thank you for the question, which was, do you trade like this in this kind of volatility when you're not live streaming? This question was asked before this little volatility spike, and my answer to that is no, I don't trade in flat volatility like that when I'm not live streaming.
Target filled.
Just got to 4,000 on the day there.
Order filled.
Filled into another trade here. This time a long trade.
Target filled. Order filled.
Just got filled into a short position here. We should definitely be in regression mode at this point.
Target filled.
There we go. Won that trade. Almost up to our profit target of 5,000 on the day now. If we don't get another spike in volatility, we'll probably call it right below our profit target. got filled into potentially our final trade here. It's a short position, even though we're in regression mode. Very interesting.
Target filled.
And we end up winning that trade up to 52.48 on the day. We had kind of a ridiculously slow first hour there, and in the past, I believe 10 minutes, let's see, it's 9:06 right now. Yeah, and our first trade was at 8:59. So in the past 7 minutes, um, we made $5 grand on the day, even though we've been trading for over an hour. So that's kind of funny, actually, how that worked out. But yeah, so I guess the moral of the story is don't give up, even if there's low volatility. We still have the whole day ahead of us there. And I appreciate you guys tuning in today. And I will see you guys on Monday with an exciting new update on Futures Analytica and what we're going to be bringing to you guys soon. But thank you guys again for tuning in today. And have a wonderful rest of your day. Hey guys, good morning. This is Connor from Futures Analytica, bringing you guys another live futures trading session. We're going to be starting the day out here inside of regression mode. We're going to be arming it in both directions. You can see here we have the heuristic parameter optimization on, so the software is getting the best settings automatically based off of machine learning. You can see here that we've been getting a significant amount of chop around this zone here. So at 804, we had 95 positive delta with downward price movement, 803, 72 positive delta with downward price movement, and at 803 again, we had negative 40 delta with negative delta with positive price movement at 803 again. So you can see there, we're again forming at 805 there. We just got negative price movement with that net positive delta. Inside of this zone here at 803, we had this large candle and formed all these derived zones, and we're getting a bunch of chop around the top layer of that. So with that being said, regression mode is the obvious pick here. Hey, T Library. Thank you for the question, which was, are you out of beta? Yes, the Polarity machine learning module is now out of beta and is in full release. Hey, HJ Cielek. Thank you for the question. So I was unable to change number of contracts in Polarity on Sierra. Still stuck on one contract. Editing the number has no effect. So this isn't an issue exclusive to Sierra Link. This is just something you have to work around by going to your ATM strategy, edit and clicking edit, and then editing the quantity there. And then you actually have to save the ATM strategy to save the amount of contracts you want to use. Modifying it over on the right side of your chart trader is not going to have any effect. Hey Albert, Sierra Link is a monthly subscription if you get the monthly plan. It is not yearly. We also offer a 3-month plan as well for a reduced cost. But no, it is not yearly. You can cancel anytime. And it's not specifically just for Polarity. You can run any trading bot you want on it. We just have that pre-installed for users who want to use Polarity on there. But you can use anything you want. Can see here price is steadily climbing up, but we don't have that momentum we need to switch out of regression. But you can see these derived zones did hold steady and very obviously did not want to move through that zone. can see here, pretty slow day at the moment. I'm sure there was volatility before we started trading, but we'll see what we can make out of it. Very, very little volatility at this level here. So sorry guys, haven't got much to talk about at this point. Hey Kevin, the best data service to use with Polarity and Sierra Link is just the default data service that comes with NinjaTrader, which is going to be essentially CQG. Um, it's like $5 a month. It's the cheapest data option out there, and it's the best quality data that I've seen. That being said, Rhythmic is good as well if you have that included with your evaluation or PA account on Apex or another prop firm. But really, the data does not matter. If it's supported by NinjaTrader, it's likely very high quality. Hey, W Citadel, thank you for the question. I'm using diagonal imbalance calculation method. Hey, Mark. Yes, the latest release functions without the backup file. The backup file is just there if you want an automatic installation process. Super slow day here. That's okay. I can be patient, but we'll likely only get 2 or 3 trades today. Sometimes being patient is all you can do. It's important not to get tripped out by this low volatility and don't make any unnecessary changes. Also, guys, this live stream is no delay. You can compare the time or compare everything to your chart on your end, and you can verify that for yourself. Starting to get a pretty consistent uptrend here with decent delta and price correlation. We'll see what happens. We did bounce off this zone right here that was previously marked by the Analytica chart 4 plus, and we got the formation of a new zone here. Here with the formation of those two zones are on the same level. Now we're getting chop. So it's good to observe things like this that happen on the Analytica chart 4 plus. So you can kind of get an indication of what's going to happen. This can help a lot with mode changes. If we weren't in regression and there was actually some trending movement, that would have been a good indication to switch, is the formation of these two levels at the same price level. Hey Kevin, so with Sierra Link, if you have polarity and you request that pre-installation of polarity, we'll automatically update your machine ID for you, so you don't have to worry about any of that. We'll see what happens when Powell's done talking. But right now, obviously, there's pretty low volume because of that. So thanks for sticking with me, guys, here through this pretty boring stream. I'll just start talking about some of the things of the system that I haven't really covered before because we have some time here. But this pullback bar here is pretty useful for spotting the most up-to-date footprint data. So you can really tell what's going on intra-bar and in like in the last 10 seconds by looking at this. So you can see here previously when we were looking at that, there was a large number of contracts traded on the right side of the pullback bar, even though the actual candlestick itself showed a um, pretty moderate imbalance. So there was a very large amount of contracts on the right side, and there were almost zero on the left side. And then following that, we saw a 2 to 3 tick jump up. You can see that these are very small price movements. You can't really use this to trade on your own, but it can give you an indication of what's going to happen in the next 2 to 3 ticks. Hey Evan, that's pretty awesome. Your question was, you've been trading these zones manually when volatility is this low, has been making bank today. 5 stack derived zones on ES gave such great opportunity. People are sleeping on how good AC 4.2 plus is. Thank you, Evan. Thanks for letting me know about that. Yeah, these stacked imbalances right here are these stack derived zones were pretty clear indication that we saw an uptrend there. But I'm glad you're able to capitalize on that.
Order filled.
There we go. There's our first trade of the day here.
Order
And
filled.
ended up winning. Now we got put directly into a second trade there. Almost got filled.
Stop filled.
Unfortunately, that ends in a loss. So now we're back down. We're right below our start. So we're negative 58 on the day now.
Order filled.
Just got filled into a short position. You can see here we're starting to get a pickup in volatility. So um,
Target filled.
there we go. And now we're back to positive. You can see here I have my live executions feed available here as well as my actual account name. You can see here that also you can see the timestamps visible for each trade. And I'm just going to move my chart trader around here to show that this is indeed a real account.
Order filled.
There we go. Starting to get a lot of trades here. We got filled into a long position there. Pretty long trade duration here. We really should close this out. As these trade durations get longer and longer, the probability of success decreases. So I'm going to trade this long. Um, the optimal condition would be for me to actually close this out. But that's actually pretty difficult mentally while you're not in profit. But we'll write it out just because of this derived zone here. And that derived zone was confirmed over here at 8:30. Yeah, you can see we paid for that mistake by not closing it out early, but we'll keep trading here. We're down a little bit, down 117. We've had 2 wins and 2 losses. Not a very exciting day, but you guys can see how I handle a day where I'm not really doing stellar, and mentally we're below our start. And I haven't traded in a few days either, so it's obviously not great to get back into it where you're down, especially after you have somewhat of a higher expense weekend. Again, guys, thanks for sticking around. Um, I know it's obviously not the most exciting stream. We're going to switch it into trend here. At this point, we had this triple derived zone here, and we've had consistent delta and price correlation. Huge amount of derived zones here. Super low volatility today, but we're still going to try and trade it. Polarity is fortunately keeping us out of trades. Hey Arjan, I'm not really getting trades either, so it's likely because of the low volatility, especially if you're getting trades yesterday, especially good trades. So, hey Matthew, your question was, let's see you take a manual trade question mark. So, Guys, these streams are actually not for your primarily for your entertainment. I am trading to make money. So, I understand that you guys would like to see me make a manual trade, but I'm going to stick to my strategy and continue to use the automated software that has made me a significant amount of money before. So, manual trades can be profitable. It's just that that's outside of my area of expertise. Um, Hey Evan, thank you for the question. So, which was given a shout out to Brett R. I have seen his videos. He's been doing great with polarity, and done a ton of investment. I've learned some things about the system that I didn't even know about through him, um, which is super interesting. Really smart guy, and I'm probably gonna email him after this. But yeah, I recommend his channel if you guys are interested in some education. He makes polarity models, and they're free, and they're pretty great, and he's profitable with it. So that's always nice. Hey, Carrie, when you're building a dual model, even if you have the same data collected for trend and regression, the actual what the data is or sorry, what the model does based off that data is completely different. So it's gonna be reading the same data, but in regression mode, it's going to be optimizing for wins in regression versus wins in trend. So those have very, very differing effects on what imbalance ratios are optimal for both regression and trend because they are not the same. Would be nice if we got a trade though. So doesn't feel great to almost feel like you're forced to end in a loss, but we'll see. Hey Citadel, thank you so much. We're going to switch here to regression at this point. Should have done that maybe far back here, but we were trying to capitalize on this pretty correlated delta and low chop zone. But once we hit this derived zone at 849, we really should have switched. But Wow, super crazy today that we haven't gotten into any trades. Pretty crazy day. Welcome to summer trading. Yeah, it's pretty bad. I'll keep streaming as long as you guys are watching. Let's switch into trend mode here. If we break out of this zone, we'll see if we can make that happen.
Yeah, here's pretty obvious regression switch. We're inside of this channel. It's actually ridiculous how flat the market is. It's funny because we still have actually pretty decently high volume, but it's just there's no movement. Nobody's crossing the spread.
Order filled.
Oh, here we go. Just got it filled into a long position here.
Target filled.
Switched into trend mode. We ended up winning that one. Let's see if this is the start of something new. I want you guys to pay attention to the pullback bar here and see if you can derive any information from it. We saw a little spike in the pullback bar before we got into that trade. And now we've compressed back into this zone here. We are going to switch it back into regression. Hey Trinity, thank you for asking. Um, which was, what did you do for July 4th? Me and my friends took my boat over to Catalina Island and did some fishing and some diving, and it was super nice. We stayed at Two Harbors, which was really pleasant. It was my first time mooring there, um, and it was genuinely awesome. The weather was beautiful, seas were calm, and there was just some beautiful diving. Saw a couple of white sea bass. Didn't see any yellowtail, which would have been nice. I've been trying to shoot my first yellow, but it's been pretty difficult. But I hear stuff's popping up over there. We didn't go to the backside of the island, but next time I think we're going to try to go to backside and see if we can get some yellowtail. Let me know what you guys did for this 4th of July. I'm pretty interested actually to hear that. Yeah, my minimum imbalance ratio and volume is quite high. Um, it's actually ridiculous how high it is right now. But it does peak lower. Every time we go get a little bit of volatility, it does almost cut in half. But even with that so, we don't get filled into any trades. Looks like we missed this little uptick here. I'm gonna switch it to trend for now. I'm gonna try and get at least one more trade. And now we'll switch back into regression mode. It's tough to stay engaged and make trading decisions as quick as I should be. I've been kind of late with mode switches just because I've been kind of distracted by the low volatility.
filled.
Oh, would you look at that? Finally got into a trade.
Target filled.
There we go. Ended up winning that trade up to 700. If we get a spike in volatility within the next 5 minutes, I'll keep trading. But so you can see we're really deep inside all these derived zones here. Hey, Mike, that's actually a really good observation. You said that the last trade was at the opening of a 15-minute candle, and at the 9:30 candle did the same thing. Um, Thank you for that. I've actually never really thought of that as being a factor, so that's super helpful. Maybe you guys can find some kind of edge from that. Well, guys, I think I'm probably going to call it here. We did 700 today, and I'd say that's pretty solid. That's okay, especially for how low the volatility was. We did pretty well. But guys, we are still running that July 4th sale. It's the biggest sale we've ever done. It's 35% off. If you guys are interested in that, it's going to be going until the end of tomorrow. But anyway, guys, thank you so much for tuning in today, and I'll see you guys soon. Good morning, everybody. Welcome back to the stream. This is Connor from Futures Analytica, bringing you guys another live futures trading session on ES. We're going to be doing the same as usual here today. We're going to be starting the day out in trend mode due to this relatively high motion here. Pretty big range. We have a almost 35 tick range here. So that's quite substantial. We definitely don't want to be in regression. We also have the pullback bar enabled here so we can see most up-to-date information about the bar. You can see here, though, we had negative delta at 757, and even though we had positive price movement, we're going to be keeping an eye here. But looks like we just got filled into our first trade today. It's a long trade, and we end up winning that one, immediately placed into a second trade. You can see here, guys, we've disabled our automatic stop chase due to the increased volatility that we've been experiencing in the markets. I would actually suggest you guys do the same. I've seen it's been pretty substantial in improving results. So that being said, your losses do hurt a bit more. You can see here we have our executions feed here with our account name actually visible, as well as timestamps.
Target filled.
You can see here we've pushed through this derived zone that was automatically marked, but now we're chopping right back into it. This is telling me that we should be inside of regression mode, especially because at 7:59 we had no price movement and we had positive delta, very positive delta in fact. But we did just break through that derived zone there. But you can see now we're actually pushing our way downward. We got filled into a short position here.
Target filled.
Also, guys, just an update on Sierra Link. We have been pushing out that update over the past 24 hours. So most of you guys should have that polarity installation pre-set up at this point.
Order filled.
Just got filled into a short position here.
Target
And we end up winning that trade pretty quickly as well. Also, to answer your question, Stan, for ES 750 tick, your minimum stacked imbalances should be 3 for entry. I personally like to use 2 sometimes, but 3 is the best for consistency. 2 really only needs to be used during low volatility. I do like to enable that 1 tick gap, so
target order filled.
we just got filled into another trade right on top of that. We're getting a lot of trades today.
Target filled.
At this point, we are going to switch into trend mode. Even though we were in regression, we won all those trades. I think it's because of this chop around this zone here. We only had one of those trades that was really strangely a win. And you can see we're likely going to be bouncing in between these 2 zones here that were marked by the Analytica chart 4+.
Target order filled.
We end up winning that trade, get put into another trade right there, back to back. Getting into a lot of trades at this point. Significant amount of movement.
Order filled. Target filled.
End up winning that trade up to $3,600 on the day now at this point. We haven't lost a trade yet, which is pretty interesting.
Order filled.
Just got filled into a long position here at this point.
Target filled.
And we end up winning that trade as well. Up to 4,000 on the day here. Kind of an insane win streak at this point.
Order filled.
Got filled into a long position here. Almost hit our take profit there.
Target filled.
And we end up winning that trade as well, up to $4,400 on the day now.
Order filled.
Right there into a long trade.
Target filled.
This is kind of ridiculous, guys.
Filled. Target filled.
Extremely sensitive settings today, looks like. Looking at my NinjaScript output here. Yeah, we're getting optimized to very low imbalance ratios at this point, but still pretty high adversary detection. It's an interesting combo.
Order filled.
Just got filled into that long position
Target filled.
and we end up winning that trade as well.
Order filled.
Hey Matthew, to answer your question, I don't think that's actually true, which was, how come I have never seen a losing trade on any of your videos? Thank you. I actually do lose quite a few trades. I believe on my last live stream, I lost 5 or 6 trades out of the 12 that were taken, but we ended up being profitable because we had a skewed stop loss versus take profit. So our original risk to reward ratio was higher than 1. So we actually came out on top on that. But I do lose quite a few. I think today is kind of an outlier. I don't actually know why it was so fast back to back to back. And we ended up winning quite a few trades there. I don't think we got a single loss today. Let's check that out. Yeah, nothing today. But now, if this was not a live stream, I'd understand your suspicion, but this is a zero delay live stream. I cannot cherry pick anything. You're seeing everything as it's happening. So I understand your suspicion, but because this is a live stream, I think that justifies it. And we have this Q&A form because I don't want to moderate live chat while I'm trading. We often get over 250 viewers on the live streams if I send out an email, and that would just be ridiculous to have to manage and answer everyone's questions over there, where here I can queue up everyone's questions and answer them one by one as they come in. Hey, Stefan. Thank you for the question, and I appreciate you coming in today. So, with the software, there is a full guidebook where we teach you how to actually use the software, and we also have a comprehensive support system to help you out with that. But yeah, if you get the Stage 3 bundle, you can see with the you can get started right away and just start watching the tutorial videos and reading the guidebook, and you'll be set. Hey Tom, thank you for the question. So after the VPS update, the login should not change, nor should the IP. Hey David, thank you for your question. If you have the base Analytica Chart 4 and Polarity ATI, will my trades be less informed due to less info as compared to Analytica Chart 4 Plus? So with the base Analytica Chart 4, you do not get these derived zones as a plottable instance. So you are likely going to be less informed when you're doing your mode switches and when you're getting your trades executed. But that being said, there is not necessarily a substantial difference, but I've found it extremely useful, especially when the market is in a regressive zone. So that being said, today was very strong movement. Analytica Chart 4 Plus didn't really help at all because we were pretty much in trend mode the entire time and we didn't really use the derived zones. But when it gets choppy, when it gets into a intermediate market, it can be extremely helpful. Hey Tyler, so in regards to the models, it comes with a prepackaged model. So you don't actually have to do any training. Um, but if you want to create your own model, we have a comprehensive ability to do that. You have a lot of freedom when it comes to that. But again, that is not a required thing. Ron asked me, why did you go back to trading ES from NQ? I was getting tired of commissions eating into about 25% or more of my profits each day. It was kind of ridiculous, as well as NQ having a 2 to 3 tick slippage due to the spread. ES has a 1 tick spread. It's quite nice. And just generally lower commissions when you compare the notional value. So um, that's also quite nice. Hey Aramir, thank you for the question. The stream is not delayed. If you go to your chart on your computer, you can see it line up exactly with my chart. I'm sure that there is a 1 or 2 second delay from when you actually see the stream to when you get it, but yeah, we do not have a delay. So with R9B, you are getting or sorry, not with R9B, sorry, with the new pre-release models, you're getting different models for trend and regression, which is much better when you're using regression. Before you were kind of at a disadvantage in regression, but here you no longer have that edge decay from being in regression. We're going to try and take one more trade here, but we just clicked on both and immediately got filled into a short position there. I just clicked that and immediately got filled. That's pretty funny. But now we're up to 6,500. I'm going to keep trading for a little bit today. I'm going to try and go for 7,000 today. I mean, we already have a pretty substantial amount of profit here, so.
Order filled.
Hey, Melter. To answer your question, the new updated models are in the Dropbox that's included. Just check it out. It's in the final folder. And you're also going to see a NinjaTrader backup file, which you can just import and it'll install everything for you. Hey, Mark, thank you for the question. So with the new NinjaTrader 8 backup file, that does overwrite your current templates. So if you want to include those, I suggest you back them up and you manually drag them into your templates folder. That'll save it. But unfortunately, we have to do this if you want a super easy install. But you don't need to use the NinjaTrader backup file to install this. We have a manual installation, which just takes about 5 minutes longer. But it can just be a little bit more tedious. Hey, Robert. So yeah, the guidebook absolutely shows how to install the software and how to adjust, that's retrain it. The adjustment and retraining method is pretty simple. It's you just turn on heuristic parameters. So because it's machine learning, it would be kind of a misnomer if it was a significant amount of manual intervention in regards to training the model. So a lot of that's automatic. But with the guidebook, that's not mostly on how to install it. We have a video for that because we want to make sure it's, users are following that and able to install it quite easily. So mostly the guidebook is for the education or any specific questions you have on a technical basis in regards to the strategy. Hey, Matthew, thank you for the question, which was to better understand the strategy we're implementing and the delta convergence/divergence. Are there any books that you recommend so I'd better understand exactly what you were seeing and why? So I don't think there's any books necessarily that will explain anything, of course, besides just a generalized order flow book, because we're not using many new techniques besides entropy. But we do have a lot of videos on our channel which explain exactly what we're trading. So I believe in the description of this live stream, there is a section highlighted in all caps which says, watch this video to better understand the strategy I'm trading. And I highly suggest watching that video. It's generally going to get you the highest amount of knowledge in terms of your time spent. Hey, Oshan. So with the ML, it depends on what you are looking at in terms of how you're training it. So there are two methods to train the model. So the first one is is your initial training series, and this is if you decide to not use the prepackaged model and you want to create your own. So that's going to be, you're going to load the recommended indicators onto the chart, and then you're going to load your recommended time frame or your own time frame or your own instrument, and you are going to click train the model. And what this is going to do is it's going to look at prior market data. It's going to look at correlations between what happens when and why we should adjust the settings to what, when, and it's going to create a model based off of that. It's automatic. That process takes about a minute and a half for the computer to actually process that and generate the model. And then you're going to get a window which shows the performance of that model. And then after that, if you want to continuously improve your model based off of your trading behavior, you can turn on incremental learning. And what incremental learning is going to do is that as you trade normally, it's going to learn from your trading behavior and try to compensate for your mistakes. So again, if you are making a ton of mistakes, this can also just make it so that you get a significantly less amount of trades. So that being said, it can be a double-edged sword. You can be only getting maybe 4 or 5 trades a day if your win rate's below 40% or below 50%. But then it's going to increase your win rate to much higher percentage if you're only getting 4 or 5 trades per day. But that being said, that's going to mean that you're getting a longer trading day and you have the potential to overtrade. Hey, Charlie, that's correct. So you go to remote desktop connection and you're going to input your IP address, and then you're going to want to make sure that you select your credentials. You need to make sure that you do not use the default username. You have to actually type in administrator as the username, or else it's going to try and sign in with your Microsoft account and it's going to give you an invalid credentials. Hey, Brad, thank you for letting me know about that. I'm going to make sure to check on that. Could you forward me that email? And I'll make sure to get that looked at. At this point, I'm just answering questions, guys. So sorry if this is kind of a dull stream. I mean, we've already hit our to profit target and a little bit more. So I'm kind of just having fun at this point. But I do appreciate you guys continuously watching. Hey, Stefano, I am using the prepackaged model. Hey, Needham, thank you for the question. I would suggest starting out with 30 days of data. Brad, you can just send that to the email you originally sent to, and I'm just going to manually go into that inbox and look at it. Sorry, guys, I am a little bit sick, so my voice is kind of raspy. Also, with Sierra Link, guys, we're almost at capacity, so we only have 10 more slots available on any plan. So we're almost running out, and it's going to be about 20 days before our next server rack comes in. Hey, Kujan. So with Sierra Link, it comes with everything installed, and you don't have to give any machine IDs to activate it. We already have that preset up, so no licensing is required there. Hey, Robert, thank you for letting me know. I'm glad these Q&A sessions are helpful. And Skline, I'm very sorry about that. So with that connection, there are a couple of VPSs that are somewhat sticky when it comes to reinstalling this the instances. A couple of VPSs got booted off. We started the maintenance last night at 8 p.m. and it's been there's one server instance that's having some trouble updating due to Windows licensing being finicky. But we're getting that sorted out as soon as possible, and we will compensate you for the days lost. Hey Arjan, yes, you will get an email when the update's done. Hey Tyler, so yes, this only currently works with NinjaTrader and not Quantower. If we get significant interest in Quantower, we can push it over. It shouldn't be that hard to port, but um, the machine learning component might be a little bit more difficult. Hey Matthew, thank you for the question. So right now I would be in regression mode. You can see here at 818, we have negative 17 delta and positive price movement. So this is going to indicate to us that, and of course the other factors as well. This isn't just, you don't just look at one divergence, but we have significant chop around this level. And these drive zones, even though they've been closed out, they're still forming around the same level and prices following that. So yes, I would certainly be in regression mode at this point. Hey Kujan, thank you for the question. So with the $75 Sierra Link package, you only get 2 CPU cores. So um, that can be a little bit difficult when you're using the Analytica Chart 4 Plus with so many different plots. But if you're using the Analytica Chart 4 Base with non-machine learning, the $75 package is more than enough. But that being said, you're probably going to want to bump it up to the next notch if you want to get the AC4 Plus working as well as possible on that. Yes, Brad, resend it to that email. I'm gonna go in there manually and look at it. Hey Ron, so at this point we don't have live support that's paid. We only have the free live support or the free email support, I mean. But we can take a look at that. Shoot me an email and we'll talk about that. Also, guys, we do have that 20% off coupon for any bundle today. So check that out if you're interested. It's a pretty solid deal at this point. Hey, no worries, Brad. I appreciate the engagement. Um, Matthew, for July 4th, we are going to be having that sale. You know what? I'm just going to start that today. So I'll send out, I'll post that code and we'll have that running until July 5th. But probably going to do a pretty substantial discount for July 4th. So hey, BK Ravish, I'm not exactly sure what you mean in terms of where can we find the Sierra VPS details. In the description of the video, there is a link to the Sierra Link website, and you can check out the details there. Now, if you're looking for something more specific, please let me know, and I can help get that answered for you. And yes, Mark, I am using the pullback bar. It does help me in determining market direction when the market's moving much slower than it is right now. So today the market is obviously moving very fast. We reach our profit target very, very quickly. So we didn't really look at the pullback bar at all. But when it really starts to slow down, you can find that extra edge by looking at the pullback bar. Hey Tom, thank you for the question, but I believe I answered this question already regarding the Sierra Link. We've been updating it for the past 24 hours and getting that pre-installed configuration going. Now there is one server unit that is giving us some trouble in pushing that update, and we're working on that. And if you're affected, that may be you, and everyone on that will get compensated for their time. Hey Salisbury, so your question was when will you update your installation videos? We don't have that at the top of our priority list because the installation process is the exact same for R9B and the current version. It's just a different name for the folder. So if you see a guy saying double click on r9b.zip, you're just gonna change that and you're gonna double click on no final zip. So it's the same process, but we will get that done eventually to make sure that confusion is minimized. But we posted a note on that video to make sure people know that. Oh, hey, BK Ravish. So, to answer your question, I personally trade on the Sierra plan, obviously, but that's just me. I like to get as much of an edge as possible, and I like having a high fidelity chart that does not lag at all, and I can have as many visual elements as I can. That being said, it can be a bit bigger of an issue if you're looking at having a bunch of visual elements if you're going to use the $77 plan. But I would recommend most people use the Strata plan because it's a great middle ground, especially if you don't want to have a huge commitment. Yeah, Tom, I'm sorry about that. I know we've been having dialogue about that for the past week, and I apologize. Well, guys, I think I'm going to call it there. We had a pretty long Q&A session today, and I hope that this was helpful to you guys. I highly appreciate you guys tuning in continuously, and I hope you're enjoying your experience here on the stream. But thank you guys. Good morning, everybody. This is Connor from Futures Analytica, bringing you guys another live futures trading video. Today, we are celebrating the full release of the Polarity Machine Learning Update, meaning it is no longer in beta testing. It is actually stable now, and it's exactly where we want it to be. So we're going to be starting the day out here in trend mode. We're going to be arming it in both directions. So in this update, guys, we do have separate models available for each mode. So the actual polarity will switch between trend and regression models. So when you switch from trend to regression, like if we did so here, it's now using a different machine learning model. This is going to greatly enhance efficacy inside of a win rate optimized model because you're no longer going to be getting bad data when you switch. Right now, it's only before this update, it was only optimized for trend mode. So now with that, we are able to use regression mode and get the same efficacy that that we do inside of trend mode. You can see here today, market has been actually moving quite a bit. We're getting a very solid amount of bars forming here, but at this point, we don't have any explosive volatility, which is pretty nice. We haven't live streamed in kind of a while, so hopefully we'll get some movement, but not too much movement. And I'll be able to answer some of your guys' questions you guys have submitted on the Q&A form. One of you guys just let me know that I have some echo in my microphone. Can you guys confirm and make sure that is actually the case?
Order filled.
Looks like we just got filled into our first trade here. It's going to be a short position. We're inside of trend mode here. We're getting a large formation of chop here. We're getting these derived zones forming right around our entry. We almost got filled there. We ended up not getting filled off the bat. And now we're easing closer to our stop loss. You can see we almost got stopped out there. Now we're right around our break even.
Stop filled.
Unfortunately there we got stopped out. It's going to be our first loss of the day. We're down $300 to start out. Hey, Don Stewart, thank you for the question. With this newest update, you will be able to use the newest version of NinjaTrader, and you will not need to stay on 8.1.2.1. Just got filled into a short position here. Hopefully, if we get a little bit better luck this time. There we go. We ended up winning that trade. We're up to $116 now. We've dug ourselves out of that initial hole. Also, guys, you can see here, you can see my live executions with timestamps. You can see the seconds, minutes, and hours, as well as the date, as well as our actual account name here. Also, I'm going to move the chart trader around here to show you guys this is in fact a real account. It says my name rather than a simulated account where it would say sim at the front. Hey Don, you said today was echoing quite a bit. I just checked on my end and I'm not seeing any echo on the stream. It's likely you have two windows open with the live stream, so it's looking like there's echo, but there's actually not.
Order filled.
Just got filled into a long position.
Stop filled.
Unfortunately, that's going to be our second loss of the day. We're back down to 175 below zero. We're going to be switching it into regression at this point. You can see that's because of this large amount of chop around these areas. We probably should have done that quite a bit earlier. And just look at this delta correlation here. Really not the best in terms of looking to be in trend mode here. So just due to these derived zones that have been formed, you can see that since this formation over here, it bounced off that level, and this one up here, which was formed far back, it bounced right off of that zone there. So those zones were automatically marked by the Analytica Chart 4 Plus. So we need to be taking that into consideration more.
Order filled.
Here we go. Just got filled into a short position for regression mode. That is quite strange.
Target filled.
And we end up winning that one pretty quickly. So you can see that we've won 2 trades and lost 2 trades. However, we are green. That is because our average loss is lower than our average win. So even with this 50% win rate we're currently getting today in this session, we are still green.
Order filled.
Just got filled here into a short position. Not super confident about this trade as this is right at the low of that derived zone, but we ended up getting filled there. So if we break out of this zone here and we actually close below this green level, we are going to switch it into regression because we'll likely get a breakdown of price. However, you can see we did get the formation of that derived zone and we bounced right off below that level there. So not looking super hot for that trend mode down break, but we'll see what we can do.
Order filled.
And then we just got filled long here. So in regression, this is exactly what we want to be seeing. We want to be seeing a lot of chop around this area. And we're very, very likely to hit our stop chase at least anytime we get filled into trades at this point. Hey Ryan, thank you for the question. So anytime we update polarity, all of those updates are going to be free for any customer who's previously bought before. So our promise is we do lifetime updates. So you don't have to worry about that. Just shoot our support team an email and we'll get you with the newest version set up ASAP. Marlon, thank you for the question. This newest update is still allowed for Apex funded accounts. That has not changed anything. Hey Wade Bailey, thank you for the question. I'm going to shoot you an email right after this session is over. Make sure that we get that sorted out for you.
Stop. Order filled. Target filled.
You can see we got filled on that trade pretty quickly there. Hey Mark, the new release does not overwrite your templates.
Order filled. Stop filled.
Sorry guys, my mic was muted there, but we ended up getting filled and we lost that trade. We're back down to plus $400 on the day. You can see that we're not getting a super high win rate today. I think we're right around 50%, but you can see even with that, we are still positive. But hopefully that we can get some momentum here and regress back to our expected win rate. Hey Jim, Sierra Link is ready to go and we've actually started the service live now. As well as you will be receiving the exact same configuration and setup that I have. Hey Tony, you can absolutely train the model using micro ES. We have a specific setting available for that in both the Analytica Chart 4 Plus as well as Polarity. And that setting is use micro contract trades and use full order flow data. This will allow you to trade micros with the full contract data. Essentially, you'd be trading the data that I am trading, but you'll just be executing on micro contracts. So you'll be using significantly less leverage, which is perfect if you just started getting trading or you're using a small account. Pretty slow market today, guys. I'm sorry. This is supposed to be kind of exciting update, but of course can't control the market here, so we're not really doing that stellar. However, we of course have all those previous live streams available to um, show what's really going on. Hey, Shallow, thank you for the question. With Sierra, we do install polarity there. You just have to make sure you specify that in your order confirmation form that A, you own polarity and Analytica Chart 4 Plus, and then provide either the email that you used for your purchase at Futures Analytica or the order number, and our system will automatically verify that for you, and it'll get installed on your Sierra instance. Hey Spence, yes, Polarity ML updates as long as you opt in. So with Sierra, you will be able to opt in or out of automatic updates. With automatic updates, we will of course have to be able to actually change your install. So some people don't want that. They want to be able to have full control over their VPS, and that makes sense. That's a security issue. But if you are trying to get a little bit less hands-on with it, we are able to automatically install Polarity updates to the Sierra Link VPS.
Order filled.
Here we go. Just got filled into a long position finally. And we end up winning that one pretty quickly right off the bat. So we're up to 800. Here we go. Back-to-back trades. Just got filled into a short position. Hits our automatic stop chase. We're running into some resistance at this point, or support. It's better. observation on that, but we end up winning that one as well. So now we're above $1,000. That's always a nice way to start the day out. Took us a little bit longer today. It took us 20 minutes to reach that first milestone. We're up to $1,200 now. So if you guys opt into automatic VPS updates, the entire server would have to be installed with those pre-configured settings. So we would have to wipe the entire server at that point. But of course, this is something you have to actually opt into, and you have to understand the implications of that. So be aware. Hi, Aramir. So since we are now out of beta, the timeline for updates is going to be much longer than it is for the beta. So we're thinking around every 90 days, we'd say there would likely be an update. But that this is not an actual timetable that I can promise. If there's any issues, then like for say there's a new bug that's found out, we'll probably push out a fix pretty quickly and maybe more frequently than that. But that's also including my 90-day figure. We'll see how it goes. We'll see the user response to the newest update. If users are still struggling a little bit with getting models to get high performance in regression mode, then we'll definitely be continuously improving that. But mostly the updates are going to be to models themselves, which are very easy to install. You just drag and drop. But you can see there we ended up winning that trade. We're up to 1,600 now. We've broken through this level here. We don't have any level stopping us here from getting a downtrend. We have consistent delta correlated with price. We did get the formation of this derived zone here, but we're going to be keeping it inside of trend mode at this point. But we'll see if we enter back into this zone, we may have to switch back to regression, but we're going to see if we can get kind of a downtrend here. Hey, Greg, thank you for the question. Whether or not you get the stage 1, 2, or 3 of NinjaTrader, there is nothing else needed other than a NinjaTrader license. That NinjaTrader license can be free. I do want to revise my statement there. With the stage 1 package, it does not come with a footprint chart. So you need to get either the stage 2 or the stage 3 if you're going to use it with the free NinjaTrader license. That being said, the stage 2 does not include these derived zones here, which help pretty significantly in making sure my model is up to date. But sorry, not up to date. I'm sorry. I meant just with trading decisions in general. Hey, Aramir, can you email our support staff at CR Link if you did not get that installation form? see here that we have been sticking around this level I had previously talked about. We're not getting that downtrend here, so we're going to be switching it back into regression at this point.
Order filled.
Just got filled into a long position here.
Target filled.
End up winning that trade up $2,000 on the day now.
Order filled.
Just got filled into a short position here,
Target filled.
and we end up winning that one quite quickly as well, up to $2,400 on the day.
Order filled.
Just got filled
Target filled.
and end up winning that one quickly as well. You can see we're finally getting that momentum we needed. In the beginning of the day, we were having kind of a slow start. We were getting some wins, some losses, kind of back and forth. We were still up positive, even though we started the day negative. But now here we're getting kind of a stream of wins. Hey, Mark, to answer your question, I'm trading today. I'm using whatever data comes in today. I'm not sure how to interpret that question, but
Order filled. Target filled. Order filled. Target filled.
we ended up winning that trade as well, up to 3,600 on the day now. I think we've had kind of a stream of wins here. We have not had a loss since 8/12, so that's nice.
Order filled.
Just got filled into a long position now. We've been sticking to regression mode pretty much all day. Hey WP, your question was how many ticks stop and take profit per trade do you use, and is it static or changing? What is generally the system win rate and risk reward over a, let's say, 1 year period? Thank you for the question. So to answer your question, we have a, here, I'll hold on. Let me finish this trade out and I'll get you those exact specs. But you can see here that it's an asymmetrical risk reward. So we start out with a 1-to-1 risk reward with a, hold on. And we end up winning that trade, guys. So we're up to $4,400 on the day. But let's get back to the question. Hold on. We're back into a trade, so I cannot click my ATM strategy to show you exactly what's going on. But hopefully we can end up winning this one.
Stop filled.
And that is our first loss in 20 minutes. So we're back down to $4,100. But to answer our previous question, we have a 5-tick stop loss and a 5-tick take profit. That's our initial strategy. However, once we reach 3 ticks of profit, our stop loss moves up 3 ticks. So in general, this happens almost 90% of the time. So most of your losses are going to be minimized comparatively to your full 1-to-1 risk reward loss. So I'd say that's pretty nice. But we're up to 45.89 now, back to our previous level.
Target filled.
And we end up winning that one as well. So now we're up to almost exactly 5,000. We've paid quite a bit in commissions today. I think our actual profit is closer to 5,500, but that's just a guess. But we are using 7 contracts of ES, so that is quite hefty in terms of leverage.
Order filled. Target filled.
End up winning that trade as well. So up to 5,400. We're going to try and go for 7.5K profit today. You can see if we can reach that. But if we dip down below 4,000, I think we'll probably call it. Hey, I'm Coach Chiefs. Thank you for letting us know about that. So that was an issue with the provisioning software, and that CPU lag should be completely gone at this point. If you can check this morning and let me know how that's going. And I'm glad that the test results in the Chicago area are amazing. We worked really hard to make sure to maximize the value you're getting.
Order filled.
Just got filled into a long position here. Ended up winning that trade up to $5,800 on the day. Hey WP, so with that ATM strategy that's included with software, you just download the template and import it, and that's going to be there. It's a very simple ATM strategy. For some reason, it does not show on the stream because I have things limited to Windows in NinjaTrader. But it's just a 5-tick stop loss, 5-tick take profit, and with the stop strategy, it's an auto trail with a profit trigger of 3 and a offset of -3. Hey, Tech Facts. So for a beginner trader, you're going to want to make sure that you know how to trade futures in terms of just knowing how futures works. These are very, very leveraged assets. So futures trading is inherently risky. So if you're a totally beginner trader, I would just recommend staying away from futures in general. But in terms of the system itself, I'd say it's very, very intuitive to figure out. But we do have a very, very fast support system. We have that live chat on our website, and we have a very robust support system that we've made many investments in over the past 2 months. So we've spent a very, very large portion of our revenue on upgrading our support to make sure that customers are getting the support that they need. So I appreciate you letting us know and asking that question, but this is something that we've greatly invested in over the recent years. Hey Shank, man, thank you for the question. I just posted the command to run inside of your command prompt to test your ping. That's going to be your round trip ping, by the way, not your one-way trip ping. I believe that is quoted at 1.2 milliseconds for round trip. Hey WP, you do not need any special data feeds, so I actually highly recommend using the NinjaTrader integrated data feed, the CQG one. It's the most affordable data feed on the market, and it's honestly the most robust. It's the most reliable. It's the one I use, so I believe it's $6 a month, and that's the one I use. It's very simple. You don't need level 2 data. You can just use the regular data, and you'll be completely set. But I highly recommend using that if you are trying to trade polarity.
Target filled.
We ended up getting filled there pretty quickly. We're up to $7,000 in profit today now. So we're just going to go for 7.5 and then call it there. Hey there, Raj. Your question was if you want to use your own personal money, how much capital do I need to have in my trading account for 2 ES contracts? So, with 2 contracts, just in general, no matter how much money you have, unless you're trading a prop firm account, I really wouldn't start out with 2 contracts. I'd start with one, but for two, you're going to need around 5,000 in capital to be able to at least somewhat comfortably trade ES with the software. Hey Mark, try refreshing the page. There should only be about 2, 3 seconds of delay to the stream, and that's just due to our stream technology in general. If you refresh, you should be able to see it at the exact same time. Hey Raj, I highly recommend using NinjaTrader brokerage. That's just the native broker to NinjaTrader, and I'm assuming you're within the United States. If you're not, you're going to want to use interactive brokers if NinjaTrader is not available in your country. But with that, um, I would recommend NinjaTrader brokerage if you can. Hey guys, I just put a coupon code in the live stream chat. It's going to be 25% off for Polarity, and that's just going to be for to celebrate the newest update. With that release of the stable version of machine learning, this is a pretty big deal for us. We've worked super hard on getting this delivered to you guys, so we want to reward new customers for that. Viewership today is great. We're up to 281 viewers. That's super solid for us, and I'm really happy with that. So thank you guys for tuning in today. I really appreciate the support. Hey John, you said you're using a 500 tick NQ chart and saying you do not get the fills that I do. So that's because I'm trading ES and not NQ, and I'm trading on a 750 tick chart. So that would explain why you wouldn't be getting anything similar to even what you're seeing on stream. Hey, Big Pim. Thank you for the question. So with the package that I'm running, that's just going to be the stage 3 package. That's with the Analytica Chart 4 Plus and these derived zones here. And to answer your second question, which was what would be the benefit of the server considering execution would still be to the local computer to send the order to the server? So that second part's actually not true, and that is what is so great about automated trading. So with normal trading, you'd be absolutely correct that a VPS would not really provide any benefit to a trader who's manually trading because they'd have to send the order to the server, and then the server would have to send it to the exchange. But in this case, the actual automated software is running on the server itself, which is extremely close proximity to the exchange. So there is no delay from the order being sent. You're getting the exact same delay you'd be getting to get that market data to the server. So there is a delay from when you switch to regression to trend or arm it in both directions, but that delay is going to be whatever your ping is to the server normally. And those kinds of actions, which are manual, are not really latency sensitive at all. The actual market execution is completely native to the server, to the exchange. So that is where you're going to be getting that minimized delay with the actual software running on the VPS with Sierra Link. Hey, no worries, John. I totally get it, and I'm glad you're able to get that sorted out. You can see here that we really have not gotten that final trade we need to get to our $7,500 profit target. So we're going to wait a little bit longer, and if we don't reach it, we're probably going to have to call it at this point. But we're going to keep trying for a little bit more. Oh, you can see right when I said that, we got filled into a long position here. It hits our automatic stop chase. Man, it would be really awkward if this trade ended up being a loss. You can see we do not have the strategy armed at this point because if we win this trade, it's going to be our final trade of the day.
Target filled.
And we end up winning that trade up to 74.47. I'd say that's close enough to 7,500. But that is a super solid day today, and I'm pretty stoked about that. Anyway, guys, thank you so much for tuning in. I appreciate it a lot, and I hope you guys are just as excited about the new update as I am. I can already feel the difference, especially with that regression only mode today. Essentially, we got a pretty high win rate aside from that beginning part there. We'll just pretend that didn't happen. But I'm pretty excited, guys. I want to hear your feedback on this new update as we continuously roll it out, as well as with that Sierra Link pre-installed version. But guys, I'll talk to you soon, and I appreciate all the support you're given. Last thing, we do have that 25% off site-wide discount coupon for Sierra Link, or sorry, for Polarity ATI to celebrate the final release. So make sure not to miss that if you are interested. That's code end of beta, and it's just going to be all lowercase or all caps, doesn't matter. But good morning, everybody. This is Con from Futures Analytica, bringing you guys another live futures trading session with the Polarity Automated Trading Interface. We're going to be arming it in both directions today to start out the day here. We're going to be doing so today in trend mode only. We're not going to be switching modes. We're going to be in trend mode only the whole day pretty much, just to continue what we've been doing over the past few days. You can see the market is not necessarily fast right now, though. Hey, Earl, to answer your question, this is on the new VPS. This is the same hardware I've been using, same setup I've been using for quite some time. I just decided to buy a bunch of those instances, actually buy the hardware, install them in the same data center, and use that. So that's exactly what you guys are getting. I am using the same specs as the Sierra plan. I'm running a Sierra instance with 32 gigabytes of RAM and the 8 cores and whatnot that are on the Sierra Link website. You can see there we actually got into a trade there. I believe it was a short fill, and we hit that fill almost instantly, right off the bat. We have about 10 slots left on that Sierra plan. We will be expanding eventually. We'll use the capital that we're taking in on those 3-month plans that people are buying to purchase more hardware. So, but if you want your June 1st launch date for the Sierra plan, there's only 10 slots left. So just want to let you guys know about that. Hey Shankman, your question was, can I use the VPS with Starlink? Would I be limited to my speed because of my hardware or satellite issues? So Shankman, thank you for the question. This is somewhat of a complicated issue here, but if you're using polarity on Starlink with the VPS, you will have no issues. You'll have the same latency that I do because polarity is hosted on the VPS, um, and it would communicate with the CME through that. Your internet speed would not dictate the execution speed, but the only thing you'd have to worry about is the latency from sending ARM commands and mode switch commands. So if your latency to the VPS is, let's say, 300 milliseconds on Starlink, it will take 300 milliseconds for you to send commands such as arming or disarming the strategy or switching from trend to regression. Now, I don't think this is really an issue. I've never seen there be a 300 millisecond um, trading decision with mode switching. That's not really a speed-based endeavor, so I don't think you'll have any issues there. If you could give me more information about your bandwidth, because it is sending a feed to your computer so you can control the VPS manually. We have bandwidth optimization. You can turn down the resolution of what's sent to you to increase the amount of, or to work on lower bandwidth connections. But really what you're worried about is bandwidth. But yeah. Let me pull up the exact command to get you guys to be able to test bandwidth. I'll just put it in the chat. You'll want to open up a command prompt window though. So get ready to do that if you are interested in doing that. Sorry, guys. There you go. I just sent that in the chat. Just to open a command prompt window and type ping 34.120.3.201. Just got filled into a short trade here.
Target filled.
End up getting up to $816.48. Hey there, David. I see you said you requested last night to reserve a spot on the VPS. I see there is someone named David who did reserve a spot last night at about 9 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. If you can tell me your last name, I'll be able to answer that for you. Hey, David, to answer your question, yes, you do have that. Oh, sorry. Different David. Let me see. Bartel. Yes, David Bartel, I do see that. Shankman, what you said was it ping results are minimum 21 milliseconds, maximum 37 milliseconds, with an average of 28 milliseconds. So what Sierra Link gives you is 1.7, as the 1.76 is the high, meaning that's the highest ping that we've measured on that. It gets all the way down to 1.4 milliseconds though in our testing. 50th percentile is 1.6. But essentially, every 10 to 15 milliseconds, you're going to be getting about a quarter of a tick against you on NQ. So on average, so over 100 trades, that's the average amount of ticks you're losing per 10 to 15 milliseconds. So keep that in mind with that 27 to 37 millisecond latency. We have a pretty solid graphic on the Sierra Link website that shows exactly how many orders are coming in every single millisecond. Yeah, guys, if you purchase the software, you will receive an email once we get more set up and ready for when this comes out. You don't have to take any action until the VPS comes out. It'll be a very smooth process. If your polarity is filtering out imbalances to zero, you can just completely disable adversary detection, and that will no longer filter out imbalances to zero. Hey, Shankman, your first question was, can I cancel anytime? And will I need specific hardware? Yes, you can absolutely cancel anytime. For pre-orders, you can cancel at any time and get a full refund. But once you've actually started using the VPS, you will need to complete your month. Or if you subscribe to the 3-month plan, you'll need to complete your 3 months. It's because we sign contracts with our providers who are giving us a, let's say, discounted rate if we do it for 3 months in terms of both internet and power. But you have no commitment, meaning that if you get the 1-month plan, you can just cancel and you will not be renewed. Hey, Matthias, the 0.002 millisecond server is not included in that, and that's a 0.002 second, I believe. It's a 2 microsecond server, but that is a separate plan. We'll be doing a very, very limited release of that, and the 24 slots that we have available currently for the Sierra plan are going to be the only people who are going to be eligible for that. We're almost capped out on that, so and that will also, of course, the prerequisite will be that you are still subscribed by that time. hopefully we can start to get some action in the markets here. You can see there's really not that much movement, and we only have 2 trades today. Hey, S.A. Patel, thank you for the question. I just sent you an email giving you that upgrade opportunity. Hey, Matthias, if your question was if the 0.002 millisecond server was closed off already, um, it is not. We still have slots open for the Sierra plan, but I'm not sure if you said you purchased last night, if you bought the Sierra plan. If you'd like to upgrade, just shoot me an email and I'll refund whatever one you didn't actually buy. Actually, now looking at our orders, you did get the Sierra plans. You do qualify for that. Hey, Moon Guy. Your question was, can I start with the plain Alto version? And is 2.7 milliseconds good enough for your Palladi program? Thanks. Yes, absolutely. Alto is perfectly fine for this, and 2.7 milliseconds is good enough. And I'd actually recommend that to most people, unless you have a specific reason of why you need more cores, RAM, or whatnot. So yeah, Alto is a great plan, and that's actually where most of the slots are because I was pretty much assuming that most people were going to buy it because it's a satisfactory plan. But it seems that most people are trying to get into both the Sierra plan and the Strata plan.
Market is super slow today, guys. Hey Vicus, your question was about the Sierra monthly billing plan. Is that if full support for installation, proper setup, and NinjaTrader was included? To answer everyone's question about that, everything is going to be pre-set up when you get it. You won't actually have to do any installation. Now, the only thing we need from you is just to send us your machine ID when you get on, but you already have access because there's a temporary access period included. So as long as you send us that within 7 days, it's completely fine. You won't have to do anything. My ping from SoCal before moving to the Chicago VPS was about 50 to 70 milliseconds. But yeah. And to answer the second portion of your question, which is after the change to a VS, how has that noticeably affected your trading results? So I was profitable before switching to the VPS, of course, but I was noticing some inconsistency during higher volatility time periods, um, and I was confused why, and a lot of that was coming from slippage. So when I switched to the VPS, that was essentially completely eliminated. Now, of course, during high volatility periods, the spread's going to increase, but your slippage won't from price increases during the time it takes for you to send the order. So that was completely eliminated. I used to get a edge case sometimes where I'd get filled into an order based off of information that happened before price movement, and sometimes that price movement would be quite large, and I'd miss out on that opportunity, and I end up losing the trade. So a lot of the things that a VPS is going to eliminate is those edge cases rather than a extremely consistent gain. So like currently right now the market, look at how little it's moving. One tick spread, it's staying at the same price. Um, can see that the VPS is not going to be really helping much in this situation where there's no movement, but it is going to be helping a lot in high volatility upticks or in bursts of volatility. Yeah, Mark, I'm not sure if the chat is still there if you joined late, but check the YouTube chat for the ping to test. I will send it once again, just so if anyone joined late, they can see it. Hey, Trader Miles, your question was, what trading programs are you involved with and how to get access? Did you do a webinar recently and can I know the link? So I've not done a webinar recently, but the trading program I'm involved with is my own. It's called the Polarity Automated Trading Interface and the Analytica Chart 4 Plus. So the Polarity Automated Trading Interface Stage 3 comes with everything that we have, and that's how you get access to that. It's on our website, which is Futures Analytica. It's going to be in the description of the stream. Hey, UCIA owner. Question was, I have 3 licenses and would like to know if the one Sierra server covers the 3 license and will I be able to access my 3 machines at the same time? So with 3, that does become iffy. So what we're doing is that
when you buy a VPS, you are getting one free access point additional to your license, but 3 is the maximum additional licenses that we have. So I will email you after the stream and we can figure something out. If you get the 3 months, that will include a full license, by the way, though. So 1 month, there could be some abuse there, but I won't say anything. And Matthias, I did check your order, and yes, you are eligible for that 0.002 MS machine. Again, guys, I am gonna say that machine that comes later is going to be very expensive in terms of monthly access, just because it costs me a lot of money. The CME charges $10,000 a month just for the data or just for the connection. That's not even including the leased space. And then I'd be amortizing that by sharing it with you guys, but it would still be quite expensive. Hi, Michael. To answer your question about the server pricing and if you want to get locked in, check out our website at sierralink.org. It's also in the description of this live stream. And the fastest server currently is 1.7 milliseconds is our edge case highest ping, but there is a limited number of slots at the fastest server. We actually only have 6 slots left on Sierra. We will be increasing the slots eventually, but that will come with a later start date of June 15th. Hey, D. Smith, thank you for the interest in our software. If you'd like to know where to start, check out the video I just posted in the chat. I think it's a really good introduction on knowing exactly what you'd be getting into and if it's right for you. The strategy is not right for a majority of people, and you have to make sure you know what you're getting into. And I'd say watching that video is a good way to look into that. I'm also going to shoot you an email after this stream, and we can talk about it, and I'll answer any of your questions. Geez, guys, here we're really not getting into any trades. The market is just very, very sluggish today. I guess ES is starting to slow down a little bit. Michael, my S/R line settings are 3 and 3. Both of the settings for SR lines are 3. And Mark, Rhythmic is just fine. I'm assuming you're using a prop firm, so that's actually not going to be an issue at all. But on live trading, I probably wouldn't use Rhythmic if I'm actually trading a brokerage account rather than a prop firm account. But that's just me. I like NinjaTrader Continuum because it's not only cheap, but it's very, very reliable and fast. But Kinetic is also another great option. Geez, guys, I mean, today has been so slow. I feel like I'm boring you guys. I'm sorry about that. And of course, it is a bummer that things are pretty slow for me too, just because it's always nice to have a solid trading day, right? But hey, UCI owner, yes, that can be considered a another machine ID. Hey, Vicus, if you just enrolled for Sierra, yes, you are eligible for that. And hey, Mark, your question was I get 32 milliseconds. Is that workable? Yeah, absolutely. You don't need a VPS. You don't need 1 millisecond, but this is for people who are really trying to get every edge they can. 32 is perfectly fine. I traded on something higher than 32 for years, and it was fine. It's just that those edge cases I was talking about do exist, and they can impact you somewhat significantly. But overall, consistently, if you are a consistent trader, I don't think that 32 milliseconds is an issue at all. Hey, RM Trader FX, your question was, does the VPS come with an extra machine license? And yes, it does, as long as you have less than 3 active on your account. Um, but it does come with that extra machine ID if you get that. But if you cancel, of course, that extra machine ID would no longer be active. It's just part of the Sierra plan or the Alto or Strata. Hey Neil, Cubison, I'm not sure if you're watching this, but I saw you had a duplicate order. I canceled one of them, and I canceled the description on the first one. But just wanted to let you know about that. Hey Mark, AutoArm only trades outside of the red and green lines. Oh, there we go. Finally just got filled into a second trade there. It's a short one, or a third trade, sorry. And there we go. Ended up winning that one pretty consistently. So we're up to $1,200 on the day now. And that's a nice number to look at. I never like to finish below 1,000. 1,200 is a pretty solid day for me. Hey Horton, your question was, does this program also trade the NQ futures? Yes, it does. I've been trading the NQ futures mostly for almost all of last year and half of this year. And it's very consistent. It's just that a lot of people wanted to see some ES content, and I wanted to try out ES, and it's been doing pretty well. So, yeah, NQ is great. We have lots of content on it. So, yeah. Guys, I think we're probably going to call it that, or call it at this point. We're only up to 1,200 on the day. But we're just not getting filled at any trades here, and I'm not sure why. I think maybe our machine learning model isn't perfect right now. Um, but we've been kept out of trades for a pretty good amount of movement here, so I think we're gonna call it for today. We're up to 1,200, but yeah, I'm satisfied with it. We'll be streaming more later this week, and you'll get some more information on what's to come. But guys, I really do appreciate you tuning in today, and I hope you all have a wonderful. Good morning, everybody. Welcome back to the stream. I hope you guys have been well. Today is a beautiful morning. Today we are going to be trading L2Azimuth on ES Futures as per usual. Today we're trading on a brokerage account, and we're going to be starting out the day here with just counter spoof. Looks like volatility is pretty normalized. This is actually a pretty good opportunity to use Trespass as well. We're going to be throwing that on too. Turning on concordant. As stated before, Trespass is a lot similar to Polarity in terms of how it is utilized. Hold on here, guys. Hopefully the stream quality is good. Looks like it says excellent on our end, so we're 2 for 2 on this new house. I've been moving into a new place for the past week, so I've been super busy. Haven't really had time to do a lot of the duties that I should be doing as owner of the company, so that's why we've been a little bit behind on these streams. But we're pretty much all moved in. My office is essentially a giant white box, though, so I'm gonna have to spice this up so I don't wanna, so I don't get depressed sitting in here all day. If you guys would like, you can submit questions inside the box that I had linked in the description, or sorry, in the chat. Pretty low volatility. Oh, looks like we got put into a trade there, and we end up winning that one almost immediately up to 199.92 on the day. After commissions, I believe that was a trespass trade. I think our trespass is at an order quantity of 4, and our counter spoof is at an order quantity of 5. You guys can see my account name there on our executions feed, as well as our timestamp and position. It was a 6 quantity, it looks like, not a 5. Gonna move my chart trader around for you guys here to prove that this is in fact real. Hey Alex, the software is ready to use right out of the box. And now obviously I do suggest reading and watching the training material, which comes with it. It comes in a video course. But other than that, you don't need to do anything to the software. All the parameters come pre-optimized and there's no models to train or anything like that. Hey Christian, if you live in the UK, you very, very likely need a VPS. We'll highly recommend Sierra Link. We'll install everything for you. We'll install the L2Azimuth if you own it, or Polarity or Analytica Chart 4 Plus. Everything we'll do that for you if you get Sierra Link, which is located in the description. Hey Keith, you can't change the number of contracts necessarily on the fly. You're going to want to click on the edit button on the ATM strategy and then save it with that new order quantity. Let's check and see what counter spoof. Okay, so counter spoof we have 6 contracts, and with trespass we have 4. Alex, you asked what time frame do you use it on? I use it on an 8 range chart. This is a range chart of 8 ticks. Or sorry, 8 ticks. But I highly recommend running it the first 45 to an hour of market open. A little bit late today, but that's okay. Hey Jagadish, I highly recommend just using counter spoof when you're beginning using the software. That'll help a lot. Looks like we got another fill there almost immediately. We ended up winning that trade up to $400 today. I think that was a counter spoof trade as well. Hey Dalen, this is correct. Fills between live accounts and sim accounts are going to be different. Fills between sim accounts and sim accounts through Apex or other other fake broker, prop firm, stuff like that. That should be the same. Hey Joey, I'll pull those up after the stream. I just don't have those screenshotted as I was getting ready to start streaming today. Hey Aurora, the training phase of the algorithm is going to affect it if you have microcongruity on. If you have this off, it's not going to affect it. Hey Neelis, you asked when will you do the micro contract challenge? It's actually a good idea. I forgot about that. I think that we should start that sometime next week. Hey, Andy, you asked, what are the numbers on the sides and at the top of the candles representing? So this is a footprint chart. So this shows actual market orders that have been executed from aggressive buyers and aggressive sellers. These are people who cross the bid. We cross-reference this with the limit order book to derive a spoofing score, seeing on how many orders are actually filled versus how many orders disappear. And up here, this number is the net delta throughout this entire bar, and then we have the delta change right there.
Target filled.
Looks like we got filled into a short position, ended up winning that one pretty quickly as well.
Target filled.
Ended up winning that one too, up to 800 now on a pretty solid win streak at this point. I think 4 wins so far. $900 gross, but $800 after commissions. We paid $100.32 in commissions. Hey Enzo, yeah, absolutely. Commissions can be a big part of results. I use NinjaTrader Brokerage, super solid broker. They have relatively low commissions. I'd say that the thing is that you can't ignore the CME commissions though. Those are going to be the main factor in your commissions amount. I believe Ninja Traders are under 50 cents though from a brokerage standpoint. Hey Patrick, if you don't have level 2 data, we actually have a course module inside of the L2Azimuth buyers package where you can see on how to actually subscribe to level 2 data through both either NinjaTrader, or you can do that if you're using a brokerage, or you can do that through Apex Trader Funding, which is just 10 bucks. Either one of those we have a video tutorial for. BT, you asked, why are you trading Trespass and Counterspoof right now? Great question. So Counterspoof we leave on all the time. We don't ever turn that off unless we're not using the strategy. Trespass we run during ranges and whatnot where the market is consolidating. We don't run that during trends. You can also just trade Counterspoof and not use DexRay or Trespass.
Target filled.
Got filled in that position there, ended up winning that up to $1,000 now. So 5 trades in a row, pretty solid.
That's correct, BT. Counter spoof always on, trespass in range, and dex array and trend. That's a very correct way of what to do. You can also just run counter spoof with nothing else on, and you can run it as basically hands off. Hey Todd, won't be turning off my congruity today as we are on a live account. Have to make as much money as we can when trading live. This is just because brokerage accounts are important. But won't be doing that today. On Friday, though, we will be doing that. So you guys will be able to mirror my trades on Friday. Hey David, yeah, IQ Feed is one of my data providers that I'm using. Hey Yusuf, you said if I disable then enable microcongruity in the same minute, does that change anything? No, it should not, Yusuf. Hey David, Kinetic is a great feed. I believe IQ Feed and Kinetic share the same input. Hey Jordan, yes, I am using NinjaTrader as my brokerage. Hey Mark, yeah, absolutely. Forgot to take screenshots of this before the stream today. Um, and a demo account and a live brokerage account will provide different fills. I actually believe that a live account is going to provide better fills than a demo account from my testing.
Brian, you asked, how do you get the account data box to show up? You're going to want to go to your NinjaTrader Control Center, click on New at the top left, and then click on Account Data.
Target filled.
Just got filled there into a short position up to 1200. Today is not a super stellar trading day for volatility. Really not getting that many fills today. It's been very, very choppy, you can see here. So I'm glad our counter spoofing has been pretty dialed. Hey, Alan. Yeah, absolutely. Prior to Friday, we're actually going to spend like maybe 15 to 30 minutes going through making sure everybody has the same settings, the same configuration before our stream on Friday. We're going to be trading on an Apex account. We're going to make sure that you guys are getting the same fills as I am. Looks like we have a sell limit order there. It was a counter spoof. Ended up not getting put into that trade though. Hey there, Nate. The fills on Topstep and Apex should be the same as they use the same simulation engine. Hey Tom, I'm using E-minis. Hey Jacob, if you need to contact me, you can do so at support@futuresanalytica.com. Hey George, you should not need to reconfigure the Analytica chart as that is normal. Nothing about that will change it. Hey Francois, apparently I'm not allowed to advise anyone on how many contracts they should be trading. But if you were trading on a simulated $25,000 account, if you're trading on Sim, I highly recommend just using one contract of E-mini on Sim. Same with the 50K, I'd go to two contracts if you were on a simulated $50,000 account.
Hey Goose, you said, can I run two different programs at the same time like you are? Yeah, absolutely you can. I'm only running one though, so I highly recommend guys changing your limit order offset to 3 instead of 0 if you're trading on sim or on a PA account. It's going to drastically improve results.
Target filled.
Just got filled there up to 1400 on the day. Hey John, that is to be determined. Hey Bill, you do not need CR length to run level L2Azimuth. You can run it without it, but you are going to want to have less than 30 milliseconds of latency. If you want to check what your latency is, open up a command prompt window and paste this command into your command prompt, and this will tell you your latency to the exchange. Even if you're not using Rhythmic, this should give you a good idea of that.
Target filled.
I ended up winning that one up to 1600 on the day now. Wow. Super solid day today. Just got put into a long trade here. Hey Milas, I posted that command to check latency in the chat. I'll post it one more time.
Target filled.
There we go. Ended up winning that one as well, up to 1800 now on the day. Our counter spoof trade here ought to hit our automatic stop chase, moving our stop loss upward. Hey Jagadish, yes, I am getting your questions. Unfortunately, we ended up losing that one there, down to 1700 on the day now. By the way, there are like 100 questions in the past 5 minutes, so if I'm not seeing yours, it's just because there's a huge volume of them. Yes, this is correct, Ron. I am using Trespass due to the narrow market range.
Target filled.
Ended up winning that one up to 1900 now. If If you guys are interested in just plug and play settings for what most people are going to be using, I highly recommend checking out Market Decoy's channel. He's been a super good resource for learning exactly how the community likes to trade, and he's been having super stable, consistent days. I think he posts like every day. If I could post his link right here. Ended up losing that trade, unfortunately, back down to 1800. Hit our automatic stop chase here.
Target
Ended up
filled.
winning that one up to 2,000 now. Hey Frank, we aren't running that anymore, but I'm going to shoot you an email right now.
Target filled.
Ended up winning that trade up to $2,100 on the day now. Hey Frank, I just sent you an email. Hit our automatic stop chase here. Come on, just one more tick. That's all it needs, just one
Target
more. There we
filled.
go. Okay, up to 23.32 now, making some slow progress. We're starting to get some losses now, so starting to lose a little bit of momentum. Hey Oshan, your question was, what is the key difference between polarity and L2? So polarity just uses level 1 data. It's based on order flow, and it's a much more semi-automated system. L2
Target filled.
Azimuth uses level 2 data to derive a short-term forecasting model, and it's a lot more passive. Now, with Trespass enabled, it ends up becoming a lot more semi-automated, but with counterspoof alone, you're looking at a really, really hands-off system. It's much more sophisticated. There's a lot more math that goes into it behind it. I highly suggest watching one of the videos on my channel. It's called The Equation That Ends Market Manipulation. It's our most popular, or
Target
it's
filled.
highlighted on our channel right now. I'll post that link in the description here, or in the chat here. Check that out if you guys want to, are interested in what the actual key differences are between the strategies and why this strategy works.
Target filled.
Ended up winning that one as well, up to $2,800 now. Hey BT, we're currently in the process of getting those sent out. A couple of them are, if you're talking about Brett, his have been sent out, so follow up with him if you're interested. Unfortunately, that's another loss there. Back down to 24.81. Gonna try and go for 3,000 today.
Target filled.
Ended up winning that one at 26.81. Hey Todd, if my chart 4 plus indicator is showing order numbers as well on your chart, that's likely because you have yours compressed. You're going to want to go down to the bottom here on your timeline. You can see that if I drag mine out, it gets rid of the numbers. But I have mine zoomed in. Wow, unfortunately, we lost that trade too. Fortunately, though, these have been pretty minimal losses. I don't think we've taken a full-size loss yet, which I gotta say is pretty nice. That was a full-size loss right there. Back down to 23.31. Wow, unfortunately, all the way down to 2,000 again. I feel like we're spinning our wheels in place here. Super unfortunate, but that's okay. Almost touched our take profit there.
Target filled.
Ended up winning that one up to 22.81.
Target filled.
Just got filled there. Ended up winning that one up to 24.81. You know, guys, for this stream, I am going to be running a 1-day 15% off on both quarterly and lifetime purchases on our website. This is only available for people who are watching this stream right now. I won't be publishing this anywhere else, but as a thank you for you guys tuning in, you can use discount code DECK10STREAM at checkout for 15% off. Hey Steve, I just want to let you know I've gotten over 500 questions during this stream, so I'm not choosing to not answer anything. I just haven't seen them. It would be nice if I could prioritize users who haven't gotten a response, but I don't have a way to do that on our software. I am using a pretty high res monitor, Todd. It's a 4K monitor. So sorry about that. If you change your DPI scaling, you should be able to see more numbers. Hey, Jordan, yes, that code does work on polarity. So if you want to get polarity, you can use that as well. I think if we get to $2,800, we'll probably call it for the day here. Not sure what happened there. Had a really weird OCO thing there happen, but fortunately we got flattened. I think it was just one of our contracts got filled.
Target filled.
Ended up winning that trade. Let's see if we can get one more today. You know, guys, I think we're going to end up calling it here at 25.64. Our gross profit has been increasing steadily, but our total P&L is pretty close to the same as where we were before this. We made around $25.64 on the day. Well, I'm going to disarm here. Let's just see if this last trade gets taken. We'll see how this goes. Dang, that's so unfortunate. We ended up losing that last trade. So we're at 23.14 on the day now. Still a pretty solid day. I mean, we did have that string of winners in the beginning. Not sure exactly why, but we paid $800 in commissions today. So after 31.50 in gross, we are left with 23.14 in total profit. But guys, thank you so much for tuning in today. Friday will be a pretty awesome stream. We're going to go through settings. We're not going to use microcongruity, so you guys get the same exact trades as I can. We're going to set everyone up and make sure you guys are set for success. We'll be on an Apex account and all that. So thanks so much, guys. Appreciate it. Morning, everybody. Welcome back to the stream. This is Connor from Futures Analytica, bringing you guys another live futures trading session. I hope you all had a wonderful Thanksgiving week with your families and a productive Black Friday weekend. Thanks for tuning in today, guys. Today, of course, we're going to be using L2Azimuth, our premier counter spoofing level 2 data trading software. We're going to only be using the counter spoof scanner to highlight that at the beginning to show the simplicity of this. We're going to be using our high risk management, meaning we have a high risk tolerance. And we're going to start the day just by clicking concordant, which is going to enable the strategy as it starts looking for trades. We do have microcongruity on, meaning we have our machine learning component enabled. So we're going to try and get the biggest advantages we can early out in the day. If you guys have any questions about the software or anything you'd like to ask me during the stream, you can submit those inside of the Google Sheet that is posted in the chat and the description. Looks like we got our first trade signal there. I'm not sure if it was long or short. I didn't really catch it, but I did hear it. It was a limit order. So, okay, it looks like we got another one there. It was a long limit order. We ended up not getting filled into that one either. So I believe that, of course, it was a counter spoof trade. Price did end up moving up right after that. So it's a bummer that we didn't get filled into either of those trades, but we're going to keep trading as usual. Hey, Tom, you asked what settings will I be running. It will be the same settings as I ran on our last stream and our previous stream. Those are located on the screen now. I'm going to increase the size of these here just for a little bit so you guys can see them. You can see here. Hey, Dalen. We just simply waited to start the stream for a little bit as I had a couple of business management things I had to do before I started streaming today. Um, no issues on the trading, no issues on streaming. I just sometimes I have some stuff I have to do before I start trading. Going into Mondays, there's always a couple of backlogs of emails and whatnot that I have to get back to, and that was just what I was doing before this stream. You can see here volatility is quite low. You can see it's been pretty flat, so this should be good for Trespass. We're going to throw that on as well. However, Dex Array is likely not going to be a good option at this point. Just ended up winning that trade. I'm not exactly why. It's on one contract. That's super unfortunate. Looks like we got, oh, it looks like that might have been because we only got filled on one contract. I'm not completely sure what happened there. I'll have to rewatch and figure out what happened, but we're only up $33 on that. Not completely sure why. Hey, Chris, if you're getting that message where it says you have no level 2 data for depth of market and then it goes away after 1 to 2 minutes, I suggest waiting a little bit longer before loading your chart. This can often have to do with tick replay. Hey there, Tian. You said, can I use L2Azimuth in China? Absolutely, you can use it in China, 100%. Hey, Charles. Thank you for the question. You said you ordered L2Azimuth last week. If you order our VPS, can you set everything up for me? Yeah, absolutely. The second you order it, you just input your order ID for L2Azimuth, and everything will already be installed by the time you open your VPS, and everything will be set up. If you guys are interested in checking out Sierra Link, which is our VPS solution, we get less than 1 millisecond one-way trip times to the CME. You can check that out at sierralink.org. Right there. Oh, hold on. I gotta HTTPS that. We're also running a Black Friday / Cyber Monday sale on Sierra Link. Today is the last day of that. So if you want to check that out, we are offering a 10% discount on everything with code SierraBF10. We are also offering annual plans on our VPS systems at this point. You get a major discount if you pick that annual plan. Usually the Sierra plan is $137 a month, but if you end up going with the annual, that amortizes down all the way to $93 a month. Hopefully we can start to get some trades here. Super low volatility today though, which is going to keep us really out of that. But hey, Damien, you said good to hear from you. Testing your new software with this L2 thing. It's very interesting. You said when an algo takes a trade, I can't see it on my chart. Do you know where to activate it? I believe this may be due to your account selection. You have to make sure that there is congruity between the account selection that you have in your strategy setup and the account you have selected on your chart trader. So if these two are not the same, they're on the right side panel here, right above ATM strategy. Your orders aren't going to show up on the chart. So if you actually do correct this though, they will show up. Hey, Usman, you said, can this trade crypto and forex? Yeah, absolutely. If you have level 2 data for both those things, you can certainly trade crypto and forex with this software. Hey, Lawrence, you said, what's the recommended size for a 50K account? I highly suggest starting out just with one contract. I don't think there's any issues with playing it safe. Hey, Jason, you said you cannot change your strategy. They're grayed out. I'm going to not let me adjust your numbers. Hey, Jason, you have to actually click the enable button. You have to disable the strategy before you adjust any parameters. So you'll have to click, you have to uncheck the enabled button at the bottom of your strategy setup and then click apply. Once you do this, you will be able to adjust to my settings. Just going to hide this for now just so we don't have as much clutter on the screen. If you guys did anything special for Thanksgiving, let me know in that Q&A form. I'm very interested to hear what you guys were up to. Hey, Lawrence, you said if you get the software, is it already optimized? Yeah, absolutely. It works right out of the box. You'll get the exact same thing that I have on stream here. Hey, Damien. No worries. I'm glad that we were able to get that account system figured out and you're able to see your orders now. We just got a short signal there. Ended up getting canceled on that pretty quickly, though, unfortunately. So Lena says that just bought L2A, went through installation. I'm not sure what to do. May I have an assistance to installation, please? Yeah, absolutely, Lena. I'll shoot you an email. Hey, Lawrence, you said, do I need additional data? You do need level 2 data, which is about $10 a month through NinjaTrader or Apex Trader funding. But besides that, you don't need anything else. You can add this on your CME portal. Hey, Larry, you said, what time does it trade and what's the difference between this and Polarity? It's a pretty substantially different software than Polarity. So Polarity was definitely a more semi-automated software. You had to actively engage and disengage the strategy, as well as switch between trend and regression. And this one is a much more passive strategy, but you can see we do get a lot less trades throughout the day. However, we found it to be consistently profitable. I highly suggest you guys check out this video here. Hold on, let me pull this up. And it just really talks everything about what you need to know about trading this software. It's called The Equation That Ends Market Manipulation. What is L2Azimuth? Posting that right here. If you guys are interested in what the strategy does, why it works, and the research behind the software, highly suggest checking that out. Hey there, Nate. Your question was, do I need to purchase your other software along with this one to have my chart look like yours? No, you actually don't. This software actually comes with the Analytica Chart 4 Plus. This is all inclusive. Everything that you're seeing on the chart is just available if you end up purchasing our software automatically. Hey, Lawrence, you said, will this be recorded? Absolutely. You'll be able to view this after the stream. You can see my past live streams on that. Hey, Larry. Yeah, we've seen our live results definitely match the back testing. Our forward testing and our back testing have been congruent. So you can see that we've been trading this consistently on live stream for about a month now. Actually, 2 months. Yeah, we started trading this in October. But also, guys, we are running a Cyber Monday sale. So today's the final day of that 35% off. We only do this once a year. Last year we did 40%, but we're starting to dial it back. Next year we'll likely do 30. 35% is a pretty substantial discount. So this is going to be the last time 35% is going to be available from Futures Analytica. So if you're interested in checking out the software, you can use code CYBER35 at checkout. Now, obviously, today's stream is not very compelling. We've only made $33 on the day today, so we've only gotten one trade. However, you can see with this volatility, it's been just quite poor. So just stay tuned with us, guys. Looks like we got another signal there. It was a buy limit. Ended up getting canceled on that pretty quickly, unfortunately. The spoofer's on vacation or something. Yeah, I don't doubt it. Probably doing a lot of Cyber Monday shopping. Um, Hey Larry, your question was, do I need a live share walkthrough if I buy? We can definitely do that if you'd like, but you definitely don't need one. The installation is like a 2-minute process. You simply run an executable file and your software is installed and set up and ready. It comes with actual educational course material that you
Target
can
filled.
watch. Looks like we got filled there, up to 233 on the day now. So it'll teach you everything you need to know about trading futures and trading using the software. We actually go through the fundamentals about futures in these courses. Of course, you can skip those modules if you already know them, but we talk about how to actually use that. But if you'd need a walkthrough, we're able to provide that for you as well. Milton, you asked for NQ would use the same range 8 and same template settings, or you could explain any update changes you use. Thank you. Absolutely, Milton. So with NQ, we actually have a template. You can just click on the Workspaces tab in your NinjaTrader and swap to the NQ template. Hey Larry, you asked, is it totally hands-free? Well, if you watch what I've been doing today, and in all my previous streams, I suggest you make that assessment for yourself. Obviously, you can't just let this run for 24/7 with no oversight. I mean, that's never going to work. You're going to large spikes in volatility and whatnot, but if I usually trade the exact same time every single day, and you can see the level of intervention that I've been taking. So make your own assessment on that. Kuba, this is a great question. You said, have you considered the market impact of the algo? What happens if 50 of us use the same settings and pile in orders at the same price? What other markets with optimized settings are available apart from ES? Great question, Kuba. And it's one I actually love about L2Azimuth because it actually highlights how awesome the strategy is. So the counter spoof scanner specifically is designed to take advantage of this effect. So there's something called the critical mass principle when it comes to counter spoofing. So imagine there are 100 spoofed orders, one tick above the current price. And let's say that 50 of us all buy in. What's going to happen is that if there's enough of us buying in at the same time, it'll actually push price into those spoofed orders. And those spoofed orders, if they don't actually intend to get filled, are going to get filled. And what happens when they are on the books on all those 100 contracts that they do not want on the books? They will have to exit to market immediately. So let's say we buy into 50 contracts, all of us with one contract. They get completely filled. That means that they have to submit 50 buy orders immediately to the market, which is going to skew price in our direction. So this is actually something we take advantage of. We like this liquidity. We like it when this happens. So this critical mass principle, it's one of the biggest reasons of why we even sell this algo to the public anyway. I mean, it ends up working better the more people that use it. And also, again, what other markets with optimized settings are available apart from ES? We offer NQ, we offer ZB, we offer ZN, we offer GC, CL, all these other instruments, and any kind of custom instruments you guys request, we can whip those up for you. We have the actual strategy parameters. It follows a very simple rule on how we can optimize those, and they're very easy. So it's not something that is very strategy dependent. Hey, Dalen, you asked 5K target every day, or is this based on volatility? This is definitely based on volatility. Unfortunately, for us, it's unlikely that we'll get to 5K today, but we're going to shoot for 2,500. But you can see if we just don't get any trades, I mean, it's kind of impossible for us to get to that point. But we are going to keep trading. I don't think that we'll have any issues with any losses or whatnot. Pretty confident on this end. Usman says, do you provide optimized settings of the software for crypto and forex trading too? Yeah, absolutely. But again, with crypto, those are going to be, if you're not trading the big three, Ethereum, Bitcoin, whatnot, you're going to have to email us and we'll provide you with a customized template for whatever instrument that you want. It does also work with forex. We provide settings for those too. Matt, you said that I watched your video on how everything works. Extremely interested. I appreciate your work and I'm saving to try it out. What is the largest position size you've used it with? I've used it on up to 9 contracts on a live account. So, and it worked fine. Now, the issue with 9 contracts is that a lot of times only half of my orders would get filled, and I'd only get into like 5 contracts. The rest would just like kind of bounce off, and I wouldn't get filled. And on the trades where I would get filled, I'd be more likely to get filled into trades that I ended up losing on, because of course you're guaranteed to be filled into limit orders if price moves against you. So that was kind of an issue. It did degrade the edge a little bit. So I have used it on 9. Now with Apex accounts, you don't have to worry about that, as those market or those orders are not to market. But yeah. Nate, you said if I have 5 PA accounts, can I run the strategy on one screen and copy trade? Or do you recommend that I run it on 5 different charts, trading 5 different PA accounts? I highly suggest you just use the copy trade feature, using any kind of copy trader you want. It works perfectly with those, and we have many users who are using it on copy traders without any issues. Running on 5 different charts, I don't know. I wouldn't really do that. You're going to get differences of microcongruity if you have 5 different charts, and I don't know. That doesn't seem like an efficient way to do things. Yes, that's correct, Jamie. After detecting a sweep right after a counter spoof trade confirms they got filled unintentionally. Of course, you can cross-verify this by looking at the Analytica chart 4Plus's footprint and seeing what happened. If you go through a recording, you can see the limit orders disappear, and you'll see an actual. Instead of there being a discrepancy between the amount of an increase on your Analytica chart 4Plus versus the decrease on the limit order book, you can find whether or not those orders actually got filled or they were canceled. Hey, Isaac, you said, will the Apex market depth subscription work as level 2, or do I need to go through NinjaTrader? Absolutely, the Apex market depth subscription works as level 2 data. We actually suggest it. It's a good source of data. Hey, Robert, that likely is due to microcongruity. Those are going to be individual.
Target filled.
Looks like we ended up getting filled there. Hey, Jason, you said when ES and NQ are trending, is there a need to use engage long or engage short? Or will the system automatically pick the trend and trade with it? It'll automatically pick the trend and trade with it. You can see we have not even individually enabled those two things throughout any of our streams. We've been just using it on concordant only. It's smart enough to determine that. Now, I will say during a trend, if you want to, you can increase performance by disabling Trespass like we did earlier. We're just running counter spoof at this point. Counter spoof is going to be the most reliable over time. Trespass is likely, if you ran it completely in the background, you're going to get break even after commit or before commissions. So
However, Trespass can be extremely powerful in areas of confluence. Hey, Jim, that's most likely due to microcongruity. Up to 633.08 on the day now, which is nice to see. Now let's pull up my executions feed here. You can see my actual executions as the play-by-play along with the account name. You can see here. Impossible to fake this. Let's pull up our timestamps too. So you can see throughout here, you can see all of our trades. Hey, Dalen, it should be doing that by default. Please let us know if this is actually putting you into trades while you're in a trade. That should not be happening at all. Hey, Larry, if you trade your real money account, you said, how much capital do I need? Now, I'm not allowed to professionally advise you on this, but I will tell you exactly what I would do. Or I'll do it through example. We've started a $500 to $10 or $25,000 challenge, and we did pretty well on that on Polarity. I would do the same. I'm going to start the same thing where we start with $500 and we trade micros, and we work our way up to $25,000. So I think that will be pretty interesting. Hey Todd, this would be due to the fact that it uses machine learning and
Target
it
filled.
actually looks at your previous trades and everything involved with that. Hey Raphael, no worries about this. Absolutely, I can see why that would be frustrating. Again, we'll be doing further Apex trading ones where we don't have microcongruity on. We've done multiple of those where you guys are able to verify the exact same ones. So just be patient. If you're looking for that stream, it'll be coming likely around early next week where I'll have microcongruity off and you're able to do that. We'll go through all the settings beforehand. We'll make sure everyone's getting the exact same trades. Hey, Nate, you said, when I purchased a lifetime license, was I able to use it on multiple computers or is it locked onto one machine? Hey, Nate, so to purchase a lifetime license, you can transfer it to new computers, but you cannot use it on two computers simultaneously. If you want to do that, you'll need to purchase the additional machine ID so you can use it at the same time. We consider this to be a second account. So if you're using this on two computers at the same time, I mean, we have to assume that there's another person using it. So it is a cheaper edition, but yeah, it's about... Hold on, pulling this up here. Hey, Charles, sorry about that. I think 40 and 50 are going to be a little bit too high. I think with Sierra Link, if you end up getting the Strata plan, it'll significantly improve performance. Rick, you said, why am I not able to ask questions in YouTube live stream even though others are? Well, I'm confused about why you asked this question given I'm able to see it. I'm a little bit puzzled at this comment. Why am I not able to ask questions even though others are?
Well, obviously you're able to ask questions if I'm able to see this, so. I think we're going to go for $1,500 today just because of how slow it's been today. Dalen said, it's night and day when using L2Azimuth on Sierra Link LOL. And you're letting me know more about the multiple counterspoof trades. I'll definitely look into that, but I'm glad to see that it works better on Sierra Link. That latency difference is going to play a huge role. No worries, Rick. We'll enable the chat on our next one. When we're using no microcongruity, and we're gonna walk you guys through it so we can get the same exact. We want to like make sure that you guys have the same setup before we start trading, and we'll have the same outcome at the end. We'll have live chat on so everyone can communicate. Unfortunately, it's going to be our first loss of the day there. It was a minimal loss due to it hitting our automatic stop chase. Hey, Milas, if we both turned off our microcongruity, yes, absolutely. Hey, Q, this is due to microcongruity. We got a short fill there. Unfortunately, ended up not getting put into it, though. Yeah, Junior Woods. Again, I answered this earlier. Hey, Ali, you said, I'm wondering why I'm not able to see my trades on my chart. Make sure you have congruency between the account selection on your chart trader as well as the account selection you have in your strategy setup. Hey, Matt, absolutely. I'll check that out. Dalen said, any tips or best practices with Sierra Link website isn't necessarily that helpful when setting things up. Absolutely, Dalen. I apologize for this. You should just be able to log in and just start trading. There shouldn't really be anything different than your normal PC in terms of usage. We're likely going to lose this trade here. I think that counter spoofing ended up not being a true spoofer, so we'll see. Hey, Lawrence, you said, do you accept PayPal.com installments? Yes, we absolutely do. We actually ended up hitting our stop
Target
chase there and
filled.
ended up winning that up to $932.84. Hey, JR, no worries. This is due to microcongruity. Hey, Milas, I personally use the Sierra plan, but honestly, I'd recommend to everyone the Strata plan. That is more than enough, but if you want the biggest advantage to get the lowest latency, the Sierra plan is certainly the best option. Hey, Conrad, you actually said you had no experience trading futures. So what's interesting about the software is we actually teach you everything you need to know about trading futures starting from zero. We'll teach you how to get set up with NinjaTrader, teach you how to get set up with NinjaTrader account, best practices when trading futures, how futures trading works, the risks involved with it, and we'll actually walk you through all of that before we teach you how to use the software. The software is designed for users who don't necessarily have any experience with futures trading to get started and tinkering around with the software. Again, I highly recommend you start on a simulated account when trading, and future trading involves large risks that cannot be completely avoided just through use of automated trading. The leverage involved in trading futures is quite high, and this can lead to both substantial gain but also substantial losses. So just be aware of that when trading futures. But yeah, I think that this would be a much better fit for you than Polarity. So our Polarity automated trading interface, it's much more semi-automated, and this one is a lot more hands-off. Larry says, this is freaking awesome. Is this live trades? OMG. Yeah, it is. So we're using an Apex PA account, which means that we actually receive payouts for this software when we're using it. So we've been trading the same Apex account for like, I don't even know, 3 months now. So it's been super solid. We've had successful payouts with it, never gotten one denied. So I had no issues with that. Hey, JR, this is just due to microcongruity using machine learning. Those are going to be an individual component. Jason said, why ES over NQ, with NQ generally being more volatile? Is there a reason you prefer ES over NQ? I find ES to be consistently lower spread. I find that these lower spreads do end up there having to be a slightly higher win rate. I think I choose safe options a lot more than, oh, wow, looks like we got filled there on that trade and we immediately won it up to $1,132 on the day. BT says, can the VPS be used with an Apex PA account? Yes, it absolutely can. I actually highly suggest you use it with a PA account rather than using your own. The VPS is actually going to provide you with a higher advantage on Apex due to the way that their engine works on processing trades. Looks like we ended up winning that trade too, up to $1,332 there now. Super solid. Yeah, I am using a VPS on the PA account right now. So up to $1,500 now. Super solid. Starting to get some more volatility here. We'll continue to trade this until we stop getting trades. But hey, Todd, yes, I would recommend that as a best practice. However, that should not take longer than 5 minutes. Dalen, you said, when will the live trading / backtest on your website be updated? I can update that immediately after this stream. Thank you for the reminder. I forget about that sometimes. Also, it's not a backtest. It's actually a forward test with real money. So keep that in mind. Said last updated 10/15/2024. Yeah, it looks like it is time for this to be updated.
Target filled.
Isaac, you said disregard my last question. I manually imported the indicator and strategy files. Hey, no worries, Isaac. Thank you for letting me know about that. I'm glad that was able to be fixed. Ollie, you said, hey, Connor, I'm in Turkey and I want to trade through a VPS with Apex funding. Can I do that? Yes, absolutely. 100%. We actually recommend anyone who's international use a VPS. We recommend Sierra Link as that's our native solution to trade Apex accounts. So if you do that, you won't have any latency disadvantage from you being located inside of Turkey due to the automated nature of the strategy. The only latency that will occur is the latency from you clicking concordant to be on and off. If you click off, there will probably be about a 200 millisecond delay for it to actually turn off. Or if you click on, there will be 200 millisecond delay for you to click on. But the actual strategy logic will not have that delay. It'll be less than 1 millisecond. So pretty interesting. Hey, Dalen, you said, do you find yourself trading your own accounts or prop accounts more? Which do you prefer and find better results using one or the other? Hey, Dalen, anytime I'm off stream, I'm trading my own personal account. The only reason why I trade Apex PA accounts is it's more relatable to the customer base. There's more people who are using that and they want to see PA accounts more, as most people are on trading PA accounts. So this is just something I do to try and help out the community in terms of being more relatable to that, as you know, not everyone's trading with a $500,000 brokerage account. Ali just said, just want to start trading with micro live account. How can I trade micro ES, Connor? Great question, Ali. So you can see on our settings, let's pull these up right here. I'm going to pull our settings back onto the screen. You can actually see at the top left, it says take micro contract trades. If you simply check that, you'll get the same signals you do on the full contract, but it'll take them on the micros of whatever you're trading. So if we check that box at the top left there, it will take the same trades on MES. So this is super good for small accounts, and that's exactly what we're going to be taking advantage of in our small account challenge that is to be happening soon. Hey guys, if you guys are enjoying today's stream and you find you're finding value, please leave a like on this video. I think that it would be super awesome for you guys to do that. It helps me out a lot, helps the YouTube algorithm. If you leave a like on this video, it helps me get more exposure. And honestly, I just like to see that you guys are enjoying the stream. So again, if you guys are watching today, please leave a like on this stream. Hey, Isaac, yes, you would process that by emailing your machine ID. Hey, Frank, you said, hey, Connor, are you on a VPS currently? Yes, I am. I am on a Sierra VPS available through Sierra Link. Sierra Link is actually running a 10% off sale. We almost never run sales because the margins are so low on this. Using Sierra BF10. We're also offering yearly plans. Hey, Cody, sorry I missed your question. You said, can you send the sound files for your orders? I think they're awesome. And ETA on the Discord. Big questions here, guys. So yeah, I can absolutely send you the sound files. I'll post those sometime after the stream. I'm sorry I haven't done that yet. I remember I promised I was going to do that at an earlier date, but it just kind of got away from me. ETA on the Discord, I want to do this before the holidays. So really got to dial in and figure that out. Hey, Conrad, he said, does the software also work on other instruments like cryptocurrencies and gold? Yes, absolutely. All three of those works well on. Gold is going to work the best out of those three you just mentioned. Commodities are a beast with the software. Hey, Ollie, you said, do we need to install NinjaTrader on Sierra Link VPS or is it ready already? The second you get Sierra Link and you have our software, L2Azimuth will be available immediately. Now you actually have to own L2Azimuth for that to appear, but yeah, everything's already installed. You just load it up and you start trading. Hey, Ryan, you said, what size Apex account do I recommend? I highly suggest um, using a 50K account to start. It's such a good balance with one contract. You just get a really big cushion and it's really low stakes. Hey, Conrad, great question. You said, why are you selling such profitable software? The internet is full of scammers who sell quote unquote magical software. If yours is making a lot of money, why are you sharing it with others instead of just making big money? Conrad, to answer this excellent question, you'll need to actually watch that previous video. But if you don't want to watch that video I posted in the chat where we talk about everything that goes into it, I can just explain the critical mass principle. I explained this earlier also in this video on what the critical mass principle is, but essentially it's when counter-spoofing occurs and there are enough users using counter-spoofing to actually fill the spoofers into trades they inadvertently do not want to be in. If you push the market even just a couple of ticks up, you'll actually start to fill spoofers into trades they do not want to be in. When this occurs, they will be forced to exit flat to market with market orders, and this will push the market extremely quickly in favor of your trade. The strategy actually increases in effectiveness with the more people that use it. Also, I am the only one, I think, on the entire vendor space that trades live on a real account with no delay and is consistently profitable with an automated software. I cannot find a single other person who is making consistent profit on a real account with this level of verification. This is literally not possible to fake. There's zero delay. If you compare my chart to yours, you will see no difference, and you'll see the same price action happening with predictions from my automated software happening as you see it. So we're doing something extremely unique here. This is something that it's literally I don't think this is an industry paradigm. This is a new paradigm for the industry. But yeah, absolutely, there are certainly a ton of scammers out there. But I'll tell you this: they sure as hell do not trade live with no delay on a real account. Guys, I think we're going to end up calling the day here. We ended up making $1,500 on the day with this low, extremely crappy volatility that we got today. I think that's okay to take. Pretty good for a Monday right after the holidays. I do appreciate you guys tuning in today. I'll be streaming again later this week, and next week we'll be doing one of those walkthrough streams where we go straight from zero and scratch. We walk you through my settings. We get you guys all dialed before the stream, and we let you guys follow along, and we're going to have live chat open. We're going to have some events going on, and it should be pretty fun. So I'm excited for that. I hope you guys are too. But with that being said, guys, thank you so much for tuning in today. I hope you all had a wonderful week with your families. Oh, hold on, guys. I actually do want to show you guys that we do have, oh, crap. I don't know what happened here. Messed up my graphic. On Sierra Link, we have a Black Friday sale, 10% off. You can use that with code SierraBF10. That's our VPS system. It's what I'm using to trade today. And also, we have, hold on, guys. This is completely wrong. That's okay. We'll figure it out. So with L2Azimuth, we have 35% off. Today is the final day to have 35% off on our software. We never run sales like this. Last year it was 40%. Next year it's probably going to be 30%. So as the years go by, we'll decrease our discounts. But for Cyber Monday, we're running a 35% off sale on L2Azimuth with code CYBER35 at checkout. Anyway, guys, thanks so much for tuning in today, and I will see you guys soon. I click the concordant button. So right here on the right, you can see it says concordant. That means the strategy is enabled. So that's the only button that I have turned on. You can see we ended up
Target
getting
filled.
filled there into a short position. Let's just disable this right here for you guys. So go to the right-hand side. So this is what the strategy looks like initially when you enable it. Then you'll just click the concordant button. This arms the strategy and it'll begin to take trades. So that's all I've been doing. I have not been turning off or turning on any buttons today. I have essentially been letting it do its own thing the entire day.
Target
Just got
filled.
filled there on a long position, ended up winning that up $2,000 on the day now. Hey, Gene, these trades are on an Apex PA account, so I can get payouts on them, but technically this is considered a hypothetical account just due to the way that Apex is a quote-unquote live sim. Hi, Todd. You said thank you for the answer to my last question. Of course, Todd. You said you really enjoyed the webinar you did with NeuroStreet. You had mentioned settings to increase accuracy. Can you speak a bit about the ability to run fewer trades with a higher win rate? Yeah, absolutely. So what I suggest doing if you want to have lower amount of trades but higher win rate, first of all, DexArray is going to be your best friend with that. That's the scanner over here on the right. Usually we could turn this on right here, but likely won't get filled into much just due to our trading frequency. At the top right, we have our 2-tick micro forecasting score. The easiest way to increase accuracy while decreasing the number of trades you get is just to increase your minimum micro congruity number to reflect the amount of micro congruity that you need to enter a trade. If you increase this, the number of trades should decrease pretty quickly and the win rate should increase by a measurable amount. Hey, Naresh, you said, can you please show your settings? Why are the limit orders filling so fast for you like a market order? Hi, Naresh. Absolutely. I think my settings are on the screen right now. Yeah, they are. My limit orders are filling quite quickly just due to the fact that they are placed at the bid. There, you can see here that we actually placed a limit order there and did not get filled. That's an example of that, but we don't have any offset. So we're placing that directly at the bid or the ask. We're just hopping in, joining the bid or ask, and we end up getting filled on some of them. We end up not getting filled on others, but yeah, I hope that answers your question, Naresh.
Target filled.
Just got filled into a trade there. Ended up winning it pretty quickly. Hey, Steven, you said, sorry, I'm a new follower to your channel. It seems I don't understand. Hey, absolutely. I highly recommend checking out the video that I'm about to post in the description here or in the chat.
Target filled.
Looks like we got filled into a trade there. Ended up winning that. I think we've been up today. We have not. I don't think we've lost a trade yet. That's super solid.
Target filled.
Unfortunately, there we ended up losing that trade. That's okay. Also, guys, if you guys could leave a like on this live stream if you're enjoying today's content, that would help me substantially. We have 219 viewers, I think, here. If even half of you guys left a like on this video, it would help me out immensely.
Thanks so much, guys. If you're here, that would be super cool if you could leave a like on the video. Unfortunately, there we lost another one of those trades back down to 21.82.
Target filled.
There we go. Won that trade back up to 23.48. If you guys are new to the channel and you want to see what this strategy really is, check out this video right here. It's in the chat. It's called The Equation That Ends Market Manipulation. It goes into the science behind why this strategy is effective and talks about, how to actually use it. Getting a bit of chop here. Haven't been doing super good on this area. Almost got filled here. Just didn't touch our take profit there, unfortunately. But so we're back down to 20.98. Hey Todd, you can enter the discount code at checkout and it will reflect that. I'll post a link as well where you guys can just click on the actual link and it'll just apply the discount for you.
Target filled.
Just got filled there up to 22.65 again, down from our high on the day of 2,500. Hey Doug, unfortunately no, Polarity owners would not be able to stack their discount with the Black Friday offer. This is a super short-term offer, and this is not something we usually offer on in terms of a discount. So it's explicitly only going to be in this 3-day window, and then we're ending the sale immediately after that, and we're not going to do this again. Hey Dalen, you said how important is Sierra Link / a VPS server to the strategy? This depends on where you're located in the world, as well as where you're actually, or which contract you're trading. If you're trading on, the U.S. markets and you're located in Indonesia, you'll definitely need a VPS. But if you're located in, let's say Florida, you're trading U.S. futures markets, it's much less required for you to have a VPS. Hey Milas, I usually turn on the strategy about 5 minutes before I start trading. Dennis said, are the support and resistance zones on your chart part of the L2Azimuth indicator? Technically, yes, they are. They come free with L2Azimuth. So this is actually our footprint chart called the Analytica Chart 4 Plus, but if you purchase L2Azimuth, you end up getting this for free. So yes, it does come with that. Hey Matt, I will look into this right after the stream. Thank you so much for letting me know about that. Yeah, absolutely. So if you guys are interested in checking your ping, open up your command prompt and paste this command inside of it, and you'll be able to see your latency to the actual brokerage. I'm gonna decrease the size of this for now, guys, just so we can keep it up for people who are just joining, so you can see the settings that we have, but I'll increase them whenever like we want to highlight them. Hey Todd, you said thanks for fielding our questions. Yeah, absolutely. And you said you've had some really good days like today. Can you comment on what losing days look like? Absolutely, Todd. So generally there'll be some days where market movement is just not really consistently reliable from a spoofing standpoint. But what ends up happening is that my losing days are just break even before commissions. We lose money on commissions, but we don't lose money in terms of general alpha. So what that means is that if we continue trading, our risk is still pretty low. If we want to keep trading throughout the day and continue to try and find spoofing opportunities or counter spoofing opportunities, we'd only really be losing the commissions per trade. And we actually have a pretty high chance of earning that back once market movement stabilizes. So oftentimes, if I trade at market open, there will be about a 20% chance, 10 to 20% chance where that the market movement for the first 30 minutes is not really going to be consistently profitable and will end up being down because of commissions. So that's really generally what our losing days look like. I've never had an explosively losing day where we are consistently losing money, not from commissions, but just from actual trading activity. So that's what's pretty nice about this strategy is that it has a pretty smooth equity curve. And when it does lose, it's really only losing on commissions, which is not nearly as substantial from getting consistently stopped out. Hey Andy, you asked when I purchase L2Azimuth, what kind of educational videos should I be expecting? Are there daily live streams or some sort of coaching slash stream calls? Or is the L2Azimuth really that simple? Just configure settings, slap it on, and off to the races it goes. Thank you so much for your question, Andy. So with L2Azimuth, we have over 2 hours of educational video content available, which is going to walk you through from assuming that you're a complete
Target filled.
beginner, and we're going to walk you through how to actually trade the software effectively like I do. Generally what we're seeing is that because counter spoofing is such a novel approach to market dynamics, right now it's very, very simple to trade. No guarantees that in the future it's going to be like this, but as it stands right now and from what we've seen from launch, we're moving closer and closer to critical mass, which is I'd say pretty solid. So it's in a good way. I don't know if you guys are familiar with the critical mass concept. You see, we got a partial fill there. We got filled into like one of our contracts on two of those trades there, which is pretty funny. But in terms of daily live stream, it's not every day, but we do it twice a week. So some days I will actually go through and I'll turn on chat. We'll walk through our settings and make sure everyone's dialed in before the stream starts. And I'll have you guys actually copy my trades if you want to, of course. Now that requires microgravity to be off, but there are days where we will do that to, help you guys achieve what, of course, everyone is trying to go for. That being said, that can only be done on a PA account just because of the fact of the matter of trade copying being considered quote unquote market manipulation on a brokerage account. But with a PA account, we don't have that issue. And with a PA account, we can still make real money and withdraw that money into our bank accounts. So that's always a plus, right? Hey, Doug, 35% will work for the lifetime license and the quarterly plan. However, the quarterly plan discount will only work for the first payment on the quarterly. Any recurring payments after that will not have the discount applied. Hey, Tim, I still am offering the founder's code. Gonna throw on Trespass here. We have all three scanners enabled now. Wanted to get some consistently reliable trades here, but let's go shotgun and just turn everything on. See if we can get up to our profit target of $5,000 on the day. Looks like we got a short position fill there. Ended up losing that, unfortunately, though. Back down to 22.90. Volatility really has decreased. And I'm sure it's because of Thanksgiving Eve, but that's okay.
Target
Just
filled.
got filled there up to 24.56. You know, guys, we're going to be a little controversial here, and we're going to bump up our contracts here to 6. So I'm going to save that as our template. We're good to go. We're on 6 contracts now. We got a partial fill there. Only one of our contracts ended up winning that. Steven said, hey, hello, Connor. Could you explain the Analytica Chart 4 Plus? Would that footprint software be a beginner's way to learn footprint? Yeah, absolutely. So the Analytica Chart 4 Plus is our footprint chart that's currently on the screen. You can see here we have a list of stacked imbalances on either side, as well as general market order activity. So these yellow or orange numbers on the left side, those are going to be active sellers, and that is located as an imbalance. The numbers on the right side of the candlestick are going to be active buyers. So you can see how this can be a powerful tool to tell you guys which direction the market can potentially be moving. We have some really good Analytica Chart 4 Plus exclusive strategies where you can just trade manually with that, and they're pretty effective. So those are very, very old videos, though. Those are about 2 years old now on our channel. Hey, Andy, thanks for the question. You said, does this work with Topstep or only Apex? I currently have 3 funded accounts at Topstep with Rhythmic on NinjaTrader. Yes, this absolutely does work on Topstep. No issue. So it works on Topstep. It works on Earn to Trade, specifically on Earn to Trade after they changed their rules, and it works on Apex. I believe it also works on Bulanox, but we don't really have very many traders using that, so that's not something we actively are always checking to make sure that payouts are processed. So if anyone has any experience with Bulanox on L2Azimuth, please let me know if your payouts are being approved. And I'll get back to you on that. But based on our data, we had quite a few traders get approved on payouts on Apex last week with L2Azimuth, as well as on Topstep. So super excited to always see that. Hey, Dale, and you said, do you keep track / make public how often you receive a payout from prop firms? Yeah, exactly. Just like I had just mentioned, that's something that we do keep track of. Also, you can see my account name on the right, my PA account. That's not changed at all, which means I have not blown this account at all. But yeah, so we're in the same PA account.
Target filled.
Ended up winning that trade up to 27-23 now. Guys, if you're watching here, you're enjoying the stream, we're seeing that we're getting your questions answered. It would mean a
Target
lot to me
filled.
if you guys left a like on the stream. Hi, Joey. I've been a little busy moving into my new place. I apologize if I haven't checked that. I'll check your message after the stream. Michael Crowley, you asked, how did you change your order from 5 to 6? I opened up my ATM strategy menu, increased the order quantity to 6, and then saved it as my template. Hey Joey, it's pretty solid. Right now my my setup is in my living room because I'm trading on that from the dining room table just because my actual desk isn't here yet. But it's pretty nice. It's actually a house this time, so it's not a condo like it was before. Um, and I just absolutely love CDM. So it's been beautiful. I love how walkable this city is, and it's just right on the water, and it's just beautiful. I love this place and feels very warm and welcoming. Um, it's always exciting getting a bunch of new furniture. I left all my stuff behind, and I'm just doing complete overhaul on my furniture. I'm getting some stuff that I think will last quite a bit longer. So that's been a super fun process to try and figure out.
Target filled.
Hey Dalen, by the way, that's actually not just a back test. That's actually real account results with that. But that is using all the same settings and it was not adjusted as I went along. Yeah, CDM really is so special. I've traveled a lot around SoCal, really trying to figure out where I want to live. I'll move like every 2 to 3 months, um, and just see what's going on. I've tried Laguna Beach. I've tried different areas in Newport. Um, I've gone to Santa Barbara. I've done all. I've moved. I've lived in places for 3 months at a time, and I think I've definitely decided that CDM is where I want to be. It's just perfect. It's just like perfect blend of walkableness and nature and um, then if you go up the Newport coast, there's a big open road there. You can get into Irvine really easily, and it's just really nice. I love it here.
Target filled. Target filled.
Oh, sorry, I accidentally turned off my mic there. Yeah, absolutely, Joey. I think that yeah, CDM definitely has a premium on it right now. It's the rental is about 9,000 a month, which yeah, it certainly is. It's up there, but honestly, I think it's worth it for what I'm getting. But yeah, I'm curious to see how things are in Michigan.
Hey Andy, you said what are the losing days like with L2Azimuth? Is it just small, consistent losing trades until a daily loss, or a trade or two can quickly hit the daily loss? Andy, this is a great question. I did go over this a little bit earlier in the stream, but I'm happy to go over it one more time. So the way that the losing days generally happen are going to be it's going to be death by commissions. So your trades should generally be breaking even when you have a losing day. You'll just be hitting break even over and over again. Win, loss, win, loss, win, win, loss, loss, loss. Um, and with the, higher than one risk to reward ratio we have, that'll lead you to be break even before
Target
commissions.
filled.
So, and what can end up happening is that because there's so many trades, you'll end up slowly finding yourself like finding your way to your maximum loss. So that does happen to me sometimes. It's somewhat strange. We're trying to quantify exactly why
Target
it can
filled.
happen. It's not something that happens consistently, though. I'd say that there's likely going to be one day a week where that's going to happen. But again, yeah, it's going to be small, slowly making your way there. You can make adjust changes as it happens, but usually I just keep trading. So there are some days where I'll be down like 1,200, and then I'll just turn it around, and we'll somehow end up like 2,500 by the end of the hour. So we had that happen on a couple live streams like 2 weeks ago too. So you could see that happen
Target
if you want.
filled.
Those live streams 2 weeks ago should be a pretty good helpful resource if you want to see how exactly a losing day looks like. But yeah. Hi, Christian. You said, can you give the settings for Analytica Chart 4 Plus? The reason why I'm not answering your question is because these settings are irrelevant. These don't actually do anything to the strategy logic. And you said that support had sent you screenshots of the Analytica Chart 4 Plus settings. So really not sure how to help you with that, my man. That's not something I can really do on stream, and I don't find that to be a trade critical question. So yeah, our tech support can get you handled on that. If you explain to them your
Target
situation,
filled.
they'll be able to help you out. Naresh, you're asking for my
Target
stop
filled.
strategy settings. They're the exact same as the template. Exact same as the template. A bunch of people have asked this over and over again, and I've said again, they're the exact same as the installation template. There are no differences with that. Hey, Jeremiah, you said, hello, I'm watching right now. Didn't catch from the beginning, but this is automated at this
Target
point. You're just
filled.
letting it do its thing right now. Yeah, absolutely. So Jeremiah, today I have actually not swapped on any modes or scanners. We just have, once we enable concordant over here on the right, the strategy is enabled. And because we have auto re-engage on, we have not taken any action. We've just been letting it run. So, I mean, it's pretty solid. Yeah, so today it's been completely automated. We're pretty close to our take profit now, actually. We're up to 47.22 after commissions. Hey, Will, yes, you do. It does require having tick replay to be enabled if you want to use microcongruity. Hey, Tim, I will shoot you an email right after this to make sure you're able to get that founder's code. Um, I ended up losing that trade. I'm back down to 46.22. Hey, Frank, you said, do you mainly focus on the ES futures or do you use other instruments? Yeah, absolutely. I do mainly focus on ES just because it's consistently reliable, but we also focus on NQ, ZN, ZB, CL, or other commodity markets. We're able to trade those commodities now with this level 2 data. Hey, Joey, I'm using 2,200 bars to load.
Target filled.
If you guys are interested in a Sierra Link Black Friday sale code, we will be adding one later today to the site, um, as well as we're going to be offering a temporary annual plan available for Sierra Link. So if you want to pay upfront annually, you'll get an additional 10% off. So currently our quarterly plans are 20% off, and then
Target
you'll get
filled.
30% off if you go with the annual plan. You'll just prepay up front and you'll have access for a full year. And that's also stackable with the 10% off code that we're going to be offering. So um, not very much margin in there for us. We may end up losing money on support, but it's something that I want to do for capital expansion. And I think that you guys will, once we get some economy of scale going up here, we can, I think we'll eventually be profitable. Hey, Prayer Warrior, you said, can you please explain how you adjusted the order quantity on the fly? I didn't understand how or why you saved the template. I did save the template. I did not adjust it on the fly. You just couldn't see it. Up to 48.84 now. Just one more trade and we'll be at our take profit for the day. Just one more trade. Let's see if we can get filled on it. Surprised we haven't gotten into a trade yet. Just need to win one more. Can you imagine if we just keep losing this trade and we go all the way down to like 3,000? That'd be pretty funny. But Gavin, you said, "Hey Connor, just got level 2 or L2A up and running uh, with your posted settings and taking the same orders as you. Do you change the settings much often from what you
Target
posted?" Oh,
filled.
looks like we just got filled there up to 5,084 on the day, right above our profit target. Um, hey Gavin, great to hear. I'm glad you got it up and running. I'm glad you were getting the same trades as me. No, I don't really change them. I've been changing them just to show for community demand. I think that I need to stop listening to the community when I say like, "Oh, can you try this? Can you try that?" and just stick with one set of settings just for consistency's sake. But yeah, there's no real reason for you to change settings from this. It's not like polarity where they're really market condition dependent. It's just going to be trading style dependent. You'll have static settings to demonstrate what kind of trades you want to be getting. Andy, you said, what would you say is the biggest catch with L2Azimuth? I'd say the biggest catch is that there can be awkward moments in the market where counter spoofing is picking up times where there isn't real spoofing going on, and that's going to lead to that break-even behavior where you'll have periods where at break-even you will be down because of commissions. So it's just one of those things where you have to worry about that. So there is certainly a component where it's not a literal money printer. Um, that and just be aware of mindful that your stop losses can on Apex be a little bit greater than what you expect. So hey Michael, I am saving the existing name that came with the system and overwriting it. Hey Catherine, I can certainly check that out. Or Frank, sorry, I can answer that. Yeah, Jeremiah, you asked the same question. What's the catch? There are periods where it will be at break even before commissions, and commissions will bring that into the red. Hey Ben, you asked if level 2 data is required, and yes, it absolutely is for L2A. If you guys are interested in seeing, quote unquote, is this too good to be true? If you just go on like L2Azimuth on YouTube, there are quite a few YouTubers who are consistently posting profitable days. I mean, let's go through here. Just search this. I mean, for example, Market Decoy. Um, this guy, he's been posting every single day, it looks like. Pretty insane. Um, had a couple of red days here, but other than that, looks like everything's green. Just gonna post him here. Of course, the classic Brett R. He's been making polarity content for a while. Um, and he has 922 subscribers, 155 videos, and he's been live streaming pretty consistently. I think he's taking the week off. Um, this guy, okay, interesting. Looks like he's not trading L2A today. Oh yeah, and of course, Futures Odyssey. He's been doing super well. Looking at his videos, he has some really high production quality content, explaining his trades, why they happen. They're actually pretty entertaining. But yeah, that's that. Push that in the link. Um, show some love to these guys if you guys are interested in seeing that content. I mean, I think it's just for me, it makes my job easier because it's like, I mean, these guys are making just candid trading videos of it, and it's like I don't have to do that. So if I'm not trading for the day, and like Brett's post doing a live stream and he's green on the day, it's like that helps. So I mean, I really do appreciate that these guys are out here making videos. And it's super cool. They're all trading on live accounts, I believe, or at least funded accounts, which is super sick. But yeah, guys, today, here, hold on, let me pull up this discount code here. So today we are actually running a Black Friday discount. It's going to be 35% off. Hold on. Sorry, guys. This is super sketch. So if you use code BLACKFRIDAY35 at checkout, you can take 35% off of your purchase on L2Azimuth or anything on the site. If you want to add an additional license to your software, you can get an additional one for about $1,000. You can take 35% off here. But if you use code BLACKFRIDAY35, this expires at midnight on Friday. So be sure to check that out if you guys are interested in using it. Code BLACKFRIDAY35. Let me get this discount link here for you guys too. You just click the link in the chat if you want to just automatically apply that instead of having it done at checkout. Yeah, those guys in the YouTube, they super solid. They make more videos than I do. It kind of puts some pressure on me to, start doing more actual YouTube content instead of just like live streaming. Because live streaming is honestly easy. I'm just trading, I'm talking a little bit, but it's not something that really requires a lot of overhead in terms of editing time and things like that. So that's been pretty nice. But guys, I think that we're probably going to call it for the day here. If you guys enjoyed today's stream, please leave a like on this live stream. Really helps motivate me. It helps me see how you guys are feeling about the live streams. Gives me a pretty good community consensus on that. So if you guys are, if you guys enjoyed the video, please leave a like on this live stream. It would be super helpful. Anyway, guys, thank you so much today for watching, and I will see you guys after Thanksgiving. Bye. Everybody, welcome back to the stream. This is Connor from Futures Analytica, bringing you guys another live futures trading session with L2Azimuth, our level 2 automated scalping system. We're just going to start out here by just pressing the concordant button, which is going to enable the strategy in both directions. We're going to leave all 3 scanners on at this point. You can see we're getting a bit of a trend here. We should be turning Trespass off, but for the sake of them, it looks like we bounced right off of this automatically marked red strength level there, which got filled into a long position. A bit of a poor fill there in terms of like the offset. Looks like we ended up losing that trade, unfortunately, after it hit our stop chase. You can see our settings are on the screen. Keep in mind that we do in fact have micro congruity enabled, which is going to limit the actual potential in terms of being able to directly copy each individual trade with those settings. So with this enabled, usually we're gonna turn this off, but I want to have really high accuracy today. I have not streamed in a while, so I hope you guys can understand. I'm fine with you guys following along, but today I just getting back into it. The first day back, I want to have the greatest edge possible, and having microcongruity enabled is going to provide that. So hope that makes sense, guys. I'm sorry if you're not able to get the exact same fills as me. However, you should be getting,
Target
looks
filled.
like we ended up winning that trade up to $83 now. Very nice. We're using the same settings as November 1st. We did decrease the take profit of our entry strategy to be what's it called? 2 tick or 3 ticks instead of 4 ticks for that. Wow, awesome, Joey. Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. I am at a new place right now. A little bit of a temporary staycation from where I usually live. However, it seems that the internet at this new place is a bit crappy. So the stream quality isn't going to be optimal. However, I don't think that maybe I can just remove the gate where it sends it to my computer first. But that's how I got around the microphone issue. I might have to make the stream have instead. I have the stream set to ultra low latency, and I think that is causing a couple of issues with a slower upload rate. Let's see.
Target filled.
I understand, guys. I know that there are some issues with the stream. I apologize. Really trying to get that dialed in. I understand that it's buffering. Yep, I hear you guys. I'm trying to figure that out. Unfortunately, I cannot change any of the output settings while I'm on stream, which is really sad. Um, Here, I'm just going to disable the settings overlay, and I'll just post something in the comments later, which will have it. But wow, 6 bars. Well, sorry guys. Really trying to. Yeah, I can see there is quite a bit of bit of a wait right now. I'm looking at that. Yeah, it looks like my stream is slowly getting a little bit more stable. No, it's still at 1300 kilobytes a second. A lot of dropped frames. I'm not sure why.
Target
Just
filled.
got filled there into a short position, immediately won that up to 416. By the way, guys, we are using a 0 tick limit order offset today. So keep that in mind. Another counter spoof trade here in the short
Target
direction. Ended up
filled.
winning that one as well, up to 583. Yeah, I can see here. I'm sorry, guys. I know you guys are probably tuning out of the stream because of this poor stream quality. Apologize.
Target filled.
Yeah, I'm sorry, guys, for this unstable stream. Really trying to get this dialed in. Um,
Target
Ended
filled.
up winning that trade up 916.20. Thanks, guys. Appreciate the patience. Again, really just unfortunate that it has to be like it is, but you know, here I'm gonna increase the size of that so you guys can see that a little bit better. Um,
Target filled.
just got filled there up to 1,070 now. Hey guys, super helpful if you guys left a like on this stream. I know the stream is not incredible right now, but leave a like if you guys are on and you're chatting. Hey, Raphael, I'm very interested to hear why that is because everyone else is doing well. So, and if I'm not mistaken, Raphael, you were on Brett's stream like all last week, and you were making thousands of dollars a day on NQ. So I'm very curious why you say that. Okay, looks like you deleted your message there. Not sure why you did that, but okay. Three tick take profit for both NQ or for both Trespass and um, counter spoof. Sorry. What is your current win rate together with target RR? Let's look. One. I think it's about 78% right now. RR is just going to be, it's going to be slightly greater than 1, but after commissions, it's just going to be 1. We do that with the stop chase. So with our stop chase on counter spoof, this leads to lower losses, lower average losses than average wins. But after slippage and commissions, it ends up being pretty close to 1, just slightly above it. Hey, Life is Peachy. Life is Peachy. It is just the amount of selected bars. Hey, L2Azimuth. Yes, my live account is with NinjaTrader. Hey, Martrem, you can email me at contact@futuresanalytica.com.
Target filled.
End up winning that trade up to 1,236 now. I know, guys. I apologize about it. If you guys just go back about 5 seconds and just watch from there, it should be a little bit better. I know this will introduce a bit of a delay, and I'm sorry about that. But if you're having issues with the stream freezing, just go back a little bit and let it buffer a little bit more.
Target filled.
Ended up winning that trade as well. I believe that was a counter spoof trade. Hey, Pablo, I actually don't have it set up like that. It's a bit different. Sounds good, Life's Peachy. I'll probably end up doing
Target
it.
filled.
Somehow ended up winning that one up to 1,570. Hey, AutoQ said, are you going to adapt the strategy to work on tick plays? I am very interested in working on it on tick plays. I think that'd be pretty cool. We're big fans of the tick plays platform. Paid about $229 after commission or in commission, so we are at $1,570 in net profit. Hey there, Touch of Modern Trading. Yeah, you're not going to get the exact same trade signals as me on um, what's it called, when I have microcongruity enabled. So I did let you guys know about that in the beginning of the stream, but um,
Target filled.
I'm actually not laptop trading from the boat. Starlink is actually a better,
Target filled.
it actually has a better internet connection than what I'm using right now, which is super unfortunate. It's really strange because on my phone, when I do a speed test, I have like 500 megabytes a second, but on my desktop, I have like 60 megabytes a second or megabits a second, which is even worse. Yeah, Southwest Florida is gorgeous. Yeah, and I mean, Brett R, he's been doing pretty solid too, so I'm confused about how that's possible. I know Joey's up like 2K today, so. Hey, Life's PG. Yeah, I can definitely do that. I'm gonna post it just after the stream because everyone was complaining that they couldn't read the text. Hey, Haveral Mink. I mean, you could technically use it without level 2 data, but you're just not gonna get any signals for counter spoof or trespass. You'll still get them for Dex Array, but they won't necessarily be the best. Yeah, Ellsbury, I do think that's actually a pretty solid strategy. I think that the strategy works so much better in the first 45 minutes of the market, and then I'd say it tapers off in effectiveness after that. Um, yeah, guys, I know some of you said you're having issues, but everyone I've been talking to recently in the community, they've been super green. Not sure what you're exactly doing wrong, but if you shoot us an email with your parameters and stuff like that, I mean, I'd say swap to Sim until you're profitable. You definitely shouldn't be trading on a live account until you're profitable on Sim. And also with Apex Trader funding, VPS is going to be pretty important because they do introduce a fake delay. Yeah, that is true. Trading Cat, very true. Yeah, guys, I mean, you should be able to when I have microgriddy off, and that's what people were doing on the last stream. Now, it's definitely harder for me to trade without microgriddy on. The success rate ends up being a little bit lower, but I mean, it is effective, and you can get the same ones. I'd say that sim is much more accurate for a live account rather than on a prop. No, totally, Captain Crunk. I'm not trying to explain necessarily to you alone. I'm just talking to everyone. Yeah, Kim, that's actually not what I said. That's completely untrue. This is exactly why I usually don't have chat on, is because there's just so much whining. Yeah, Raphael, I'm not gonna lie, that's just absolutely not true. Like I've seen you say exactly something completely different in other people's chat, so yeah, sorry, man. Yeah, and Kim, that's also untrue. I said that when I have microcongruity off, you will get the same trades as me. Today we have it on because, it's my first day back and I want to give myself the highest edge possible. So, yeah, absolutely, you can run this on paper first. Prayer Warrior. Yeah, that's a good question. I highly, highly, highly recommend people run it on Sim before going live.
Target filled.
Got filled into a trade there, ended up winning that one pretty quickly. Hey, Trading Cat. Today I have not been doing anything active in terms of mode swaps or anything like that. I've been leaving all three scanners on the whole time. Hey, Stefan, you're saying how can I ensure the most consistent performance? Okay, if you want to have the most optimal performance, I recommend a good data feed. I would go through IQ feed for that. I highly recommend. Oh, Kim, that is awesome. Haven't lost a trade and you're closing your day. That's wonderful to hear, Kim. You're saying if you want the most consistent performance, I highly recommend using a VPS with a very fast connection to the exchange. And I highly recommend just using settings that I recommend rather than experimenting on your own. Again, you can do that if you want to, but not necessarily optimal. Hey, Captain Crunk, I am actually using Wi-Fi, and it is really, really poor Wi-Fi. So, hey, Prayer Warrior, yes, you can absolutely run it through an Apex eval. I'm actually using it on a PA account today. You can see I'm on an Apex PA account on the account selector over there on the right. Oh, that's perfect. I'm glad you're doing well, Trading Cat. I'm saying you're taking and winning a lot of the same trades as me. That is perfect. Great to hear, man. Hey, Life's Peachy. That does depend on when you started the strategy. So if you started this microgriddy and the strategy at the same time, you'd get the same ones. And yeah, we could definitely talk about doing that. Just got filled into a short
Target
position here.
filled.
Ended up winning that one pretty quickly as well. Up to 2186. Hey Nick, you said I changed the counter speed from 2.5 to 2.25. How do you know when to make those changes, and how do you anticipate having the software adjust itself in the future? Hey Nick, great question. So I did end up changing that before the previous update. I did that specifically to demonstrate how limit orders can reduce the risk of individual trades without actually increasing the risk overall, but even if you decrease or increase the sensitivity. So I did want to get a bunch of fills back to back there because I was maybe a little more impatient. And with limit orders, you end up getting less signals overall. So we have a 3 limit order offset that day, and that would end up decreasing the actual amount of trades you end up getting filled in. So to compensate for that, we did drop our counter spoof ratio a bit. This isn't something you have to do based off of market conditions. This was just a general strategy overview change. We didn't change this because of volatility or anything like that. We decided to take a strategic decision that we wanted to get filled into more trades. So that's why we did that. Yeah, guys, like full transparency, I ended up splitting up with my girlfriend for 2.5 years. It's been a difficult process, and that's why it's been a little bit. You've been hearing a little bit less from me on my end. Um, I usually I don't like share personal things like this, but I do want you guys to know that it's not because I don't care about what's going on. I think this is a really exciting time for L2Azimuth, and I think that I'm loving what I'm hearing. It's just like it ends up being hard to focus at this point, but we're getting back there. But hope this information isn't weaponized against me. But I mean, um, I think that having a trusting the community is it's chill. I think it'll be okay. We were gonna drop that Discord last week on Tuesday, and then everything just kind of fell apart and um, had a bit of a stressful time. So looks like we're up to $2,500 before commissions, but then we paid $300 in commissions, so we're back down to 2,100. Hey Felipe, thank you so much for the comment. You said Azimuth looks great. Congrats, Connor. But honestly, I just want to know if you're ever going to provide the help needed to get Polarity up and running the way you promote. Yeah, absolutely. We are constantly working on that, and we are working on education for Polarity. The thing with Polarity is that the level of detail needed to talk about specific things regarding ML ends up being a
Target
lot more
filled.
difficult than just providing an ML model out of the box. So some people say that it's overcomplicated from that, but I mean, I think we will release more higher level overview education for that. So, hey, Prayer Warrior, you said, are you listening to Apex Trading Room in the background? And you said, does this connect to Apex? So I'm not sure what the Apex Trading Room is. I think that might be a live stream. I am not doing that. You said, does this connect to Apex? Yeah, it does. So the actual account I'm trading on is a PA account on Apex. So.
Target filled.
Very fast when they're up to 50 or 25.19. Doing really, really well on counter spoof today. It's kind of ridiculous. Uh-oh. Oh, I think my stream is dropping. Yeah, of course. You can definitely return it within a week. Life is peachy. Now that would apply for the monthly, but yes. Now, Life is peachy. I will say, if it's not because there's something wrong with it, and if you can't quantify what's wrong with it, that's a little bit of a different story. Hopefully we can get to 3,000 before I end the stream. It's been just so poor in terms of um, how long our trades are taking here. I mean, sorry, in terms of our stream quality. I mean, I'm really glad we're doing well in the day today. We're doing very, very well. But I mean, it's just unfortunate. The stream quality is just not there. I'll probably have to upload a video on this. Hey guys, I just dropped a discount code for L2Azimuth that we're running a sale on that right now. So if you're looking to pick up L2Azimuth, it's going to be 10% off with code LIMITBREAK. That applies both to the quarterly and the monthly. Hey Ollie, looking to push that out in on the 25th. It's going to include the API as well. Yeah, so Life is Peachy, you said you'll need help setting up Sierra Link. What's actually pretty interesting about that is that with Sierra Link, we actually have everything set up automatically when you get it.
Target filled.
Just shoot us an email when you end up buying it and with your order ID for L2Azimuth or your email, either one, and we'll just auto. Morning, everybody. Welcome back to the stream. This is Connor from Futures Analytica, bringing you guys another live futures trading session on ES. As you can see, I have my settings on the left side of the screen right now. Let's jump right into it. We're going to be using counter spoof and DXY only to start out. Immediately when we engage the strategy, we get into a long position. It is a limit order. Let's see here. We got filled into a long position here. Hits our automatic stop chase. That is a good sign.
Target filled.
There we go. Up 229 on the day right now. Here, let's pull up our executions feed as well. Got filled into another long position. Not super excited about that, but we'll see how this goes. If you guys need my settings, you can just pause the video and go back. Hits our automatic stop chase. That's a good sign. Well, unfortunately, ended up losing that trade. Earlier today, I was trading on my live account. If we switch to that, you can see over here, we were up 1,600. But yeah, now we're on our Apex account. Let's see how we can do. We did get a long fill there, or sorry, a long trade there, but we did not end up getting put into it. This time we got put short. Let's see how this goes. Pretty interesting. Yes, when I'm trading my live account, absolutely. Wow, immediate loss there.
If you guys want to see my settings again, I'm pulling them up right here. Looks like some spoofing activity is going on here. Let's see if we can end up getting filled into this. The placements are looking way off, looking for some clarity with that comment. Oh, gotcha. They're 3 ticks away. Wow, so unfortunate there. It's like when we switch to an Apex account, things stop working. That's just awesome. Could see there that spoofer's already gone. That was a market order. We likely would have won that one. That spoofer disappeared, so we evacuated that before we even got filled. Really surprised that the market has slowed down this much immediately right after market open. I mean, this was some perfect movement back here, but I mean, yeah, all the placements and removals are being done automatically, Captain Crunk. I think we'll stop trading until news. So I think we might have to pause here.
Target filled.
There we go. We ended up winning that trade, though, up to 354. We'll wait. We'll stop trading 1 minute before news. Yeah, same here, Jose. On my live account, the 109,341 account, I'm up 1,700. But on my Apex account, struggling just a little bit. But let's see, we got still 2 minutes. Hey, Martrem. I have an account or a setup guide on my YouTube channel. I just posted it. It's 2 minutes long. That's quite literally all you need to do to set this thing up. You just load it with that. It comes with the template. Um, but yeah, you run an executable file which installs everything for you. It allows us to set everything up for you instead of having to go through all of that. But yeah, it's very plug and play. Yeah, it feels like it. Um, that live account supremacy is the way, but man, I should not be in this trade right now. Ridiculous. Why am I still trading before news? Yeah, we're gonna wait here until news. All right, run it on now. See how we can do. We're gonna turn Trespass on as well. Try and take advantage of this volatility. See this level at 59 or 57.79. Here, you just asked for my settings. They're on screen right now. I put them at the beginning of the video. You can just pause and watch them. But it's a Trespass trade here.
Target filled.
There we go. I ended up winning that one.
Target filled.
Ended up winning that one as well, up to 229. Kind of in a hole here, which is really too bad, but
Target filled.
back up to break even here. Paid 188 in commissions, so we're still a little bit above our break even in terms of trades, but hey Brett, I will look into that. Also, guys, affiliate payouts should go out today. See, we're getting a lot of counter spoof signals, but none of them are getting filled. Wow, terrible fill there. Hey, Alpha Trading, there should be an 8 range chart default on the newest template. On R26. The R26 installer uses the newest template.
Target filled.
Ended up winning that one, only down 104 now. It's like market is really interesting movement right now.
Target filled.
There we go. Finally green on the day, up 124. Kind of psyching myself out here just because I've been doing well on a live account for so long. So immediately switching to Apex was feeling a little bit more pressure, especially just because that trading on an Apex account, you have to deal with that trailing drawdown, and I'm not used to trading on a small account size like that. Had a minimal loss there. Hey Eric, those sounds are from Star Citizen. I can post them after this. Sorry, I was going to post them yesterday, but AXP, that is a good idea. CL and YM are great with this strategy, but again, running it overnight to see which instruments to trade on shouldn't really be necessary. Tons of counter spoof stuff there. Should have been winning all of those, but we just didn't get put into any of them because our limit order offset seems a bit high. Absolutely crazy that we're missing all those trades. Absolutely crazy. We just missed out on that giant movement upwards. Wow, that's incredible.